Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fear the Beard by Lynn Vale, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Mason Lloyd. Chapter 1. Tally. I'm not good at peopling. T-shirt. No, baby, I have to go to school. I smoothed my daughter's hair back gently. When Mommy gets home, she'll come to your room and give you a kiss, okay? That was if I got home on time. Last clinical, I didn't get home on time. In fact, I was home so late that I barely had the energy to make it through the door 4 long hours after my clinical was supposed to be over. My daughter's quiet pleas and sniffles with snot smeared on my scrub top had me wanting to cry right along with her. Every single time I went to school like this, she tried to get me to stay, and each time was getting harder and harder on me. My father took my daughter from me and settled her on his forearm. "Go, Tally," he ordered softly. "I've got her." My daughter's fat tears rolled silently down her cheeks. "Be good, baby," I ordered. "You go right to sleep for Pawpaw, okay?" Tallulah pursed her lips, wiped her eyes, and buried her face into my father's neck. My 8-month-old daughter knew 2 words, bye-bye and fish. "You better go before you're late," my father ordered. I grimaced at him. "I'm going," I sighed. "See you tonight." With one final blown kiss to Tallulah, I pushed through the door and headed down the steps to the driveway. I looked back one final time to see my dad in the window helping Tallulah to wave at me. I smiled at her, then unlocked the doors to my Toyota 4Runner, my father's hand-me-down 1990 model that needed a paint job and a tune-up. However, when you're a 20, almost 21-year-old single mom working 40 hours a week and going to school full-time, luxuries such as a new car weren't afforded. Hell, I was lucky if I had enough money to put gas in my car to get me to school and work. With one final look at the massive 5-bedroom monstrosity my parents had lived in for the best years of my life, I pulled a U-turn in the grass and carefully eased out of the driveway. My thoughts were on the first day of the last semester of nursing school, and I was still wondering, much like I was on the first day of school, what exactly I was thinking. I hated nursing. I hated it with a passion, in fact. I didn't like blood. I couldn't stand seeing broken bones. I actually hated people, too. I wasn't a good people person, and it seemed like everyone knew it. Like the biker at my side. I knew he was there. We were sitting at a red light, and I could feel his eyes on me. Did I turn to acknowledge him? No. What if he smiled? Was I expected to smile back? What if he waved? There was no way in hell I was waving back. Then there was the worry that he might think I was coming on to him when I most definitely wouldn't be. Why? Because I wasn't good at peopling. I, Talith Brianna Slater, was an introvert. I didn't do well in crowds. Talking to someone new made me feel like I had hives, and I was about to enter into an occupation that was known primarily for interacting with human beings. My phone rang, startling me out of my contemplation. "Hello?" "Where are you?" my best friend hissed. I rolled my eyes. "Be there in 5, I told her, and then hung up. I hung up because the light turned green, and I made a promise to myself the day that I'd brought Tallulah home from the hospital and we were nearly killed by a texting teenager, that I would never pick up the phone while I was driving ever again. And it was a good thing I did, or I might have missed the stupidity that happened directly in front of me. My foot eased off the brake, and my SUV started to inch forward. The motorcycle next to me revved his engine and started forward as well, and I was just about to press my foot to the gas when a large white maintenance van shot through the intersection, missing the biker by only a few inches, and zoomed on like nothing had happened. as if he hadn't just nearly run over a freaking person. The biker, sometime in between then and now, had slid sideways and was perpendicular to my car, staring at the road where the van had disappeared so intently that it made me quite nervous. I just about decided to get out and ask him if he was okay, and yes, I realize how extrovert like that would have been for me, when he turned and stared at me. The only thing I could see were his eyes, a blue so beautiful that they were piercing. They were shocking, and pairing those eyes with a man on a motorcycle was just wrong. Why? Because I had a weakness for bad boys, and a child to prove it. The thing that was even worse was following those chillin' eyes all the way to the school. Right into my school, where the only people that came into said school were other nursing students and teachers. He parked in the teacher parking lot, and I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that I wouldn't have to park and walk in with him since teachers had their own private entrance. Pulling into a spot next to the familiar white car belonging to my best friend, who was in the front seat down in the largest latte that our tiny town had to offer, and shutting off my car. I got out the same time Hadley did. "I think you pulled in behind Dr. Tommy." I blinked. "What?" I asked. "Who is that?" She started to snicker as she straightened her black scrub top. I looked down at my top and fingered the 4th star that I'd just sewn on this morning. 3 semesters down, 1 more to go. I could do it. I could do it. Maybe if I kept chanting that to myself, then eventually it would be true. The tests weren't the problem, though they were tough. No, my problem all boiled down to the hospital itself. "That's Dr. Bones." I froze, then turned, went to my tiptoes, and gasped. The moment I could see him getting off his motorcycle, I finally registered the scrub pants. Dr. Tamirikani Vove, a.k.a. Dr. Tommy, a.k.a. Dr. Bones, who was dubbed that by the ghosts of nursing students passed for his lady boner-inducing powers, was the hot doctor who taught our critical care classes, and this was also the semester that we spent the most of our time in the ER, my worst nightmare. I also saw him nearly get hit at the stoplight just down the road. I would have had to perform mouth-to-mouth with him. I chuckled to hide the nervousness at seeing that man in a classroom and what that was doing to me. "I think you mean on him, not with him." I chuckled under my breath. "Sure, that's what I meant." She rolled her eyes and hefted her backpack, and I followed suit. "You have something cheesy looking on your shirt." I looked down, holding out my scrub top where she'd pointed to examine it, and laughed. "Tallulah was having eggs and cheese when I left," I explained. "I guess I'm lucky it's not vomit." Hadley snorted. "Hey, did you apply for the internship?" Hadley asked suddenly. "Yes," I muttered. Of course I had. My mother would have killed me if I hadn't. My mother was director of nursing, and she would have had a coronary had I not applied. Apparently, it was a good way to get a leg up on other hires, or whatever. I didn't really care. She didn't know yet that I was likely going to work in a doctor's office and not the hospital at all, but she'd figure that out pretty quickly once I graduated. "I did too." She nodded her head. "My hope is to get in there with Dr. Bones. I hear he's a good teacher." I rolled my eyes. "Dr. Bones doesn't fuck students. He doesn't even fuck other nurses or doctors. In fact, I'm not quite sure that he's capable of even having sex." I whispered to my best friend. She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but one can hope, can't she?" Yeah, one could hope. We walked up the hallway to where the critical concepts class was. Thank you to our small college for offering something brand new that no other nursing program in the country offered to their level 4 students. And I started to get lightheaded. Yeah, the idea of critical care, of anything that even remotely had to do with blood and gore, gave me the heebie-jeebies. I was determined not to let anyone know of my fear, though, even my best friend. I stepped through the doorway, and my stomach nodded. Here goes nothing. Chapter 2. Tally. If you don't shut up, I'll shove this stick down your throat. Why Tally shouldn't be trusted with tongue depressors when she's pissed. Sweet baby Jesus, Hadley groaned. We're going to die. Literally, how can anyone make it through life like this? I agreed. How were we going to make it through our days without falling into a puddle of goo at the feet of Dr. Tommy? I didn't think it was possible. Well, not now that he was our freaking teacher as well. Why he was a teacher on top of being a freaking doctor at the hospital was beyond me. But there he was, in our classroom, showing off his freaking tattoos. How was he allowed to show his tattoos? The girl on the other side of us, Elba, asked. We're not allowed to show ours. Is there something you ladies wish to discuss with the rest of the class? Dr. Tommy drawled, bringing our attention to him. I stalled. I was asking if either one of them had a pen I could use. Mine's no longer working. He started to stalk toward me, and I started to squirm in my chair. Please don't check my pen. Please don't check my pen. He didn't check my pen. No. Instead, he pulled a freaking pen out of his pocket, handed it to me, and waited while I tried to get my hands to work. Thank you, I murmured quietly, taking the pen gently. His eyes were an intense blue, so freaking blue that they looked fake. They looked even bluer when you paired them with his tan skin and black hair. Maybe next time you'll be prepared for my class, he murmured so softly that only Hadley and I could hear. My face turned an intense shade of red. I was sure. I will. I'm sorry, I mumbled. We were supposed to have 2 pens. That had been the instructions on the syllabus on the first day of class. 2 pens, 1 blue, 1 black. 2 pencils, 2 highlighters, 2 notebooks. 2, in case one failed. That had been his instructions. Always be prepared. Bring 2 of everything, always. Everything fails, so always have backup. Gritting my teeth, I gave my friends a sideways look that clearly relayed that they were to behave or I'd kill them, causing both of them to smile. Elba was a very cute Latina girl who I met the first day of class, and she'd quickly become one of my very best friends. She was getting married in the fall after we graduated, and I was really happy for her. As I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted, your first clinical in the ER might be somewhat overwhelming. That's to be expected. However, over time you will learn the ropes, find your stride, and realize that it isn't some big, scary place that will swallow you alive. Dr. Tommy, I refuse to call him Dr. Bones anymore, continued. I started doodling on my paper, drawing curls and swirls around mine and Tallulah's names. I'd just made a 4th star when a large tanned hand came and snatched the pen out of my hand. I can see now why your pen ran out of ink. Dr. Tommy stared down at me with barely restrained impatience. My face flushed. If it were possible to melt onto the floor in a puddle of complete embarrassment, I would have done it. Right then and there. Jesus Christ. I think you should see me after class, he murmured. My brows furrowed. I hadn't done anything wrong. Looking over to Hadley, she returned a sympathetic smile before turning her head down to her own work. Okay, I finally said. I'll see you after class. He nodded once, but kept his pen. Irrational anger flowed through me throughout the rest of class, and by the time that had ended, I was beside myself. Do you want me to wait? Hadley asked. I shook my head. No, I snapped. I have to go to work after this anyway. I just hope he doesn't make me late. Hadley packed her book into her bag, gave me a worried look, and then left without another word. I stayed in my seat once my bag was packed, waiting to see what Dr. McAsshole had to say. Once the last person escaped, he stopped erasing the board. And yes, I was admiring his ass in case you were wondering, turned and crossed his thick, muscular arms over his chest. The other teachers gave you glowing recommendations, he started saying. I licked my lips. Thank you? I didn't know what to say, nor where he was going with this. I wanted you to understand that I won't tolerate this kind of behavior when I have you in my ER. I blinked, then blinked again. I started to say, but he interrupted me. You'll be starting on your nursing internship next week. You'll be there 2 days out of the week, 12-hour shifts, and always under me or Dr. Wilde. I blinked some more. I got it? I was finally able to get out. He nodded his head. Though I expect that has more to do with who your mother is than whether or not you are actually qualified or skilled enough to be there. My mouth dropped open in affront. Oh, I assure you that I am skilled and qualified enough to be there. My back straightened. Is that all? I could have sworn I saw his lips twitch at my show of anger, but no other signs of his reaction to my ire were apparent. Yes, that'll be all. I nodded and stood, throwing my bag on my shoulder and practically stomping toward the door. He stopped me, though, the moment I was about to exit fully. Thank you. I froze and turned. For what? I asked stiffly. For not running over me this morning. Thank you for paying attention. I didn't bother to answer him. Otherwise, I might have said that I now wished that I hadn't been paying attention. Motherfucker. Who did he think he was? My mother wouldn't stoop so low as to get her daughter a job. Would she?
Chapter 3. Tommy. Whatever, motherfucker. Whatever. Coffee cup. I was thankful that the shift was over. This had been one of the worst 12 hours I'd had in a very long time, since med school at least. Not because the patients had been difficult or anything, but because of her. The freaking student who made my dick hard with one whispered word from those luscious would look great wrapped around my cock lips. She wasn't tall, but she wasn't short. Her long brown hair looked just as good flowing down her back as it did up high in a ponytail or in a fucking messy bun scrunched at the top of her head. Sweats, scrubs, jeans. They all did it for me when she wore them. There was literally not a goddamn thing she was able to wear that didn't get me harder than stone. Her green eyes were mesmerizing. One look into them and it was easy as hell to forget that she was a student. A 20-year-old one at that. All right, Mr. Perv, I thought to myself. Time to stop thinking about girls who are more than 10 years younger than you. My body, however, didn't care that she was 20, nearly 21 according to her school files, to my 33. It didn't care that I'd get fired if I was found fucking her. It also didn't care that I was trying to control it. The beast wouldn't be controlled. See you tomorrow, Dr. Bones. I flipped off my fellow doctor and good friend, Dr. Wilde. Dr. Wilde was an ex-Marine who thought it was damn hilarious that all the nursing students, and now nurses, were calling me that. I, on the other hand, hated it. I didn't care if I did induce lady boners in my students. It was annoying, and if that motherfucking nickname was whispered to my club brothers, I'd never hear the fucking end of it. Catch you tomorrow, asshole, I mumbled, pushing through the staff exit that led to the staff parking lot. The moment the door closed behind me, I headed around the building to where I pulled my motorcycle up onto the curb. It came to a quick halt, though, the moment I realized that there were two people standing incredibly close to my bike. Freezing in the shadows to see what they were doing so close to my baby, I listened. I want to keep her overnight, a man said into the darkness. "It's time. She's 8 months old. She's old enough now that you can wean her off your tit for a night and let me keep her. Sheena wants to have a part in her life." I could have told him that bringing another woman into this conversation wasn't the right thing to do, but it was useless. He looked like the stupid type. "I still breastfeed her overnight," an extremely familiar voice filled the air. "And you know this. If she doesn't have it, she doesn't do well." Wait, Talith had a kid? The man let out a frustrated groan. "This is ridiculous," he growled. "I'm never going to see this kid. She'll be 15 before she's finally off your boob and ready to mingle with the world." He kicked the gravel at his feet, causing stray rocks to jolt forward and hit Tally's feet as well as the building. "I don't know what I ever saw in you." Tally stiffened. "Russell, my daughter is 8 months old, and in those 8 months, Tallulah has been diagnosed with asthma. She has pneumonia once a month, strep throat every other month, ear infections, stomach viruses. She's been on every freaking antibiotic that the world of modern medicine has to offer. The one and only time you had her, you fed her aspirin. Aspirin that nearly killed her. And you didn't even feel bad about doing it. What exactly do you want from me?" My stomach tightened at hearing he'd fed a child aspirin, even ignorantly. The repercussions of that one act could have been catastrophic, especially to a baby. "It's obvious that you aren't gaining anything by doing what you're doing. I said I'm sorry for that. How long are you going to hold it over my head?" he demanded. My eyes turned to her, and she looked like she was ready to cry. "I'm not, Russell. I'm just doing what I have to do to get me and Tallulah through. So please, for the love of God, leave me alone. You have your visitation days. If you feel that you want those changed, please feel free to take me to court." "I can't take you to court, and you damn well know it. Your father's friends will shut me down again with some medically necessary bullshit that we both know isn't actually necessary in the slightest." I came out of the shadows, startling not just this Russell character, but Tally as well. "Actually," I cut in, making sure the both of them could see me well, "breastfeeding is one of the best things a mother can do for her infant, especially a sickly one like it sounds like your daughter is. You're lucky that your daughter has a mother that cares for her like she does." "And just who are you?" Russell bowed his chest up. Russell was about 3 inches taller than my 6'1" frame, and he looked like he was in incredibly good shape. I now could see what Tally saw in him. He was an attractive fucker, I'd give him that. His attitude, however, was not. "I'm Dr. Tomarkanov." Russell blinked, then sneered. "Well, this is a private conversation," he informed me haughtily. I shrugged. "Just need to get to my bike." I pointed, and the man turned, eyeing the bike like it was some random piece of trash. "Figures," he grumbled. "I'll be talking to our lawyers again, Tal. It's time." Tally didn't bother to reply and watched him walk away with barely restrained violence shimmering in her eyes. "You okay?" I rumbled, turning fully to face her. She breathed out a shaky breath. "Yeah," she nodded twice. "I'm okay." "You had a real winner there." I meant it to come out as teasing, but she nodded in all seriousness. "I know." She swiped angrily at her eyes. "I broke up with him before I even knew I was pregnant. The worst decision of my life was dating him, but out of it came one of the best things that has ever happened to me." "So the kid that your mom shows around the ER is yours and not your sister's?" She smiled and shook her head. It was nice to see that she was hiding the bitch tonight, something I'd been dealing with ever since that day in my class 2 weeks ago when she was talking about me and I could hear her every word. Well, not her, but her friends. But then she'd defended them, blatantly lying to my face, and it had pissed me the hell off. Which was why I'd said rude words to her about her mother getting her job in the ER. Ever since, she'd been cool and distant, whether we were in class or in the ER, and it was starting to grate on my nerves. She finally turned to face me, and my gut tightened at seeing the tear tracks on her face. There wasn't much that affected me. I was an ex-Marine and had served as a doctor for 4 years before I was discharged and came home to Mooresville to start my career. I'd been here for almost 3 years, and I'd seen and done a lot in all that time. Tears, though. They were my undoing. Seeing a woman cry, young or old, was enough to make my stomach clench and my heart start to ache. Yeah, Tallulah is mine, her mouth quirked. Thankfully, I'd been smart enough to know where I was going with my life after college. Started taking dual credit classes and graduated with my associates right out of high school. Took microanatomy 1 and 2 during the summer before classes started, and about killed myself that summer. She hesitated. I went a little wild during that week between classes and made a huge mistake by sleeping with Tallulah's father. Got pregnant. Thankfully, I was able to make it through my entire first semester and most of my second semester before I had her, only missing 2 class days due to giving birth. Thank God I was able to make them up. Took the summer off with Tallulah and then picked right back up during the 3rd semester. I blinked, surprised by the information dump. But then I saw her face and realized rather quickly that she was nervous. "Your car here?" I asked, looking around the nearly empty lot. She pointed to a red, late-model 4Runner, and I gestured for her to start walking. "Come on," I ordered. She fell into step beside me. "I graduated school when I was 14, I said. "Started college almost immediately after that. Once I graduated with my MD, I went into the Marines where I stayed for 4 years. Got out, been here for 3 now." Lightning lit up the night sky and was immediately followed by a rumble of thunder. In that moment of light, her face was illuminated, allowing me to see her pleasure at hearing my story. "That sounds like you've been busy," she said, reaching into her pocket for the keys just as the first raindrop hit. "Are you going to ride in this?" Another raindrop fell, landing on my arm. I nodded my head. "Yep," I said, turning around and walking away. Then, as an afterthought, I yelled over my shoulder so she'd hear me clearly. "A biker doesn't just ride in the sunshine, Tally. There's always bad that comes with good. Gotta take life as it comes." With that, the heavens opened and I smiled as I reached my bike. Bikers fell into 2 camps when it came to riding in the rain. Some hated it, some didn't mind. Me? I loved it. As long as it wasn't 30 degrees. On a night like tonight, with it being 80 degrees, the cool raindrops felt nice against my skin. Pulling out my leather jacket from my saddlebags, I shrugged it on and zipped it up before I snatched up my helmet and seated it on my head. Then I started the bike up and roared out of the parking lot, sparing a look back twice to see if her eyes were on me. They were.
Chapter 4. Tally. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but I turned myself around. Bumper sticker. You've got to be kidding me. I shook my head. No way in hell. Y'all, we have a freaking test tomorrow. We literally cannot do this. Come on. Hadley pulled my arm. Go get it and let's go. It'll be fun. Those words were how I ended up having a vibrator race. I shook my head in refusal. No, just no. The girls, my closest friends, grinned. I really can't. I asked my parents to watch Tallulah so I could study for this test. I have to utilize. Hadley placed her hand over my mouth and shook her head. No, she glared. I already had this discussion with you. You pay for daycare, and they don't mind taking her there. They also don't mind watching her on the days you have tests or to work on the weekend. I glared right back at her. I don't feel like this is a productive use of my time. If I wasn't going to study, I'd just have Tallulah with me. I growled at her, yanking my hand from hers. Elba, seeing that this was going to be another knockdown, drag-out fight between us, backed away and took a seat on my front porch steps, turning her back to us. Seriously, Hadley crossed her arms. You've been studying since Doc Bones's class. There's absolutely no reason that you can't just come with us for an hour. She had a point. I'd been studying for about 7 hours now. But I wasn't like her. I couldn't scan over the work once and then have it all down for the test. I had to actually work at it, study the materials, read the goddamn chapter. She was one of those students who could scan the notes before class and then take the test, no problem. And it made me want to cunt punch her. She acted like this was all a joke, and it wasn't. I had $30,000 in freaking student loans to pay off once I was done. I couldn't fuck around here. If I didn't graduate, I was screwed, and not in a good way. 1 hour, I said, and I'm taking my note cards. Everyone cheered, and I shook my head and slunk back inside, my white-socked feet shifting against the carpet as I moved. "Wear something nice," she ordered. I flipped her off, causing her to laugh. I didn't own anything nice. Why? Because I was overweight. BT, or before Tallulah, I was skinny. I fit into size 6 jeans and could squeeze my breasts into a small tank top. Now I was in a size 14 pants and I could barely fit my breasts into a size large. My boobs had grown from a 34B to a 36D, and all of my tops were now maternity tops because Tallulah nursed just as often as she ate solid foods. Sure, she likely could have stopped nursing by now, but she was so unhealthy that I felt like I needed to give her every opportunity to beef up her immune system. She had asthma and had been hospitalized for 4 times during her short 8 months of life. She was always on antibiotics for this sickness or that, and there was never a day that went by that I didn't wonder if there wasn't something more serious going on with her than what her doctors had found. So I did everything I could to make sure she had the best lot in life. And if that meant that I breastfed the child until she was 7, then so be it. Though I hope to God I didn't have to. I was in a love-hate relationship with my breast pump already. "Don't forget it!" Hadley screamed. I turned the corner of the hallway and headed to my room. My house was a 2-bedroom cottage on the backside of my parents' property. It was more what you would call a tiny house minus the wheels, but I'd bought it all on my own, and it was mine. There was a small living area that tied straight into the kitchen, a loft above the kitchen that I put all my schoolwork in so Tallulah wouldn't be tempted to mark on any paperwork that I had to turn in for clinicals or tear into my books, something I'd learned the hard way. My bedroom and Tallulah's bedroom had actually been one large one, but I'd had them split the large space with a wall, and now each of us had a smaller bedroom that would serve our purposes very nicely for now. My dad loved it the moment he saw it, and mentioned to my mother that he wouldn't mind going tiny too. Apparently, living in a big empty 5-bedroom, 5,000-square-foot house wasn't something he wanted to do anymore. That, or clean it. My brother, sister, and I had the best years of our lives in that house, and I loved it more than anything. The fact that they were even considering getting rid of it made me break out in hives. That house was my dream house. 2 stories, it was a pier and beam with a wide 10-foot porch that spanned the entire front of the house. The back porch was even more impressive, and I hoped that by the time they were ready to sell it, that I had the money to buy it from them. Turning the light on in my room, I admired the dark gray walls, running my hands down the short wall that led to my dresser. After slipping on a pair of jeans, because this girl didn't wear shorts out of the house anymore, I grabbed a clean t-shirt that I hadn't leaked breast milk on and pulled it over my head. This one was new. I hadn't worn it yet because wearing the bigger clothes admitted defeat. I sighed and looked down at my body. I was curvy, sure, but I wasn't healthy like I'd been in high school. Gone was the toned belly with the hint of abs. In its place was a rounded belly with stretch marks. My breasts jiggled more, and I wasn't sure if it was a bad idea to go out in this shirt or not. It was definitely revealing, especially now that the girls were more expressive. "Don't forget your vibrator!" I shook my head, looking at the drawer of my night table. I did have one. Didn't every woman in the United States with a healthy sex drive that was unattached have one? What one did not do, though, was take it out of the privacy of your room. Or at least, I shouldn't. Sighing deeply, I walked forward and grabbed the vibrator, being sure to take off the dual head and rabbit-eared silicone attachment that came with it. If they wanted me to bring it, I'd bring the vibrating part only. And it turns out, that was all I really needed anyway. I can't believe y'all are making me do this, I grumbled to my friends. Elba threw her arm around my shoulder. You know you're having fun, she teased. I was. There was some sort of thing going on at the fairgrounds. I wasn't quite sure what exactly it was. The day part had been some sort of adult entertainment expo, and the night part was fun activities for adults that involved a lot of heavy drinking. Since I was the only one under 21, I was the lone girl in our gaggle who didn't have a drink in her hand and hadn't had one all night long. I am, I admitted, and I've also gone over these note cards 10 million times, she snorted. You know this. You need to take a deep breath. I did know it. Now, who knew whether it would be there tomorrow or not? Hadley came up and stopped in front of me, a scowl on her face. You haven't entered yet, she declared loudly, causing some people surrounding us to eye her warily. Hadley was one of those people who you either loved or hated. She was loud, opinionated, and didn't take shit from anyone, me included. If I enter, can we leave? I asked hopefully. She narrowed her eyes. Yes. My brows rose. You're serious? I asked, hopefulness tinting my voice. She nodded. Yes, if you enter. I looked at the group that was gathering around the large, corrugated tin table and straightened my spine in resignation. Fine, I said, taking my vibrator out of my pocket. Let's do this. Elba and Hadley whooped in excitement, drawing more stares. This time, though, one particular set of staring eyes belonging to a certain biker with gorgeous blue eyes and black hair caught my attention. I could only see one eye and his black hair due to the crowd of people, but that was enough to make my heart start hammering. He looked familiar, but since it was getting darker and there were so many people here, I couldn't quite make him out enough to be sure. Shivering, I turned away from the stairs and moved to the crowd. You entering? A big man, and by big, I mean huge, asked. I nodded at him. Step up to the white line. The next round will start in about a minute and a half. He showed me. Winner gets this. I eyed the huge, hulking thing. I said. Okay? I wasn't sure what one would do with a double-sided donkey dick-sized dildo, but I was fairly certain that I didn't want it. The minute and a half whizzed by, and I looked over to my right to see the other girls standing just behind the cordoned-off area. I grimaced, and Hadley waved. She pointed frantically, and I jumped when the loud buzzing started to fill the night air around me. It sounded weird with the vibrators up against the metal, making it sound much louder than it should. Turning the vibrator in my hand on high, I placed it on the starting line and looked nervously around. This was incredibly embarrassing, but it was also quite funny. The girls next to me looked to be a little older than me, though the drinks in their hands and their green wristbands indicating they were over 21 were enough to tell me that. Ready? Set? Go. I let go of my burden, watching in silence as it made its way down the table, vibrating its little heart out. Some other girl's monster dildo took first, pulling away like it was meant to do this for a living, and I started to snicker. Interesting. My body froze at hearing that voice, and I turned to find Dr. Tommy dressed in black jeans, a black t-shirt, black motorcycle boots, and a leather vest denoting him as a patched-in member of the Dixie Warden's MC at my back, with 4 other men who were all wearing the same vest. This is what y'all do instead of studying for your exam tomorrow? Dr. Tommy continued, looking from me to the girls at my side. I bit my lip, face flushing a bright red, and turned to snatch my vibrator off the tin that we were using to have the race on. I shoved it into my pants pocket, vibrator still on, and stared at him like he wouldn't notice. He did notice. He also noticed that the vibrator was still on. "You run your batteries down," he pointed out. Hadley snatched my vibrator out of my pocket and immediately shoved it back into position with no one the wiser. I turned back to look at Dr. Tommy and crossed my arms over my chest. "We've already studied, thank you very much," I informed him. "This was just a stress reducer." "That's not exactly how they're designed to reduce stress," one man said from Dr. Tommy's side. "I could probably show you how they're supposed to be used." My mouth dropped open in embarrassment, and I floundered for something to say. "Oh," Hadley snickered as she sidled up to my side. "We know how to use them. This is just a bonus activity." The crowd started to cheer loudly, and I turned to find the vibrators at the end of the line now, with mine in first. The large man who'd shown me the prize earlier came up to me and thrust the double-ended dildo into my hand. "Congratulations," he crowed. I wordlessly took the large dildo and then looked at the men in front of me. Every single one of them was wearing a large smile. All of them, except for Dr. Tommy, that is. "Are you ready yet?" I whispered frantically to Hadley, shaking my new dildo in her face. It hit her on the nose, and she grabbed it and pushed it away before answering. "Yes," she smiled a secret smile for reasons only she knew. "I'm ready when you are." I walked down to the end and pocketed my vibrator, and then tried to hand off the double-headed dildo to Elba, who flatly refused. "No," she hissed. "Do you see all those hot guys down there?" I rolled my eyes. "You're getting married soon. You're not allowed to care whether hot guys notice you're holding a dildo or not," I informed her. She snorted. "Yeah," she agreed. "That's right." I sighed and looked for the nearest trash can, spotting one just on the other side of Dr. Tommy. Fuck. I scanned the area again, spotting one on the opposite side of the lot from where we were parked, and cursed. How could they only have 2 freaking trash cans out here? Knowing I had to get close to him to trash it, I started forward. He watched me come, his eyes taking in my every move. Surely there was something more interesting at the expo than me, right? Wrong. He watched me like a hawk. Even his friends watched me. "You want this?" I asked him as I passed, skirting around the large men who didn't bother to try to get out of my way. No, they forced me to walk all the way around them, then circle back around to get at their backs. Dr. Tommy's eyes sparkled as he turned. "Wouldn't have much use for it, so no," was his answer. Just as I was about to drop it into the trash, that velvety voice broke in again. "You could keep it, you know. You never know when you might have use for it." That didn't sound very professional or teacher-like to say. My eyes caught his, and something quick flashed in his eyes before it was gone, as if it had never been. "See you tomorrow, ladies," Dr. Tommy said as he started backing away. I looked to the side to see Hadley and Elba were waiting there, watching the exchange with extreme interest. "Bye, Dr. Bones," Hadley called, waving excitedly. Dr. Tommy's shoulders stiffened, and he looked over at the man at his side just as he opened his mouth. "Why are they calling you Dr. Bones?" the man to Dr. Tommy's right asked, eyes sparkling with mirth. "Shut up, Truth," he growled. "I could always ask." Dr. Tommy left without another word, and the men followed him, all of them chuckling. We watched them go, our eyes avid, until we could no longer see them as they weaved their way through the crowd. "You did that on purpose," I hissed at her. She shrugged. "I don't know what came over me." My eyes rolled backwards as I looked up at the quickly darkening sky. "This is going to come back and bite us in the ass," I told her, Just you wait and see." She smiled. "You gonna trash that or keep it?" she asked. I looked at the thing I was still holding, then roughly shoved it into my purse without another word. Why? I have no idea. Chapter 5. Tally. Please be patient. I'm fucking things up as fast as I can. Tally to Tommy. I stared at my paper worriedly. I couldn't remember anything, not a damn thing. Everything that was on that page was foreign to me. Not just one thing, but everything. "You have an hour to finish before I collect the tests. Finished or not, understand?" Dr. Tommy walked to the board and wrote 1033 on the white dry erase board. "If you have any questions during the test, raise your hand and I'll come to you. Number 2 pencils only, because I'd hate for the testing machine to not read your answers and mark them wrong." I swallowed thickly, checking to make sure my pencil was number 2, even though that's all I ever bought. I fiddled with my watch, setting my time to the time on the board, and then I started to panic. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. I would fail, and then I would have to work at the gas station for the rest of my life, possibly never seeing Tallulah again because I'd be busy working to make enough money to support us. She'd be 15 when I finally caught up. A Jolly Rancher was set down on the desk in front of me, and I lifted my eyes from my test to look at who put it there, only to stop when I saw a crotch. A very nice crotch at that. I could see mostly everything, and everything was quite perfect, though I had a feeling that had a lot to do with the man that crotch belonged to. Even soft, the man was well proportioned. I wondered what it would look like if Dr. Tommy's muscled, tattoo arm came into view to block his crotch, and I blushed ruby red. I made my way from his crotch to his face, stalling slightly on his belly and well-defined arms before I reached my destination. My face was still flaming, which seemed to be a consistent state with him. I licked my lips. His brows rose, but he didn't say a word. He glanced down at my paper, which was still blank, then back to me as if to say, "What the fuck is going on with you?" I shrugged, causing his lips to tip up in a smile. He opened the Jolly Rancher and handed it to me, and I took it. Should I put it in my mouth? I was on a diet. I'd not had anything sweet in well over 2 weeks. I should. I definitely should. Popping it into my mouth, I lifted my own brows, causing his eyes to smile. Without another word, he turned and walked back toward his desk, where he took a seat, propped his feet up onto the corner, and closed his eyes. I watched him for a few long seconds before I went back to my test, this time not nearly as freaked out as I'd been a few minutes ago. "You passed." My body jolted. I was sleeping on the couch in a back room of the school that acted as a student's lounge. It was placed there by some awesome members of the administration who understood the needs of nursing students. I always took a quick nap on Tuesdays and Thursdays before I had to go to work at the gas station. I had exactly an hour and 15 minutes between 11 and 12:15 to get some rest before I had to be to work by 12:30. Today, since I'd finished my test before class normally ended, I had a few minutes longer. "I did?" I asked, rubbing my eyes in confusion. I felt the couch depress at my side, and I turned to look at Dr. Tommy. He was holding my test. Well, he was holding all of the tests, but mine just happened to be the top one. "Have you told any of your other teachers that you have test anxiety?" he asked. I looked at him. What would they do about it? I asked him sardonically. "Nothing," he snorted. "Actually, they're required by law to give you another testing environment, and more time if it's found to actually be a real problem for you. They're also allowed to alter the way the test is administered, giving it to you orally or in essay format if the standardized test causes you anxiety." He enlightened me. I blinked, then blinked some more. You're shitting me, I finally settled on, then immediately cursed myself for cussing in front of my teacher. The only things my words got me was laughter, thankfully. No, I'm not shitting you, he promised. Come to my office with me, and then go to lunch with me. I want to go over a few things with you. I wanted to do nothing less, but I got up anyway. I have to be at work by 12:30, I told him. That's 2 hours. He nodded. Grabbing my bag, I shouldered it only for him to take it from me and carry it by the handle. I noticed that you weren't overly freaked out until I passed the scantrons out. I nodded my head, following at his side as he led me down the hall to the teacher's wing, where you rarely, if ever, saw students. I think I would have been okay if I didn't have to fill those bubbles in, but every single time I do the bubbles, my eyes cross. He grinned. I had to take all my tests throughout school on the computer, because the act of looking and writing down A, B, C, or D made the letters all float around in my head. I failed 3 tests like that in my first year in college before one of my teachers realized what was going on. I didn't say anything. The man at my side, the strong, tall, dark, handsome, tattooed badass, yes, I could go on for days listing his virtues, didn't look like he had any weaknesses. No way. So it surprised and elated me to learn that he wasn't quite the model of perfection that I had originally thought he was. And over the next 2 hours before work, I realized that he really wasn't perfect. He smoked the occasional cigarette. When he had a really bad day at the hospital, he said. He cursed, he was loud when he drank, and he had a dog that should really be put on a diet, but he didn't have the heart to force him to slow down on his food. All of that caused me to fall even more for him, which inevitably would end up with me being hurt and sad. Because Dr. Tommy hadn't made one single move to exhibit that he felt the same.
Chapter 6. Tommy. Women remember stuff that hasn't even happened yet. Fact of life. What are you doing here? I asked. I thought I told you not to come to clinicals today. The woman who hadn't strayed far from my thoughts winced. I don't have clinicals today. I have a shift, she reminded me. Remember? No, I didn't remember. I tried not to think about her at all, but that was becoming harder and harder to make happen. Just yesterday I'd gone out to lunch with her, and I had thought of nothing but her for the last 18 hours. If it wasn't her fucking eyes, it was the way she parted her lips while she was listening intently, or the way her teeth would worry the inside of her cheek while she was thinking. Did you hit any water on your way? I asked. It had been raining for days, and the entire freaking county had been under a flood warning for the majority of the week. She winced. Yeah, she admitted, though most of it was by my house. My mom and dad own a few dogs that they breed, and they live out in kennels. The kennels were starting to flood, and I had to stop and help, which is why I'm late. I looked at the time, realizing that if she was on shift, she should have been here over an hour ago. The dog's okay? I asked as I picked up a chart and started to jot down my orders and notes. Yes, she said, though I'm glad we found it when we did, otherwise they would have had a ton of water in their kennel with nowhere to lie down. It was about halfway up the plastic pool they used to drink out of. My brows rose. That's not good, I told her. They ever need any help again, let me know. I got a few guys that have soft spots for dogs. She smiled timidly. Thank you. I'll let my dad know. I wanted to laugh. Her father was a freaking judge, and though he knew of the Dixie Warden's MC, knew that most of us were public servants, he also wouldn't call upon us to help him in any way unless it was truly bad. We were known as the Rejects because we were all a little bit broken and sometimes skirted the edges of the law. Who's watching your girl? I found myself asking, wanting to hear her voice a little too much. She grinned, her face taking on a wistful look as she thought about her daughter. She's at daycare, she smiled. My dad will pick her up on the way home from work, and I'll get her when I get off. Your dad watches her a lot? I asked. Mom and Dad, she nodded. My sister and brother take turns, too. I wouldn't have been able to make it through nursing school without them. I couldn't see how she'd done it either. If my math was correct, her child was around 6 to 8 months old. That would mean she had the kid in between breaks and then had an infant throughout her school year while getting her bachelor's of nursing. Now that was impressive. I had a damn dog during med school, and I'd forgotten to feed him multiple times. How she was able to get her schoolwork done while caring for her child, not to mention holding down a job, was fucking amazing. "You're with me today," I said. "Dr. Wilde is on call, but he's spending time with his wife, who just had surgery on her thumb that she broke 2 days ago." She frowned. "That sucks." My dick hardened in my scrubs, and I cursed myself for wearing the snug ones. This was going to be a long goddamned day. The day continued to get longer as the flooding got worse. The water was getting higher everywhere, and roads were now starting to flood. Ambulances were having trouble getting to the scenes of accidents, and it wouldn't be long before they couldn't get there at all without risking their own safety. "My boat's in storage on Pine Street," I was saying into my speakerphone to Ghost, my club brother. "It's not locked up during the day. The key to the motor is in the glove box towards the left side." "All right." Ghost's deep baritone filled the area surrounding me. "We're gonna start looking for anyone that needs help. Get them where they need to go." Meaning the shelters or higher ground. The water was flooding the lower half of the city, and it was slowly creeping up into dangerous territory. It wasn't there yet, but it would be soon. "Sounds good. I'm here for the long haul, so don't expect me to come help. The other doctor that was on call is stuck outside of town, thanks to the officers refusing to let him in due to a power line being down and threatening the immediate vicinity. He's pissed, but it's probably for the best since they're not letting anyone else in anyway. It could get dangerous." "Agreed," Ghost said. "Over and out." I hit the end call button, but shouldn't have bothered because when Ghost was done talking, he was done. There were no niceties or quick goodbyes with him. He was short, abrupt, and I wouldn't have him any other way. "He sounds rough," Tally said as she made her way up to me. "Did he gargle with gravel or something?" I snorted, surreptitiously adjusting my cock underneath the desk. Why, at 33, I got a hard-on just at the sound of her voice was beyond me. God, I was going to hell. "No," I shook my head. "He had some smoke inhalation damage to his throat and lungs a few years back. Makes him sound rougher, though he looks like a tough son of a bitch. The voice is just icing on the cake." She grimaced. "I lost a brother to a fire." I blinked, then cursed. "I'm sorry to hear that," I apologized. "I didn't realize that you had any other siblings besides your brother and sister." She shrugged. "It was before we moved here," she explained. "Or, more correctly, it was why we moved here." "What happened?" I asked, leaning back in my office chair at the nurse's station and staring at her as concern started to roll through me. "Mom and Dad used to live in California," she explained, "in the hills. A wildfire swept over the mountain and started burning hot before we even had a chance to react. Philip was out with friends. He and the entire car of boys got caught up in one of the fires. They burned alive." She licked her lips. "I was 5. Morgan was 10. Brett was 11. Philip was 16. My heart started to ache. "That's terrible," I murmured. "I'm so sorry, Tally." She looked at me, those green eyes of hers so wide and filled with pain, and I wondered how the hell I'd missed the sadness before. I could see it clearly now, the heartbreak that lived inside of her. Tallulah, the poor girl, was stuck with a mouthful of a name since I ended up naming her after him. She smiled wistfully. "Tallulah Ophelia Slater. Not too bad. You could shorten it to Lula," I grinned, though I sense a touchy subject there, seeing as every time one of the nurses asks about Lula, you get all stony-faced. Apparently, her mother called Tallulah Lula at work when she spoke of her, causing the other nurses to refer to her as that. It was clear after the first 4 times that someone had called her Lula that Tally didn't like it, and I'd been wondering why ever since the first time I noticed her reaction. "I don't like the name," she admitted. "There's really nothing to it. I just don't like it. I'm named her Tallulah because that's what I wanted her to be called." I grinned. "It's a mouthful, as you said. Gotta be hard for her to say," I informed her. She sighed. "I'm sure it will be," she confirmed. The ER doors opened and a soaking wet Sunshine, another member of the club, came barreling in with a patient. Sunshine was a medic and he was damn good at his job. I'd work with him at my side any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Sunshine walked past me, not even acknowledging me, and headed straight back for the room that he'd been instructed to use while en route with the patients. Once he'd transferred over care to one of the nurses, he came back out, a thunderous scowl on his face. "What's up?" I asked him as he made his way in. He growled at me, walking straight past me into the refreshment room for the paramedics. I got up and followed, curious now as to the reason for his anger. I found him muttering obscenities to himself. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Someone took the last Dr. Pepper," he grumbled. "Who's the chick?" I turned to see Tally in the seat I'd vacated. "Tally?" I answered, not giving any more information than that. He didn't need to know that she was my student, and I was having some very not-so-teacher-like thoughts about her. "Fucking A," he grumbled. "We lost an ambulance." I blinked. "What?" I barked. "How the hell does that happen?" He glared at me as he pulled out a Mountain Dew and started chugging it, all the while keeping angry eye contact with me. "I mean," he said once he was finished, "that we parked it to go to a scene, got as close to the accident as we could, but ended up having to walk to the scene where some dumbass tried to drive into high water and got carried off. Just got to the car when I hear a god-awful crash and look back to see the ambulance floating away down the fucking creek-turned river." I blinked. I stifled my laughter. "How the fuck does that happen?" He glared. "A semi slammed into the back of it, flashing lights on and all, and pushed it into the water. We got the guy out of the car, and I hoofed it all the way here from 10th Street. He crossed his arms over his chest. "That woman is hot as fuck. Have you fucked her yet?" I turned to find him staring at Tally. Then burst out laughing. "Oh, no," I said. "She's a nursing student." I refused to admit that Tally was my student, though. Not to him. I was about 2 seconds away from breaking the goddamn law, not to mention the moral code when it came to Tally Slater, and I'd rather not admit it out loud. Because if I didn't admit it aloud, it didn't really count. Right? The first part of my long day started not long after she arrived. One second we were sitting at the nurse's station, and the next we were at a woman's side whose daughter was having an asthma attack. I was practically on top of Tally, my body pressed to hers as we worked. "Have you been able to get anything in her?" I asked the woman. "No," she frantically replied. "I tried to give her meds in her spacer when I realized what was going on, but by then she was already too far into it." I nodded and started to work as Alessandria, the other nurse who Tally was shadowing, was helping me. Tally stayed at the girl's side, speaking to her as she tried to calm the child down. The mom was on one side, holding her hand, bent down, talking to her as well. I spared one quick look at the soft, not panicking smile on Tally's face and breathed a sigh of relief. 20 minutes later, the little girl was breathing. I was no longer pressed against Tally's ass, and I was trying to contain the adrenaline rush that always ran through me in emergencies. My cock was still fucking hard, and I had the smell of Tally clinging to my body, and I was heading to the bathroom. I was a sick motherfucker, but I couldn't deal with this hard-on for the next 10 hours. I had to get it under control, and in my mind, there was only one way to do that. Closing the door of the private physician's bathroom, I yanked my pants down, fisted my cock, and started running my hand up my shaft furiously. It took less than 40 seconds before I was coming all over a paper towel I'd grabbed just in time, and I couldn't help but growl Tally's name. I didn't know what I was thinking. Throughout the night, the weather had gone from bad to worse, and we were now staring 3 o'clock in the morning in the face. "We can sleep in the main room, and you should sleep while you can, because if things keep going like they're going, we're going to be put to work sooner rather than later." "There's only one bed," she said. "I can't take your bed." I shrugged. "It's not technically mine," I made a point of telling her, "and the bed is big. You just sleep on your side and we'll be fine." She gave me a skeptical look, then held up the pillow at the top of the bed, and then pointed to the lamp beside the bed. "This screams you," she informed me, "and I saw you wearing that shirt yesterday." She pointed to the corner of the room where my grunt-style T-shirt laid in a dirty heap against the wall. "Well," I shrugged, "it's not technically like I said, but I am the main one who uses it, though." "One of the nurses told me that you threw a bit... You complained when one of the other doctors used it to sleep in," she amended quickly. I sighed. "I did, but there was more to it than that." "Enlighten me," she ordered, fidgeting slightly as I gave her the weight of my eyes. "A med school shit came in here, took a nap, and then took it over for himself," I explained. When I went to use it, the motherfucker had left a fucking jizz towel on the floor, thrown underneath the bed as if he hoped it wouldn't be found, and the entire room smelled like he'd fucked for hours in it. Took me 10 minutes to find that shit, and I wasn't happy when I did find it. She grimaced. Boys are gross. I laughed, sitting down on the chair across from the bed. Needless to say, nobody wants to fuck it up because they're scared that I'll give them a dressing down that they'll deserve, so it's mostly not used by anyone but me. She smiled, following suit by taking her own shoes off. Should we leave the door open so they don't think that we're... You know, she cleared her throat. I grinned. Fucking? God, I really was going to hell. The act of saying that word to her was enough to make my dick lengthen as blood rushed to it. My lips tipped up into a grin when I got a look at her socks. Another present from your mom? I guessed as I studied her dainty feet. She rubbed her feet with her hands, and I wanted to push her hands away and take over for her, but I didn't. Yep, she smiled, though she says they're from Tallulah. I grinned. I bet she likes when you wear them. I bent forward and fingered the small flap of fabric off the back of one ankle that looked to be a cape. Does your daughter like superheroes? Tally nodded hurriedly. That she does. Her room right now is decorated in Batman and Captain America. I grimaced. That's sacrilege. What is? She asked as she started to scoot back, making room in the bed for me and moving until she was practically snug against the wall. I got up, keeping my arm down to shield my dick from her view, and flipped off the light. The room plunged into darkness except for a slight illumination that lit the area around the bottom of the door. The fact that you're putting a DC comic book hero in the same room as a Marvel comic book hero, I told her, stopping at the side of the bed to remove my shirt. Once it was free of my body, I tossed it in the direction of the chair and took a seat, the softness of the bed inviting me. The cool sheets hit my back and I tensed for a few seconds before finally scooting myself all the way into the bed. And I realized my mistake. All the other times that I'd been close to her, felt her against my body, we'd been in public places. Now we weren't in public. Now I was shirtless. And now we were in a goddamned bed. Son of a bitch.
Chapter 7. Tally. Whenever I feel down, I just put my hand on my vagina for a few short seconds. Holding that much power always cheers me up. Hadley to Tally. I lay in the bed next to Dr. Tommy, straight as a board. I didn't move. I didn't dare. If I moved, I might touch him. If I touched him, I might not be able to stop myself from running my hands along his abs that I knew he had. I'd felt them up against me that day in the exam room while we were working on that little girl. I'd felt all of him, every hard inch, and I'd loved every single bit of it. Dr. Tommy shifted, and I nearly groaned as his elbow grazed my sensitive breast. Biting my lip, I rolled, putting my back to him and faced the wall. The move put my backside up against his knee that was hitched at the side, and I froze, wondering if I should move. Or should he move? Certainly I was taking up less space than him, but talking to him would only force me to listen to more of that deeply intoxicating voice of his. In the dark, with his smell surrounding me. So instead I chose to stay still. I stayed like that for a long time, so long, in fact, that my back started to get stiff from lying so rigidly. At some point in the last however long it had been, Dr. Tommy had fallen asleep. His soft, even breathing filled the dark room around me. And I finally thought it was safe enough to roll over, to move myself off of the wall, enough that I wasn't touching it from thighs to shoulders. Moving only enough to allow me to roll again, I flopped to my belly and inwardly groaned when I rolled on top of his hand. His hand that was now plastered against my crotch. Biting my lip, I started to inch my way up the bed to move his arm, but he only tightened his hand, fisted my pants as well as panties, and I was sure a few stray hairs in his clenched hand. Fuck me, literally and figuratively. Oh God, he'd probably feel absolutely amazing between my legs. His mouth, his hand, his tongue, his cock. His hand finally unclenched, and I contemplated moving. If I moved, would he wake up and find his hand on my vagina? I started to shift, and his entire body rolled until he was pressed to me, chest to feet. His feet were tangled with mine. His hands twitched, one still on my crotch and the other on my waist. His mouth was inches from my face, his breath exhaling against my cheek. His hard chest was pressed into my arm, and his crotch was snug against my hip. It was more than obvious that he was a cuddler. He was clutching onto my body like I was a body pillow instead of a living being. And his breath smelled sweet, like the chocolate bar that I'd witnessed him eat not long before we'd come in here. Never before had I been jealous of a fucking nut. But the minute he sucked one of the nuts free of caramel, I'd been a fucking goner. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to wander to a time and place where I would take advantage of this position, where I would run my hands down the length of his defined chest, an alternate reality where he wasn't my teacher and I wasn't his student. My mind ran and my breathing hitched as I thought about what I'd do, where I'd touch him first. And I was so lost in my own musings that I inadvertently pressed down onto his hand, grinding myself into him. He snuggled me closer. God, I was going to hell. Licking my lips, I moved closer, my hair falling into my face, and pressed my lips to his neck. He didn't move, didn't react at all. And I bit my lip, wondering just what else I could get away with.
Tommy. I wasn't awake. Not at first, anyway. I had a good sense of time and always had since I'd been a young boy. Therefore, I knew the moment I woke up, someone had moved in the bed next to me, that it had only been a short time since I'd fallen asleep. My eyes were heavy and my limbs were still tired, and I was surrounded by the most delicious scent I'd ever had the chance to smell. Caramel and peanut butter, or maybe cocoa. I wasn't sure. All I knew was that I'd smelled that particular scent before, had been dreaming about it for some time now. Experimentally, I cracked one eye open and came face to face with the best sight I'd ever seen. Tally. Inches from me, lips so close that if I wanted to, I could let my lips part and my tongue snake out and I'd be able to taste her. Just as I was about to say something, she leaned forward and placed a delicate kiss on my neck, right under my Adam's apple. I shifted, unable to help it, and she gasped lightly. That's around the time I realized that I was cupping her crotch with my left hand and had her hip on my right. My crotch was placed snugly against her opposite hip, and my dick was so hard that it literally couldn't be good for my blood supply when most of it was feeding my cock instead of my brain. That had to explain what I did next. Surely I wouldn't have done this had I been thinking clearly, not half asleep and oxygen-deprived from too little oxygen to my brain. My hand clenched even harder on her pussy. She shifted again and her breath fanned against my lips. Her lips hovered over mine. Just when she was about to press her mouth against mine, my phone started to blare. Cursing, I rolled out of instinct, moving so quickly that Tally never even had a chance to react. Her breath left her body as I pinned her underneath me and she gasped. "Dr. Tommy." Her voice was breathy and raspy and I closed my eyes tightly to force myself to calm down and think. "Sorry," I groaned, rolling back off her. "It's okay," she murmured as I crawled out of the bed. "Everything's okay." No, I wanted to disagree with her. Everything was not okay. My dick was hard, my phone was ringing, indicating something was wrong and they needed me, and I was fairly sure that I was about to die from need. Did I voice any of those concerns? Hell no. Instead, I picked up the phone, placed it to my ear, and said, "Talk to me." Chapter 8. Tommy. Sarcastic. When you're so sarcastic that people aren't sure whether you're joking or just crazy. T-shirt. "Got your boat here if you want it," Truth called into the phone. I shook my head. "No," I murmured. "I got a room by the house while I still can." I looked up at the still gray sky and wanted to curse. The water's gone down, but if we get any more rain at all, it's going to be stuck there. It's not done. You won't have running toilets or water. I grunted. They're supposed to get out there today with the toilets, I disagreed, and I'm going to throw a goddamn fit if they don't. Truth grunted. Good luck with that. I wanted to throat punch him. I didn't need any more negativity in my life. I had enough of my own when it came to the house I was building. I didn't need any of his. Hold on to the boat. Take it to the clubhouse and I'll pick it up in a couple of hours. I have to go check out the floors and make sure they didn't fuck anything up, I murmured as I walked to my bike. I stopped when I saw Tally standing there, her daughter on one hip. Both of them stared at me, and I had a little hitch in my throat when I saw the two of them. Okay, Truth hung up without another word, making my head shake involuntarily at his abruptness. I should be used to it by now. Truth and I had entered the Dixie Wardens 2 months apart, and we'd been patched in as members at the same time. I knew him better than anyone knew him, and sadly, that still wasn't anywhere near as much as I knew everyone else. "Who do you have there, Tally?" I asked, smiling down at the two ladies. Tally smiled as she bounced her hip lightly as she gestured to me. "Tallulah, can you say hi to Dr. Tommy?" she encouraged the young girl. Tallulah was a gorgeous child and was the epitome of adorable. She also looked nothing like Tally. Tally's green eyes obviously weren't dominant because Tallulah's baby blues were bright and focused on my face. Her hair was the cutest thing I'd ever seen as well. She had tight blonde curls that circled haphazardly around her face, and her skin was tanned and freckle-free. She was wearing a black t-shirt that said, "Out of my way, I've got my sassy pants on today." Paired with that sparkly black shirt with pink lettering was a set of hot pink tights that clung to her fat little baby legs, making me want to squeeze her thighs. "Bah!" Tallulah's voice was so adorable that a grin spread across my lips before the entire word had left her lips. "Hello," I called, offering the little girl my hand. She placed her entire hand in the palm of mine, and I fell, hopelessly and irrevocably in love with her. "What's going on?" I asked her, smiling brightly. Tallulah's eyes were intent. "Asta!" she cried, smacking my hand. I looked down to see her dimpled hand touching one of my tattoos and smiled. "Tattoo," I said. She drooled and I grinned. "That's a girl," I cooed, offering my hand for a high five, which she took. "She's got you," Tally snickered. "I was wondering if you wanted to go to breakfast to discuss whatever we were supposed to at lunch the other day, but never got around to." I looked away from Tallulah and to her mother. "I can't," I apologized. "I have to go meet my floor people before they leave and drop a check off for this week's draw." I held out my hand when Tallulah reached for it. "Unless you want to wait 45 minutes and let me run by the house and change, you can meet me at my place and we can go from there." I indicated my shirt with my hand and snorted. "I need to do that too," she agreed. "Mom and I switched off when she went in," she indicated her daughter with a jostle of her hip, causing the little imp to giggle. "I could just go get her some donuts, drop her off at daycare, and meet you at your house. We can ride together. You did promise me to show me your ass last night, after all." I snorted. Last night we'd gotten into a discussion about my goats and donkey, and she'd expressed interest in seeing them. Though I definitely remember Tallulah being mentioned in that meeting part, not just her. Did I call her on that, though? Nope. "You're taking her to school?" I asked. She nodded. "I'm required to take her whether I'm working or not, or I lose my state funding that helps me pay for her schooling," she grimaced. "It sucks because I wasn't planning on taking her on my days off, which aren't that copious in the first place, but they won't let me. They've given me absolutely no choice." I snorted. "My sister was on that," I told her. "If you are there for 4 hours, they count them as there. I know that only because I used to pester the lady that watched my sister's kids." I offered to hold Tallulah by raising both of my hands, and she gave her to me, watching me curiously. I brought Tallulah to my chest and placed her rump on my forearm. "You sure are cute," I said to the little girl. "She knows it, too," Tally snickered. "You should see the way my dad moans every time we put one of those over-the-top bows on her head. Tallulah crawls around with a huge smile on her face." I held my hand out when the girl in my hands patted my thumb. She latched onto my hand and brought it to her face, rubbing her cheek along the rough skin of my palm. "She's also got an obsession with hands," Tally murmured, "as you can see, though yours are more colorful than what she's used to." "Yeah," I agreed. "I suspect they are." "Anyway," Tally held out her hands and I reluctantly gave her child back to her. "I have to go drop her off. And if you want, I'll meet you at your house and we can do breakfast to go over my options. I should tell her no. I shouldn't encourage her. I should set her straight right now and put an end to this awkward relationship we had. But did I do any of those things? No, I did not. Instead, I nodded my head. Yeah, I confirmed. That sounds good. That way I can help you with those tips I used to help with my test anxiety. Or that would be my excuse, anyway. Or the excuse I would give any of the teaching staff if they happened to catch us at breakfast with each other. Tally held up her thumb and Tallulah copied her, causing my grin to widen. See you later, darling, I murmured. Have fun at school, toots. Ah! Tallulah held up one fisted hand high in the air. Tally rolled her eyes and turned to leave, stopping only once to sidestep a large puddle that was bisecting the parking lot. I watched as she placed her child into the car, strapping and buckling her in as I curiously watched the entire process. Idly, I wondered if the seat that Tally was using was safe for the type of vehicle she drove. It looked like it barely fit into the back seat. And what kind of safety rating it had if it were to be in an accident. Why I was so concerned with the car seat's safety rating was beyond me, but I'd dissect that later. Hopefully, if I ignored the strange feelings pouring through me at the sight of the two of them leaving, they would disappear. Right? Wrong. But I was a good faker, and I had a sensational poker face. You've got to be fucking kidding me, I said as I looked at the floors that were just stained and sealed. What the fuck is this? The boy, and yes, I really do mean boy because he had to be 18 at most, looked at me with fear-filled eyes. I'm just here to help. I only clean the floor. Mr. Jody can answer your questions. I growled low in my throat. How about you go get him for me then, kid? I asked. The kid ran, halting to place his broom down, almost making me want to laugh. Almost. This was so far from freaking funny that it was laughable. I wanted to strangle someone. And the man, the leader of this band of dumbasses, came around the corner smiling at me like I should be proud of the goddamn floor when I wasn't. Hiya, he called loudly, his annoying voice echoing off the walls of the empty house. How do you like it? I didn't smile. In fact, I didn't do a goddamn thing but cross my arms over my chest and let him see my displeasure. The grin slipped off his face, and he stared at me warily. Is this what you call quality workmanship? I asked him, pointing toward the ground. Do you see this? He looked down and swallowed. Yes, sir, he answered. The builder told me that you would use paint thinner to dissolve this before you put the sealer down. Why in God's name do I see fucking white paint on what is supposed to be my brown goddamn floor? I growled. That shit's never going to come up, and I'm forever going to have to look at that eyesore. I can't even cover it up because it's in the godforsaken doorway. The man got red in the face. I told the builder that he should be more careful with the paint, was his logical answer. I breathed in deeply and then breathed out slowly. Is there anything else you'd like to show me? I asked, trying to ignore the scratch that went from the front of the island all the way back to the doorway 10 feet back. I was sure that was completely by accident that they didn't try to touch that up too. Jody swallowed, then turned and started pointing more things out. By the time I was through with the entire house, my blood pressure was through the roof, and I had the phone in my hand to call the builder. The builder, who apologized, said he couldn't get out to the house until Thursday to take a look at it, 4 fucking days from then. You do that, I grumbled into the phone. In the meantime, you need to be thinking of ways to fix my goddamn floor. I want this done right next time, and I want it done quickly. The move-in day was last Friday, and you've already sailed past that day. I need this house done. My lease is up on Monday, a week from now. You have until then. The builder, I could tell, wanted to argue, but we'd signed an ironclad contract. I'd given him 8 months to complete the project, or he forfeited his profit margin. That was harsh. I looked up to find Tally standing there, her face full of humor. I laughed humorlessly. Come look at my house and tell me what you think of this. The instant I saw her, everything that seemed out of whack not even 10 minutes ago suddenly straightened. I'm assuming you still need to get the driveway done, she stated, as she carefully picked her way over the fucked-up driveway. I gritted my teeth and barely restrained the urge to growl. Actually, it was just done on Monday of last week. I glared at the canyon-sized divot in my driveway that ran straight down the middle of it. She looked at me, startled. She blinked, unsure what to say. That's bad. I agreed with a nod of my head. And each truck that passes over it, causing deep dents in the gravel, makes my heart hurt even more. Yep, I confirmed. I already called the driveway guy, and he's coming to fix it as soon as it stops raining. She pursed her lips. But isn't it supposed to continue raining for the next 2 weeks? I nodded my head. Yep, it sure was. And if it looks like this after just one day, and, which I might add, it's still raining, what's it going to look like tomorrow or the next day? I don't know, I admitted. I'm just hoping that it holds at least at the top, because if it doesn't, then I have no way to get back here with my bike. Or move, for that matter. She grimaced. That sounds kind of sucky. It did, and it was. The outside looks great. She changed the subject. I grinned at her. Yeah, I said. Very Dallas Cowboys, though, she admitted. I burst out laughing. Yeah, I blew out a strained breath. I didn't intentionally choose the Dallas Cowboys colors as my house colors, but I didn't want all that fancy-ass rock and brick on the house. And I suck at choosing colors. My mom helped me choose the blue, and my sister chose the gray to go with it, but when you paired the two together, they made it look a whole lot different than I'd originally intended. She stopped at the back door and towed her shoes off when she saw all the other shoes belonging to the other workers, and wiggled her sock-clad toes. The socks she was wearing had words on them. Do your socks say, "Fuck this shit"? I asked, bending down to get a better look. My mom got them for me on my first day of nursing school, she admitted, sounding strangled. She knows how nervous I was and went out of her way to make it easier for me. I chuckled as I pushed open the door and immediately narrowed my eyes when I saw yet another flaw in the floor. The floors are pretty, she said. What's wrong with... Oh. I snorted. Yeah, oh. They were supposed to use paint thinner to get the floors clean before they sealed them, tackling the overspray of white paint that they got on the floors they were painting the trim. This shit, I pointed at what I assumed was putty from where the painters dropped it, should have come up too. And that? She pointed at a bubbled-up piece of the floor. That, I assume, are air bubbles underneath the sealer, I said. Wait until you get a look at the living room. You can see footprints in the stain. So I took her around the house and showed her every single detail that had annoyed me over the past week as they finished up. What's that? She toed something with the heel of her foot. I looked down and my eyes narrowed. Bending over, I tried to get the nail up, but stopped trying when I realized they'd sealed a goddamn nail onto the fucking floor. This was just one more thing in my day of fucked up. The whole project had started out okay. The slab had been poured on Christmas Eve. The framing had started on the first day of the year, and that was where things started to go wrong. The framers refused to come some days due to the mud that surrounded the house, but since there would be so many contractors coming up and down the driveway, I didn't want to put 20 grand into something just for them to ruin it. So I'd held off, and it had added nearly a month onto the construction timeline because of rain delays. Then the roof went on, a different color than I'd originally chosen, with $5,000 more in costs due to a fuck-up because of the builder's inability to calculate shit correctly. Followed by the Dallas Cowboy paint. Then the trim that was all wobble-jobble due to the shit job they'd done on framing. It literally was one thing after another with this house, and it all kept coming, leading me to now standing in my house, pointing out imperfections in the paint, the scratch in the newly installed counters, and the crappy floor job. It isn't that bad, she finally said. A few cosmetic things, but this is one seriously beautiful house. I would kill for a house like this. I'd kill to have you in my house, snuggled up to my side, your deliciously curvy body there beside me every night for me to do whatever I damn well pleased with it. Luckily, I was able to hold my tongue. My cock, however, was a different story. At least I was wearing jeans today, making it much easier to conceal. It's definitely my dream home, I told her, and the day I'm finally moved in, with my shit in here instead of a goddamn storage facility for the last year, it'll feel more real. Right now, it's like I'm in limbo, waiting. Always fucking waiting. She grinned. I hear that if you're married when you're building a house, it's the most harrowing time of your relationship due to all the stress of construction, she grinned. And since you're not married, you have to carry all of that without anyone to help share the load. Pairing all of that with your duties in the ER and as a teacher, I can imagine you're stressed. I laughed, kind of like being a single parent to an infant who was holding down a full-time job while going to nursing school and doing clinicals, I teased. She snorted. Yeah, Kind of like that. Sir! I turned to find Jody hurrying toward me. Meeting him halfway, I stepped out onto the porch, and then moved even further so that I wasn't in the way of the men working. We're going to fix it, he promised over and over again. I talked with the builder, and we think that we can find a way to make it look good. I crossed my arms over my chest. I knew what I looked like. A 6'1" man with heavily muscled arms and wide shoulders sporting a cut indicating that I was a member of a motorcycle club, the Dixie Warden's Alabama chapter, to be specific. Dark hair, trimmed beard, defined muscular legs encased in a pair of blue jeans that had definitely been worn and used exactly like they were intended for, work. I was an intimidating bastard, just like I'd intended to be. His eyes stopped on the tattoos curling around my wrists, and he swallowed thickly. I would hope that you're going to fix it, I told him bluntly, since you were the one to fuck it up in the first place. Tally snorted and turned her head to study the grounds, then walked off when she spotted the ducks and chickens that were directly behind me. When we'd gotten closer, the drake had started demanding food, knowing if I passed him I wouldn't be able to resist. We're going to fix it. You'll be happy, Jody promised. I wanted to laugh at the ridiculousness of that statement. If you wanted me happy, you'd have done it right the first time, I replied. Now all you're going to do is appease me, not make me happy. He swallowed and nodded. I'm going to the store today and buy what I need to fix the problems. We'll make it right. I sure as hell hope so, I told him, then turned around and started for Tally, who was trying to get one of the chickens to eat out of her hand. This one is about to start laying, she informed me. How do you know? I asked, remembering the discussion I'd had with her at one point during our shift yesterday about my chickens and how I was waiting for them to start laying eggs. I looked it up for you on my phone. She waved it at me. They're ready to start laying when their little comb and wattles darken into a redder color. She indicated the red area between the chicken's eyes and beak. I murmured. What else gives you that indication? When you pet them, they squat, she demonstrated, and I watched the chicken do just that. Impressive, I murmured. I'll have to keep an eye out. She stood and walked to where I kept the hand sanitizer. They say you can get some fake eggs at the feed store that'll help them figure out where they're supposed to go and do it at. She grinned at me over her shoulder. I'll go look for you if you want. We can go after breakfast, I told her. Are you ready? She wiped her hands nervously on her pants, and I had another realization. She was nervous around me. Well, that made two of us. She scared the ever-loving shit out of me.
Chapter 9. Tally. Don't be sad, Laundry. Nobody is doing me either. Tally's secret thoughts. I cursed and started to run across the parking lot toward my car. Tommy, what I just started calling him since he was tired of me always adding the doctor onto the first part of his name, followed at a much more subdued pace. He looked almost as if he were out for a casual stroll instead of walking during the middle of a freaking downpour. Do you want a ride? I yelled at him. He shook his head and pointed at his motorcycle, and I did nothing but shake my head. He waved his bag of fake eggs at me, and I grinned before diving into my car, escaping the rain. I watched him leave, totally surprised to see that he was almost completely unaffected by the rain. That shirt he was wearing, though, was definitely affected. As he finally made it to his bike, it was soaked. By the time he drove out of the parking lot, I realized that I needed to see him without that shirt on in better lighting than I had the last time. Mostly because of the defined chest and hardened nipples that I could clearly make out, as well as those bright tattoos, were anything to go by. I'd like what I saw. That was if I could even get him out of those clothes, and to do that, I'd have to work up the nerve. And graduate. Because I didn't see him doing anything with me while I was still in school. He had a career to protect after all. That didn't mean I couldn't enjoy the sight of him for the next few months. You're joking. Hadley leaned into the counter in front of me, opening the wrapper of her 5th mini Reese's peanut butter cup. The ones that we kept in a jar on the counter in front of the cash register for impulse buys. No, I shook my head. God, that's so hot. I just told her what happened the night before, and she was practically drooling. Elba is going to freak, and, oh my God, when Ariana gets wind that... I stopped her before she could continue. This goes no further than the two of us, I ordered her. I don't want to get in trouble for something we haven't done, and I don't want him to get into trouble either, so keep it under wraps. She pouted. Fine, she sighed. That's gonna suck seeing him every day when your hoo-ha is going all crazy for him. I don't see him every day, I said. Saturday and Sunday I'll be studying my ass off like always, and I won't see him. She gave me a look. Thunder boomed, ruining her hard stare and causing her to jump in surprise. Jesus, she breathed, placing a hand to her heart. I picked up the chocolate she'd just unwrapped and put down on the counter and threw it away. Hey, she snapped, that was mine. The fact that it touched the counter was enough to make me want to vomit. Thinking about the number of people who had come into the convenience store where I worked and touched this counter where she put her candy was enough to make me nauseous. Her putting something in her mouth that had touched the counter that nearly every customer touched at some point during their visit was enough for me to declare the food unfit for consumption. No. I shook my head. I haven't cleaned the counter since I arrived over 4 hours ago. In that time, a large man wearing jeans that hung around his crotch leaned up against it, scratched his balls inside his pants, and touched the counter with a very dirty-looking hand. Then there was the woman who scratched her head, and some unidentifiable nastiness fell out onto it. She lifted her lip in a silent snarl. Fine, she shivered. That's gross. I hate that you have to work here. I shrugged. It worked out well. When Brett left, I was able to step right in since I'd spent enough time here watching him work that I knew how everything was supposed to run. Plus, I get paid $11 an hour. Where else am I going to find a job like that with good hours that works well with my schooling and child? She shrugged, not having an answer. I still hate that you work here. At any given time, someone can come in here and rob you, she admitted. That was true. It could very well happen. It actually had happened to my brother when he'd been working here for a half a year. However, there was now a shotgun underneath the counter, so if something did occur, I'd at least be armed. Mama Mooring didn't fuck around when it came to the safety of her employees. It'll be okay, I said. What? Oh, shit! I hurried around the counter and looked in horror at the rain that was coming down and the water that was starting to creep closer and closer to the door. Uh-oh, she groaned. That's my signal to get the hell out of here. I have to drive through this shit to get home. Hadley lived over an hour away and drove in every day to go to school in clinicals. She worked as a waitress at Cracker Barrel and still lived at home with her parents. She was a hot mess, and she was an even worse driver. Get out of here, but be careful on the way home, okay? I caught hold of her arm. And remember that just because it doesn't look that deep doesn't mean it won't sweep your car away. Text me when you get there. She rolled her eyes. Yes, Mom. I held the door open for her and ignored the way the buzzer that indicated the door had been opened continued to chime. I watched as she ran to her car, her feet sloshing through about 4 inches of water that was now covering the entire parking lot. Oh, hell, it was also covering the road. If this rain continued like this, and it was likely that it would since the weatherman said we'd be getting another 8 days of rain, it could definitely turn into something that had the potential to be catastrophic. My thoughts strayed to Tommy and his driveway. Poor guy. I would hate to pay all of that money just to watch my driveway wash away like his was doing. Then again, if it continued to rain, Mama Mooring would be dealing with a flooded store and the loss of all her inventory. Mother Nature really didn't have a care in the world. The bitch. I'm closing the store, I told Mama Mooring. If I don't, I won't be able to get home, and to be honest, there hasn't been a single customer in the store for over 4 hours. Plus, My mom was called in to work, and Dad's busy with the dogs. If I don't leave now, there'll be nobody to watch Tallulah." "That's fine, darling," Mama Morin said with her raspy smoker's voice. "I'll get there in the morning, see what I can do." There wouldn't be anything she could do. In fact, it was unlikely that she would even be able to get here in the morning. If she was smart, which she was, she'd stay her happy ass on her front porch and watch the water go by. She'd be one of the few who would be able to stay in their homes since she was up on the highest hill in Mooresville. My family, however, was not that lucky. We were on one of the lowest line properties in the entire area. If it flooded, which it was already doing, our place would be one of the first places to go under. "All right, Mama Morin, call me if you need anything." She hummed in understanding and then hung up on a hacking cough without saying goodbye. Shaking my head, I waited, bouncing from foot to foot, for my mother to get here with Tallulah. Then an idea struck me, and I grinned because sometimes I was so smart. Grabbing my purse, I ran outside to my car and practically dove inside once I got the door open. Starting the 4Runner up once I was situated, I backed out of my parking spot right up to the gas pump. If I had to wait, I might as well get gas, just in case. 5 minutes later, my gas tank was nearing the $30 mark when my mother pulled up with Tallulah in tow. I waved at her through the glass and smiled at my mom when she pulled up on the opposite side of the gas pumps. "Hey, baby," my mom called. "You going straight home?" I nodded. "I am," I confirmed. She went to Tallulah's side and unbuckled her from her seat, while Tallulah chattered up a storm about Doc. I assumed she was referring to Doc McStuffins, but what did I know? Most of it I couldn't quite comprehend, but I got the gist as she said, "Doc, up, and mine in the same sentence." "I take it you let her enjoy her show the entire day," I teased my mother. Mom shrugged. "It was raining. What else is she supposed to do? Tear up my house and break my things?" I snorted. "You're terrible." I rolled my eyes. "I thought that I was going to have a few years of nice things, but then you come back with a vengeance," she countered. I snorted. "You wouldn't know what to do with nice things anyway," I informed her none too gently. "Your house would probably catch on fire if you brought home something that wasn't replaceable." She sighed. "That's not the point here," Mom said. "She broke my table. How the hell does a baby break a table?" I didn't know the answer to that, so I took Tallulah and secured her into the car. The moment I had her strapped in, I reached for the blanket that she always demanded she have and placed it into her lap. She pressed her face to it and nuzzled it as I closed the door. The gas pump clicked, signaling it was finished, and my mother hung it up while I grabbed the receipt. "Do you need any before I go close down the pumps?" I asked. She shook her head. "No," she declined. "Your daddy filled mine up for me when he went out for sandbags." I nodded my head. "Was it bad when you left?" She grimaced. "He had to move the dogs into the house with him because it was getting too bad. Now they're currently shitting all over my garage and running in it." I gagged. Dad's duck dogs like to shit right in front of the cage and then run in it when they got excited. While Dad worked them for a few hours a day, Mom would go into their cages and clean them. Needless to say, she didn't like their shit. She most certainly didn't like their shit where she wanted to park her car. "I'm sorry," I apologized, "but the good thing is that you have a garage you can put them in. Just think, they could still be cluttered with all of my shit, and they'd be in the house." She rolled her eyes. "Go lock up so we can leave, girl," she ordered, giving me that mom look. I jogged back to the door, trying to ignore the way my feet moved through the water that was now up to my ankles, and headed back inside. Once everything was closed up, I switched off the pumps and headed back out, locking the doors behind me and hurrying back to my car. The moment I reached for my door, Mom pulled out of the parking lot and went in the direction of the hospital. I pulled out the opposite way, heading back home. I just started to pick up speed when my mom called me. "I forgot to give you her clothes," she said the moment I answered the phone. I groaned. I'd given Mom my basket of laundry, and she'd washed my clothes while I was at work. I either needed to stop, or I wouldn't have any clothes for the next 3 days, because there was no way in hell we were going out in this again if it was going to continue to pour. Pulling over, I waited while Mom came back. The moment she was behind me, I got out and cursed when my feet hit the ground, and the water rose to the bottoms of my calves this time. Jesus, this town needs to work on getting some better drainage. It had always been bad, but the amount of rain we were getting was something the town of Mooresville had never seen before. In all fairness, how in the hell was the town supposed to prepare for something they never saw coming? That's right, they couldn't. But it still didn't stop me from cursing the engineers who designed the drainage system for the city. "Sorry," I apologized as I took the basket out of the back seat. She waved me off, and I headed back to my car, throwing the basket in the seat next to Tallulah. Waving, I opened my door and lifted my leg. "Oh!" my mother called right when I was about to drop back into my seat. "Her medicine!" My belly rolled as I realized what exactly I almost forgot. She couldn't go anywhere without her medicine. If she did, and she had an asthma attack, she could literally lose her life in a matter of seconds. I had backups at my house, my parents' house, in my car, and parents' vehicles. Today, though, my mom told me that she'd misplaced her meds, so I'd given her the spares out of my car until she found them, intending to have her prescriptions refilled sometime in between leaving the hospital and going to work. But I'd gotten distracted by Tommy and wound up going to breakfast with him instead. And just look at where that almost got me. "Thank you," I whispered, once again sloshing through the water. She waved me off, and I dumped the meds into the basket of clothes that my mother had so helpfully folded for me as well. Tallulah waved at my mother as she pulled a U-turn in the empty street, and I started off in the direction of home. My eyes were glued to the street around me, and I was driving so slow I likely looked incompetent. The idea of driving into floodwater, though, terrified me. I'd watched on the news as not one, but 5 vehicles had been carried away by floodwaters rushing over the road, and I wasn't going to be another one of them. Or so I thought. I'd just pulled onto Belk Street that would eventually lead me home, when I felt the forerunner start to drift. Water came up over the road, lightning fast. One second I was driving, and the next I was being swept right off the road and through the trees. My blood froze as I lost control of everything. My car spun backward, and my heart started to pound. "Dear God," I whispered, looking over my shoulder to my child in the back seat. She was enjoying it. Her arms were flapping, and her cries of excitement filled the air around us. I, on the other hand, understanding just what kind of danger we were in, was freaking out. Coming to a quick decision, I reached back for the blanket that she always had to have. This one was one of those muslin blankets that was very thin and tied easily. I'd used it 100 different times to tie it around Tallulah's shoulders so she could use it as a cape. I also had about 5 of them in the back seat from where they'd been left there, meaning I could tie them together, then tie her to me so I'd have my hands free, because I was fairly certain that we were about to go swimming. My phone rang, but I left it in my back pocket where I'd stored it after speaking with my mother. Instead, I quickly tied the blankets together. Then I unfastened my seatbelt and turned around in my seat. The car rocked precariously to one side, and I halted. My gaze went out the window to ascertain what was happening around me, and I froze when I saw flashlights. I knew they were flashlights by the way they bounced and swirled. There were 2 of them, and they were obviously trying to get my attention. Brows furrowing, I rolled the windows down, then had the thought that I should probably turn the SUV off, which I did in the next second, allowing me to hear the yells. "Answer your goddamn phone!" I answered my phone. "Hello?" The car bounced hard, and I turned my head rapidly to the side to find that it had come to a rest against 2 trees. The water was still moving quickly around me, but it was held in place, for now. Don't fucking move. Don't do a goddamn thing. My heart started to thud in my chest. Tommy. He growled something unintelligible, and I bit my lip and looked over my seat at Tallulah. Her eyes were growing heavy with sleep, and I swallowed thickly. She had no clue, and I envied her that. She had absolutely no earthly idea what kind of situation we were in. One wrong move, and the car would be swept out to God knows where, and we'd be along for the ride. Are you listening to me? Tommy's barked words had me turning back toward the lights, and then placing the phone back to my ear. I hadn't been aware that I'd dropped it from its previous position. No, I'm sorry, I apologized. I'm listening now, though, he growled. We're tying some ropes off to a tree that's right here. We're both going to come get you, okay? Tommy instructed. I'm not by myself. Tallulah's with me, I whispered. At the mention of her name, the eyelashes that started to fan against her cheeks bounced back open. I smiled at her, trying to dissuade her from thinking anything was wrong. She smiled back, and her eyes grew heavy once again. Tommy cursed a blue streak. We're coming. You're not far off the road. I wasn't? How was that even possible? I'd floated for what felt like days before I'd hit the trees, but that was obviously just my brain playing tricks on my rational mind. Now that I studied the lights that were slowly coming toward me, they were a lot closer than I thought they were previously. By my estimation, I was only about 50 yards off the road, which really wasn't that far at all. Okay, I whispered, voice trembling now. The adrenaline which had been flowing freely through my veins was starting to recede, and with that, I was quickly wilting. My eyes started to fill with tears at the realization that I'd nearly killed my daughter. Yes, I was overreacting, but that was what parents did. And I held my breath as the 2 men started toward us. The flashlights bounced, and my heart raced twice when one of the lights went underwater, only to come back up again with a splash and a curse. Told you to watch your step. I heard not only on the phone, but outside my window as well. At hearing voices, Tallulah abandoned her sleep and turned to watch what was going on. Her eyes lit as she saw the flashlights bouncing toward us, slow at first, but picking up speed. Then they were both there, holding onto my car. Tommy went to my window as the other man with Tommy went to Tallulah's, though, since Tallulah was in the middle seat, he wasn't technically too close, giving me time to inspect both men. How? I whispered, swallowing hard as I breathed deeply for the first time since I went off the road. Was behind you, he murmured. I'd meant to only make sure you got home okay. I didn't bother to ask why he was behind me. That wouldn't be smart. You didn't question the motives of your savior, at least not while he was in the process of saving you. Later, though, you bet your ass I would be asking him why the hell he was following me. While we have the car pinned to the trees, reach back there and unbuckle her. Take everything you think you will need. I did as ordered, freeing my excited child from the constraints of her car seat. The second she was free, she started to squirm out of her seat, and I caught her before she could fall to the floor. The moment I had her in my lap, she went right for Tommy. Tommy grinned, a white flash of teeth in the darkness, and reached for her. Tallulah went willingly, and I nearly melted into a puddle of goo. Seeing that man, a real man, unlike any man I'd ever seen before, melt for my baby was just so hot. I eyed the basket of clothes and knew for certain they would be too heavy, and reached for the blankets. I can tie her to you. It was what I was going to do with myself, I told him, holding up the blankets. He took the blanket and looped it over one shoulder, strapping my girl to his chest like he'd done something similar 1,000,000 times before. He turned, and the man standing beside him, the one I hadn't gotten a good look at, tied the two ends in a tight, fat knot. He turned back around, and I licked my lips at the sight of the man and my daughter, illuminated with just the stranger's flashlight beam. It gave me only a vague outline of what they looked like together, but that was enough to set my hormones on fire. "Your purse?" he asked. I nodded and reached for it, looping it around my shoulder before zipping the bag closed. Then I reached for the diaper bag in the back seat. Once that was looped over my shoulder, too, I opened the car door. Or tried to. The water was holding it closed. "Give me the bags," the stranger ordered. I did, and he looped them around his shoulders. "There are about 20 diapers in there," I informed him. "If you drop them, Tallulah will have to pee more than ever tonight, and I most certainly don't want to deal with that." He snorted but said nothing, offering his large hands to me after he handed the flashlight off to Tommy. I went, and my eyes lit on the man's vest. No, his cut, that was nearly identical to the one that I'd seen Tommy wear almost every time he wasn't in his scrubs, and a few times when he was. The man's strong hands went under my arms, and he hauled me right through the car window. "My keys!" I yelled the moment my feet were holding me up. The water flowed around my legs, but I didn't care as I reached back into the car for my keys. 2 sets of hands pulled me back, and Tommy barked a curse. "Fucking hell, Tally," Tommy ground out, pulling me back. I shivered when his hand met the bare skin of my belly, and immediately backed away from my car. "What?" I asked in confusion. "The car might shift if you lean on it," he informed me. "And then swing around and take us all out like fucking bowling pins. Let him do it." He indicated to the man at his side, and I backed away in acquiescence. "Sorry," I muttered, chagrined. The man at his side, who still hadn't been named, reached in and grabbed my keys, then turned around and offered them to me. I shoved them into my jeans pocket. "Hold on to the rope as you walk," Tommy ordered. I did as instructed, holding on to the rope as I made my way toward where I assumed the road was located. They stayed with me, 2 strong presences at my sides, which was a damn good thing because my legs were freaking burning from going against the flow of water that was carrying away anything in its path downstream. It was a good thing the men at my sides had realized they would need ropes, because if not for them, I wouldn't have been able to move forward. "There's going to be a ditch right in front of you just before you get to the road. Keep your footing so you don't go down like this doofus." I walked slowly, feeling the exact point where the ground dipped. I could see how the other man had fallen. It would have been easy, though I had 2 different hands on my elbows keeping me from going down. I just started back up the ditch toward the road when a thought occurred to me. "Her medicines!" I yelled. "I can't leave without them." When I went to turn around, 2 strong arms that most certainly did not belong to Tommy surrounded me and pulled me back into the body that belonged to those arms. "Keep walking," he ordered. "I'll go back and get them." I did after telling him where to look, stopping only when I was sure I was on the solid ground of the road. Once he was confident that I had my footing, he turned and headed back to my truck, leaving me with Tommy and a very excited Tallulah. My legs were burning, and I felt sorry for forgetting the meds. The man had to have been tired. This was his 3rd trip. We both watched in silence as the flashlight bobbed back to my SUV, and that's when I realized I'd left my lights on. At this point, though, I was beyond caring. "The power's out," I said, watching as the man made his way back to my car. "Yep," Tommy confirmed, reaching into the makeshift baby carrier and extracting Tallulah from the confinement. Once she was free, I held my hands out, and he handed her to me without a word. I pressed a kiss to her forehead and closed my eyes as I breathed out a deep sigh of relief. It took the man 5 long minutes to get back to us, but when he did, he had Tallulah's bag of medicines clutched to his chest, along with all of my other bags. The moment the man was back safely on the pavement next to us, all rational thought ceased to exist in my brain, and I burst into tears. "I just got a full tank of gas," I wailed. The man that was next to Tommy started to chuckle under his breath, while he dropped down to his knees in exhaustion. "You are a fucking nut," the man gasped, looking up at the sky before he started laughing full out. I couldn't help it. I laughed, too. Tommy threw his arm around me and then started walking me toward his bike. "We're a minute and a half from the place where I'm staying," he informed me. "We'll head there." I blinked. "On a bike?" I asked. "But Tallulah needs a car seat, and you most definitely don't have one on that thing." Tommy gave me a look. "People are using boats to get from point A to point B right now. We're on the only road that leads to unflooded land. You can't go to your house because I can't take you there," he said. "And your car is likely going to be toast once they get to it. There's a high probability that it'll go at any minute." I bit my lip. "The longer we sit here, the more wet she gets, and though she seems to be fine with it right now, she's not going to stay that way." "Fucking right about that," the man on his knees said as he pushed up to his feet with almost laughable ease. I'd have had to put my hand down to stand up from that position in the state I was in. He just did it like it was nothing. My legs were burning, my entire body hurt, and I was still panting. Freaking men, making sense and shit. "Fine," I finally said. "How we gonna do this?" "I got it from here, Truth," Tommy said. "Why don't you get home before you can't get there?" Truth handed off the bags, which Tommy stored in his saddlebags, and flicked 2 fingers at me. Truth, what the hell kind of name was that anyway, gave Tommy a salute, then left without another word. I watched him walk to his bike where he and Tommy had stopped them in the middle of the road to come to my aid, and ride away through water that was about an inch over the roadway. "Ready?" Tommy asked. Tallulah slapped my wet chest, then reached for Tommy. I relinquished her to him, and he held his elbow out for me to take. I slipped through the mud and the muck to his bike, and then watched in stunned silence as he mounted the bike, offered his hand, and waited patiently for me to get my wet, jean-clad leg over the seat of his bike. Once I was situated, he handed Tallulah back to me and ordered, "Sandwich her between us. I'll drive slow." And he did, indeed, drive slow. Tallulah had a damn good time, while I had a minor freak-out all the way to the house he was renting. Exactly a minute and a half later, even with going slow, we arrived at our destination. "Big ol' house," I murmured as we pulled up to the front door. And I do mean right up to the front door. Tommy drove straight up the pathway and then parked underneath the porch, effectively shielding us from the rain. "Yeah," he muttered. "It's a friend's house." "It's amazing," I said. "I didn't even know that it was here." Tommy got off and I held on to Tallulah, who'd finally quieted down from her exciting ride. She was all grins, even with her baby curls plastered to her head from the rain. She thought this was the best thing ever, I was sure. She wouldn't be doing it ever again, though, not if I could help it. Tommy reached for her once he was standing, and I handed her over. The willingness on Tallulah's part to go to the man was unsurprising at this point. She was in love, and I was not far behind her. Tommy kept showing up at the worst and best times. He was saving me over and over again, and I'm not sure he even realized it. Let's get inside. Chapter 10. Tally. I'm jealous of girls who can take cute pics while sitting down in bathing suits and not look like a busted can of biscuits. Text from Tally to Hadley. I wandered through Tommy's house, looking at his things while he took a quick shower. I was on the second round of his kitchen when his voice startled me so bad I jumped. "Here," Tommy said. "Give her to me and go get your own shower.
There are towels on the first shelf in the closet. There's girly shampoo that my sister left the last time she stayed in there, too. Regular smelling soap on the rail. My soap is in the dish."
I handed Tallulah over, and she buried her face into his neck. I nodded my head as he situated Tallulah's on his shoulder, holding her bottom with one strong tattooed forearm. Her eyes were getting heavy, and I could have sworn she kissed him on the cheek the moment I gave her to him. She was clean, dry, and in a new diaper that would hold her over for the entire night. I, on the other hand, was still resembling a drowned rat. "Thank you," I said, trying to forget the way he looked, shirtless, with a baby, my baby, against his bare skin.
"Welcome, honey. Now, go."
I nodded and then left, heading for a bathroom that was unlike any bathroom I'd ever seen before. The house was magnificent, and I wondered oddly who the hell he'd rented a place like this from. I'd never seen it before in my life, and I'd lived in Mooresville for years now. I'd never once suspected that a house was in the hills on this particular dirt path off the road that I'd been on thousands and thousands of times. But I learned something new every single day. I went to the bathroom, trying to ignore on the way everything that was on the counter and in the shower. I didn't want to be a snooper, but Jesus, honestly, show me one single lady who wouldn't snoop when using a man's personal bathroom. Turning on the shower to hide the sounds of my snooping, I turned and carefully started to open cabinets and drawers. The first two I opened weren't so great. Brushes and combs in one, and medical supplies in the other. The fourth drawer I came to, though, had what looked to be a 2-year supply of condoms. I shut it quickly, and then stared at it in horror. Why would a man need that many condoms? Surely he wasn't that much of a man-whore that he needed a supply like that. Surely. Steam started to cover the mirror as I stared at myself in shock, and I licked my lips before stripping off my wet clothes. They went into an empty hamper right beside the bathroom door, and I inspected my body. My legs were red from the way my jeans chafed the sensitive skin, and I skipped right over my belly. That thing wasn't anything to write home about. In fact, just a single look at it made me want to drop to the floor and do sit-ups. Not that sit-ups would help it. I had a flabby, post-baby belly, and nothing but a tummy tuck would get rid of the loose skin and the stretch marks. I'll never be able to get into a bikini again, not without offending the general population. My ass and legs were at least still in fairly good shape. My arms, however, well, they needed some work. When I waved at people, I always felt like they were staring at my flabby arms instead of my face. But that was likely just me. I had a double chin, or the start of one, and I knew I wasn't attractive any longer. Not that I was ever anything to write home about. I was the girl next door, the one who looked pretty when she tried. Or at least I used to be. Now it took a lot more than a hairdo and a coat of mascara on my lashes to make this post-baby body pretty. With dark thoughts clouding my mind, I got into the shower and immediately fell in love with everything about it. It was one of those walk-in showers without a door, and towards the back there was a shower head, 2 of those jet thingies, one on both of the side walls, and a large rain shower head that hung in the center of the ceiling. Only the regular shower head was on, but I looked at the control panel that was at chest level with curiosity. There were numbers, buttons, and dials. It was like something from the future. The first button I pushed changed the water temperature. My eyes turned to look at the knobs that were across the space, and I smiled, though this one was less hot than I would have liked. I didn't push any other buttons that had numbers. Those must be preset numbers. The next button I pushed had dashes and lines, which apparently worked the jets. One jet turned on and hit me in the belly, while the other came on second, shooting straight into my ass, though I guessed that it was likely positioned to hit right around the area where Tommy's thighs would be. I just turned to the side and left the jets on, curious now what the other buttons did. The next two I pressed turned on the rain head and started the jets pulsing, and by the time I got to the last button, I was convinced that when I finally got to the point where I could build a bathroom like the one I was standing in, I was going to put a shower very similar to this in. A, because it was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen, and B, because it was one of the best things I'd ever felt in my life. By the time I washed my hair, with Tommy's shampoo, since I'd forgotten to grab the girly stuff out of the cabinet after the condom fiasco, and soaped up my body, I was fairly certain I could live a good life right here in the shower for the rest of my days. My eyes lit on the razor in the corner notch of the shower, and I bit my lip as I lifted it off the ledge. I couldn't not shave. I had to shave. It was imperative that I did. Why? Because I hadn't done so in well over 2 days now, and Tommy had said he'd grab me a t-shirt. I couldn't wear just a t-shirt around the man with my leg hair long enough to feel. I just couldn't. And I didn't. I used the soap, that also smelled manly and spicy, and shaved, unbelievably astounded at how well a man's razor worked compared to a woman's. I was going to have to start buying men's razors if they worked as good as this one did. And oh, God, having the water pulsing into my sore thighs as I shaved, and the warmness of the shower surrounding me, I was very reluctant to get out, and probably would have stayed in a few minutes longer had a knock not sounded at the door. Unenthusiastically, I turned the shower off and made my way out as I called, "Yes?" "I grabbed you a change of clothes." My heart started to beat 1,000,000 miles an hour. "Thank you," I said as I reached for the towel. Oh, God, it was warm. My eyes went to the bar, and I realized it was one of those warming towel bars that kept the towels warm forever and always. Whenever you wanted to shower, it was there, waiting for you. I could seriously get used to this. I'd just gotten the towel partially covering my breasts, and I say partially because my nipples were still exposed, when the door opened and Tommy's arm appeared. "Eep!" I squeaked, reaching instinctively for the clothes he was holding out. He'd been looking down at the floor to ensure that he didn't accidentally see my body, but the weird noise I made caused his eyes to flicker up, and then became frozen on my body. I had big boobs, really big boobs. In fact, they were still big because I was breastfeeding, and they'd not been small to begin with. "I'll just be, out here," he murmured. I cleared my throat and clutched the clothes to my chest, but before I could blink, he was gone. I looked down at my chest to see just how much boobage he actually got, and yep, there was full nipplage. Perfect. Just fucking perfect. And the icing on the cake? My fucking milk was dripping out of them. Just wonderful. Though it always happened while I was in the shower, something about the hot water and my milk let down. I'd never had it happen when someone was there to see it. Full of mortification, I got dressed in the clothes he provided me, which weren't much. A faded black t-shirt that smelled like him, and a pair of boxer briefs. Yes, a pair of his underwear. That fit. They were surprisingly comfy, though. My breasts had luckily stopped their faucet imitation, and I was now ready to go face the man who'd seen me practically naked. My freaking teacher. Oh my God, I couldn't do it. I couldn't. I was just going to move into the shower. If he needed it, I'd hide in the closet. But then Tallulah's "I'm hungry" cry filled the air, and I had no choice but to go out there and face the man. He had my child, after all, and he also didn't have boobs to feed her. Walking out of the bathroom like a child dragging their heels, I headed towards the crying. I found my unhappy child in Tommy's lap while he tried to distract her with a set of keys. It wasn't working, not even a little bit. "My mom didn't feed her dinner," I said. We think she's getting another ear infection." Tommy frowned.
"She's hurting or hungry?" he asked me.
"Both, probably," I admitted, reaching for her. He handed her over, and I took a seat on the recliner before discreetly lifting my shirt up for Tallulah to latch on. I chanced to peek up to see Tommy's eyes trained directly on me, taking everything in with a look in his eyes that I couldn't quite decipher. My gaze immediately snapped back down as my cheeks went hot. Doing some rearranging, I fidgeted and wiggled until everything that could be covered was covered. Tallulah was oblivious to the charged silence in the room, her hungry mouth suckling away without a care in the world.
"Let me go get my bag out of my room, and we'll check her ear."
I blinked as I looked up, finally making eye contact with him, and froze. He was staring intently at me, enraptured by my every move. Then he smiled a smile I hadn't seen from him before, and all I could think was, "Oh, shit." Why? Because that smile communicated that he was done with the nice teacher act, done with trying to stay away from me and out of my pants. And I couldn't say that I had it in me to resist him. I wanted him just as much as he wanted me. And it was obvious in the way we watched each other. Oh yeah, this was about to come to a head. And I knew without a doubt that it was going to be earth-shattering for both me and my vagina. An hour later, I found my ass on Tommy's bed, nervous as hell, but seriously glad that I'd shaved.
"I'll call in a prescription for her tomorrow," he was saying into his phone as he walked around the room. "And we'll give it to her if she exhibits any more signs other than the pulling of her ear. I might need you to go get it."
Tommy had, in fact, looked in her ear while I was still breastfeeding her. He didn't seem to care that he was only millimeters from my exposed breast. If he could be a professional about it, so could I. At the time. Now, not so much. Tallulah was sleeping, and I'd just gotten off the phone with my dad telling him where I was and what had transpired to get me there. After my father had hung up, I'd come to the bedroom, the only one with a bed in it, and quickly sat down before throwing the fluffy covers over me. I tried to make my eyes take in Tommy's house instead of the man himself who was flexing, bending, and shaking in front of me. Okay, so he wasn't intentionally doing those things. He was on the phone with someone, one of the guys from his club, telling them about Tallulah, my car, and where they could find it in the morning. But he was animated when he spoke, very animated. His muscles rippled and his belly bunched. His eyes shone with each of his expressions. I roughly ripped my thoughts away from the contemplation of his abs and forced myself to look at the walls surrounding me. I could see the entire house from where I was sitting on Tommy's bed. The door to his bedroom opened to a hallway that was smack in the middle of the open living room, dining room, and across the hall from that was another bedroom where I could see Tallulah sleeping in a pack-and-play that apparently his sister had left there for when her kids came to visit.
"All right," Tommy growled in frustration. "I'm likely not making it to church in the morning, not unless you can meet me at the dry line."
The dry line he was talking about was where the part of Mooresville that wasn't flooded met with the part that was. I looked down and studied the sheets on Tommy's bed. They were jersey knit sheets, and they were so soft that I made a mental note to go buy some for my bed the next time I had a little extra cash. The comforter was made of the same material, and I wondered if he'd miss it if I took it.
"Yes, I'd miss it,"
he answered my unspoken question. I looked up, startled to see him off the phone and paying attention to me. He was in sleep pants and nothing else. His dark hair was still slightly damp from his shower and fell messily around his face. His chest was wide and tapered down to a narrow waist. And he had chest hair, quite a bit of it, at that. I wanted to run my fingers through it and then see what it felt like against my lips. I wanted to...
"Ready for bed?"
he asked me, interrupting my thoughts.
Yes, I replied huskily, sinking down further in the bed so he wouldn't see my hardened nipples. He grinned and turned, his hand flashing out to catch the light switch that was in the corner of the room, plunging us into darkness. Nervousness rushed through me, and when I was nervous, I tended to jabber. I gave him my full life story already when he'd caught me talking to Russell outside the hospital a few days prior. And now here I was, blurting out stupid questions that really weren't any of my business, and certainly didn't need to be brought up while in the same dark room as the sexiest man alive, who was also my teacher, was getting in bed next to me. So I've gotta know. I licked my suddenly dry lips. What's with all the condoms in your drawer? My eyes adjusted to the dark, and I stared hard at the man lying on the bed beside me. There wasn't much to see, but what I could see caused me to become even more nervous. He was in nothing but his underwear now. My eyes were gazing at his belly, and I felt the moment that he started to laugh because his belly tightened from its relaxed state. I'm not saying that Tommy didn't have abs when he was lying down, but the moment that first laugh burst out of his chest, his abdominal muscles tightened, forming into firm ripples of clearly defined ridges and indentations. "What's so funny?" I asked, trying to control the urge to reach over and place my hand on his belly. His chest started to jump even harder, causing my entire body to shake right along with him, seeing as he was shaking the entire bed. I started to blush profusely, and my embarrassment started to morph into anger. But his words stopped that anger in its tracks. "I distribute them at health fairs," he explained once he calmed down from all that laughing. "It's not something that I can really have sitting out in the open, so I hide them. If you'd gone past that first drawer full of them, you'd have seen that the next 5 drawers and 2 cabinets were full of them." "Why do you have so many?" I asked. "Aren't they expensive to buy?" He snorted. "Yes, but they have my clinic information on them, so they're a business expense." "You have a clinic?" I asked in surprise. "Where?" "Mooresville Health Clinic." My mouth dropped open. "You own that?" He nodded his head. "Opened it a few years ago when I realized that Mooresville needed one, though I don't work there as much anymore now that I have a staff running it," he explained. "I do most of my work at the hospital." I rolled over onto my back to try to ignore the things that were going on between my legs, mainly the spontaneous orgasm I was about to have just from listening to his rumbled words. "I was thinking that," I said. "You're always there." He murmured something soft and barely coherent, and I realized that he was tired. Closing my mouth, I got more comfortable, and before I realized it, my eyelids grew heavy. Then I cursed myself. If he thought that I was keeping tabs on him and where he spent the majority of his time, then he'd think that I cared about him more than I was letting on. And I didn't need him thinking that my every thought was on him and what he was doing. It was more than obvious that I needed to step back. In fact, I had every intention of pulling back and keeping my distance. Tomorrow I would handle this better. Tonight, though? Tonight I was going to go to sleep and let myself enjoy being in his bed. But then my daughter had an asthma attack in the middle of the night, and I had no control over my actions once I was scared.
Chapter 11. Tommy. Spankings, because cheeks were made for blushing. E-card. It was the wheezing that woke me. At first, I wasn't sure what the sound was. I didn't have any dogs. I didn't have a cat. I lived alone. I jackknifed up in bed, and before I even realized what I was doing, I was turning lights on and crossing the hall to the spare bedroom that was right across from my own. Panicked footsteps followed behind me, but I didn't turn around as I practically sprinted to the pack-and-play that Cecily, my sister, had left there for her kids to use when they came over to stay the night with their Uncle Tommy. The moment I reached into the playpen and pulled the wheezing child into my arms, my heart began hammering in my chest. Hurt and sick children were my weakness. I could deal with a woman who was beaten to a bloody pulp, though I was angry afterward. I could deal with a 50-year-old male with half his arm missing because he decided to shove his hand inside of a wood chipper. I could even deal with the 99-year-old woman stroking out. What I couldn't deal with were sick kids, and the one currently in my arms was a very sick kid. At least right then. She was wheezing and whimpering and breaking my heart all at once. "Here," Tally gasped, shoving something into my hand. I instinctively took it, placed it over Tallulah's face, and depressed the canister. The medicine shot out of the inhaler and straight into the spacer that was held tightly over Tallulah's face. My chest tightened as adrenaline rushed through me, and I watched helplessly as the little girl tried in vain to take a deep breath. Which, thankfully, she did just moments later, and her tiny chest feeling was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. Her breathing became even and deep instead of short and choppy, and I sat her up to allow her to see her mother. It was nearly instantaneous. 1 second she was wheezing, and the next she was quiet. Taking the spacer off of her mouth, I sat down hard on the couch and inspected the small body in my hands. "Her ribs look good, no retractions," I said, running my rough, tanned hands over Tallulah's baby soft skin. "Skin color is good, eyes are aware. She sounds clear." Tally bit her lip. "You caught it in time," she whispered. I looked up at the woman hovering over her child, which in turn caused her to hover over me, and I nodded. "She's going to be okay," I promised. The baby in my arms whimpered and dropped her face to my bare chest, her tears mixing with my chest hair as she rubbed her cheeks against me. Fuck. The couch depressed beside me. Thank God for rescue inhalers. Tally breathed deeply as she buried her face into her hands. I could tell she was trying not to cry. With Tallulah still in my arms, looking around wildly as she came down from her earlier peak, Tally wouldn't show weakness. Later, though, with Tallulah sleeping soundly by the side of my bed in the pack-and-play, she broke. Her small body racked with sobs as she buried her face into the pillow to stifle her sobs. I sat down beside her and ran my hand up and down her back. "Shh," I whispered, dropping a kiss onto her head. "She's okay." She got up onto her knees in the bed and then threw herself at me. I caught her, falling back into the bed as she came down on top of me. I rolled, so she was partially underneath me, and she let me, holding onto me tighter. "That could have been really bad." I squeezed her tighter. "We wouldn't have been able to get to the hospital in time," she murmured. "The rain might have stopped, but the water is still there, and it's still rising." I didn't disagree with her. We'd watched the news reports advising viewers that we may have a break in the rain, for now, but that the river would continue to rise and crest and subsequently flood the area for about 2 more days. She was right. With the water still there, it would have been extremely difficult to get her to the hospital in time. We couldn't even call for an ambulance because they'd have problems getting to us, and it was unlikely that they'd get here in time anyway. So yes, Tallulah really was lucky tonight. I know, but she's okay. She's sleeping soundly right beside the bed, I told her. You can even hear her snoring. Tally's muted sob as she tried to laugh at the same time as she cried warmed my heart. "She snores like her mama, I'm sorry to admit," Tally informed me. "Unlucky for you." I loosened my hold on her, and of course, my body chose that moment to react to her closeness. An instinctive reaction, one that I likely wouldn't have ever acted on had I not been coming down from an extreme adrenaline high, had me pushing her all the way to her back and coming fully over her. She gasped, her eyes as wide as saucers as she stared up at me in surprise. What made me continue down this path, though, was the way she parted her thighs to make room for me as she latched onto my biceps with such a tight grasp that it felt like she'd never let me go. "What are you doing?" she gasped. I stared at her lips. Only the slightest bit of light from the bottom of the closed bathroom door filtered into the room around us, but it was just enough to allow me to see everything I wanted to see. Like the way Tally's eyes kept flicking down to my mouth, or the way her hands fisted in the sheets at her side. A place where she'd forced her hands to go as she tried to act like what we were doing wasn't something she was sure she wanted to do. "Tommy," She cleared her throat. We shouldn't do this. I kissed her. She was nervous and maybe a little unsure, but her body wasn't, not even close. Her hips were lifting to meet my cock when I pressed it into her. Her eyes were still on my lips, and she kept licking and sinking her teeth into those plump pieces of flesh that I'd wanted to lick, suck, and bite since the moment I'd seen her in the car behind me. Her breathing was hitched, and her knuckles were so white from fisting the sheets as she tried, and failed, to stay still and act like she didn't want me, that it was comical. She tasted exactly like I thought she would. Sweet. She'd put on some sort of lip shit that made her taste like fucking vanilla sugar cookies. When my lips touched hers, she resisted the kiss for about 2 beats before she moaned and kissed me back eagerly. Her hands finally released the sheets and found the bare skin of my back with her nails. Those nails moved up my tense back and buried into my hair, pulling and holding me to her. It was unnecessary, though. I wasn't planning on ever letting her go. She would try, of course, to leave, but I wouldn't let her. Not now, not 10 weeks from now when she graduated, and not ever. She was mine, and I was tired of fighting myself about it. With one single move, I buried my own hands into her hair, holding her head still as I broke the kiss. We both gasped, and I looked down into her eyes as I made her a few promises. I won't hurt you. She stared at me, eyes glazed with passion, and didn't say a word. I will also make sure that whatever we have going on won't blow back on you. She bit her lip, causing me to drop down and press my lips to hers once again. This time there was no fight in her at all, only surrender. This kiss went on much longer than the first. Her hands were roaming what she could reach of my back, and her legs tightened around my hips, holding my cock to her pussy. Tallulah, she breathed, is right there, I told her. She might see. She pressed a kiss to my jaw. She won't, I promised, rolling us in a quick roll that startled a squeak from her mouth. The moment we were at the edge of the bed, I bodily lifted her with my hands on her hips and deposited her on the floor. She gasped. The t-shirt she'd been wearing was up around her ribcage, exposing half of her back to the cool wood floor. The bed was now between us and Tallulah, obstructing the view in case she did in fact wake up, which I highly doubted since the meds we gave her not only helped her to breathe easier, but also caused drowsiness. This isn't a good idea. She bit her lips, looking up at me, with hair scattered all around her head on the floor. We could get into serious trouble. I need to graduate. I didn't argue with her. Instead, I rolled over and stared at the ceiling as I willed my cock to get under control. It was just starting to get a bit under control when Tally's soft body rolled over mine and her mouth was on mine. Thought you didn't want to get into trouble. Fuck them, and fuck that. I snorted and buried my hands into her hair, uncaring about the consequences. Only one night, she declared. This is the one and only time we pursue this. Yeah, right. But I'd agree with her if that was what she needed to hear. I'd set her straight later. Uh-huh, I grunted, pushing up when her pussy started to grind into my erection. Her hands went to the shirt she was wearing, and I watched in anticipation as she lifted it up and over her head, tossing it somewhere in the vicinity of the closet that was right next to our heads. The minute I saw her nipples, I was lost. They were so pretty and sweet, enticing, luscious. I tilted my neck upwards, letting my tongue strike out and lash at her nipple in a single quick stroke. She gasped and arched before suddenly slamming her hands down onto my shoulders, forcing me away. Well, force was too strong of a word. She obviously wanted me to move away from them, but if I hadn't actually lifted off of her, she wouldn't have been able to move me away on her own. What? I asked, belly tight as I looked at her pleasure-flushed face. Her chest was heaving, and she looked like I'd already taken my use of her. You can't, she declared tightly, her hands going to her breasts. My eyebrows rose. Why? I asked curiously. She bit her lip. My boobs. Milk. It's not a good idea. I looked at her, understanding dawning. It grosses you out? I asked curiously. She bit her lip, then shook her head. No, not necessarily. I just don't want... With those first words, I dropped my head down, ignoring the way her hands tried to hold me in place, and went back to her breasts. I didn't suck, at least not enough to get anything flowing, but I did lick, bite, nip, and tease. Something she liked, even though she was trying to push my head away. "You're going to—" She stopped when I switched breasts, giving it the same attention that I had paid to the other one. This time I tasted the hint of her sweetness from within, so I backed off and licked instead of stimulating it anymore. I'd definitely explore that more thoroughly later, though, when she wasn't so worried about what I might think. This first time, however, was for exploration, for her to get to know my body and me to get to know hers. It was about our pleasure, and if it worried her what I would think if I accidentally tasted her breast milk while devouring her breasts, then I'd give her the space she needed. For now. When she finally loosened her body, I broke away and reached up to the drawer beside the bed. Her eyes became wary, and I grinned. "Another storage spot," I told her. "I don't bring women back here." That was the truth. I hadn't had a woman in a while, but when I had, I took them to the clubhouse and not to my home. I didn't want them to get the wrong impression. This thing with Tally, though, was anything but a fuck at the clubhouse. This was a freaking dream compared to that. Something that I wanted her to understand. "This isn't a good idea," she said warily as I yanked out an unopened box. I've never been so happy to have these sample boxes in my life. The shipment of them had only come in 3 days before, and since I hosted a lot of parties at my place with the club, I won't be leaving those suckers laying around. The boys would just help themselves. And these fuckers weren't cheap. Hence the reason I put them away in any available place I could get them out of the watchful eyes of others. "It's the best idea I've had all week," I told her, ripping into the box. The light from the bathroom was softly illuminating the area we were in, casting shadows over her face that made her look even more beautiful than she already was. She eyed me warily when I pulled the strip of condoms out of the box and let them trail over her bared breasts as I tried to rip one off while holding myself off of her. I didn't want to crush her with my big body. Something that she understood and took the long strip from me. She tore 3 off, threw the rest into the corner next to my nightstand, and then removed 1 from the 3 she had in her hand. She tore the package open with her teeth, her eyes lighting on the name of my clinic on the side before she smiled. "Be safe?" she asked. "Always," I told her honestly. I was a doctor. There was literally a goddamned rule that said doctors couldn't be stupid, or at least there should be. I knew the consequences of unprotected sex, and seeing as she was a single mom pursuing a nursing degree, she obviously did as well. Until we could both be sure that we were free of STDs, which I was positive we were, and she could tell me she could prevent a pregnancy, even if the thought of her pregnant with my child was all kinds of arousing, we were using condoms. No ifs, ands, or babies about it. She bit her lip as I pushed my underwear down with one hand, and her eyes widened to saucers as she got her first look at my cock. "It looks mean," she murmured, her eyes going to mine. I laughed. "It's hard and engorged with so much blood I'm not sure how much is left for the rest of my body," I told her. "Of course it looks mean." She grinned and tentatively placed her hand on it. The moment her soft skin met my overheated dick, it jumped in her hand, causing her to release it. "Fuck, you're so beautiful," I rasped. "Touch me, please." She did, placing her hand back on my cock as she licked her lips. "You want it in your mouth?" I asked her. She nodded her head. "Then scoot down here and get it there," I ordered. She scooted down until her shoulders were between my thighs, then leaned her head up from the floor and took the tip of me into her mouth. The moment her mouth closed around me, sucking slightly, I cursed. Grabbing hold of the bed with one hand and the nightstand with the other, I squeezed in order to distract myself from not coming. Involuntarily, I started to pump my hips, fucking her mouth in slow, smooth strokes. It felt so good that my eyes were crossing. It would only take a thought and I would come. Just a single give on my part and I'd pour my cum straight down her throat. Cursing, I ripped myself away from the wet heat of her mouth with a quiet groan before she could even take me all the way into her mouth. "What?" I flipped her over to her knees, then snagged the opened condom out of her hand and expertly rolled it down onto my cock. The moment everything was in place, I let the fingers of my left hand sink down to feel the heat of her, pleasantly surprised when I found her ready for me. In fact, she was beyond ready. Her pussy was so wet that it was leaking onto her thighs, coating herself, easing the way for me. Without a second thought, I lined my cock up with her entrance and pushed inside. One single thrust was all it took to sink all the way into her to the hilt. She wanted me. I wanted her, and it showed as we came together as one. "Fuck," she whispered, so soft that I wouldn't have heard it had I not been listening. My cock was hard and pulsing, and I knew I would go soon. Curling my hand around one hip, I gave an experimental thrust and was happy when I felt her clenched down tightly around me in response. She was so freaking tight that it was almost hard to breathe, let alone think. A few more thrusts, I wouldn't have the ability to hold back. So without another word, I snaked my fingers around her hip and found the bundle of nerves at the top of her sacs. The minute my finger touched her there, she detonated. Her pussy rippled and her cry of surprise filled the air around us. I would have frozen if I could have, but the feel of her pussy around me, contracting and releasing, had my cock acting on its own. I thrust into her quickly, my thighs slapping the backs of hers as I took her over and over again. She cried out once more, but I was too focused on my own release to worry about her second one. Cum shot out the tip of my cock into the condom. My cock jumped and pulsed inside of her as she continued to ripple around me. Her hands had collapsed beneath her, and her face was now plastered against the wood floor as she breathed in panting breaths underneath me. My hand tightened on her ass as the last of my release left me, causing her to crack one eye open. "I think," she breathed, "that if we do that again, we need to leave the room. Holding my screams in was nearly impossible." I chuckled, running my hand down the length of her back. "I'll remember that for next time." She smiled and went back up to her hands and knees. Taking that as my cue to pull out of her, I did, and nearly moaned as I lost her heat. "Too bad, though, that was the only time we are doing that," she said. I laughed and caressed her ass. "Yeah," I murmured. "We'll see about that."
Chapter 12. Tally. I grew up living paycheck to paycheck. Through hard work and perseverance, I now live direct deposit to direct deposit. Meme. I woke up to the sun streaming in through the blinds covering Tommy's bedroom window. Rolling over, I came face to face with my daughter's booty. A booty that had a strong masculine hand wrapped around it. Following her diapered tushy up, I found the rest of her curled against Tommy's chest. Her curls were plastered to his chest, where her drool pooled in a wide circle on his pectoral, and her tiny little hand was resting lightly on his bearded chin. My heart swelled, and I couldn't help but reach for my phone and take a picture of the sweetness. The click of the phone snapping the picture had Tommy's eyes opening and a smile lighting his face. "Nice," he rumbled, stretching. His free hand that wasn't holding my daughter to his chest went up, and he did the most delicious-looking morning wake-up stretch I'd ever seen in my life. Muscles bulged, veins pulsed, belly tightened. I swallowed and dropped the phone to the bed, then picked up the discarded shorts from last night before slipping them on over my bared bottom. "Too bad," he mumbled, grinning. I rolled my eyes and headed for the bathroom, doing my business as fast as I could. I knew that Tallulah would wake up any second demanding breakfast, and I had to hurry or she'd get all insistent, something that was cute at first but got quite loud if you weren't quick enough. Reaching for the towel to wipe my hands, my eyes lit on the trash basket and the empty condom packet that was laying on top of a folded piece of toilet paper that hid the condom we'd used last night. The sight made my belly tighten and my face flushed profusely. What had I done? The answer wasn't forthcoming, mainly because I wasn't sure what I'd done. I wouldn't change it even if I could, though. Last night had been scary and then amazing. A lot of things had happened, and I'd been emotional. Emotional Tally equaled adventurous Tally. One didn't come without the other one showing. It was how I'd gotten pregnant with Tallulah. Pregnant. Yeah, I wasn't doing that again. Not anytime soon, anyway. But if the opportunity ever arose to be with Tommy again, I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to resist him. I'd have to get on birth control, just in case. This time I walked in to find both man and baby awake. Tallulah was on the bed, stretched out with her arms up high over her head, as she stared sleepily at the man who was talking to her while playing with her wild strands of curls. Tommy was leaned over Tallulah, speaking to her like she was an adult who understood every single word that came out of his mouth. Something about what they were going to make for breakfast. She's not going to eat actual food until she gets her milk, I told him. She's stubborn, and was likely going to be on the tit until she was 12 if she had anything to say about it. Had not been lying to Russell the other day. Tallulah wasn't ready to be off breast milk, and I wasn't sure that she'd be willing to stay overnight without me at this point in her short life. Well, I wouldn't eat anything else until I got those either, he told her, causing a small smile to light up her chubby face. I snorted and sat on the bed, pulling the t-shirt up over my booty so I didn't sit on it. The moment the bed depressed, Tallulah rolled, done with Tommy and reaching for me. I grinned at my baby and settled her in my lap, gathering pillows to prop her up into a comfortable position to hold her, and immediately lifted my shirt. This time was no different than last night. Tommy watched us the entire time as she latched on, and I tried not to blush. I'd done the whole breastfeeding thing hundreds of times. In school during registration, at the doctor's office, during a graduation ceremony, at the grocery store, during dinner in the middle of a busy restaurant, in front of Russell. Seriously, out of the hundreds of times with dozens of eyes on me, I'd never felt as vulnerable as I did right then. It wasn't a bad feeling either. It was a good one. One where I wanted him to watch me do this for the rest of our lives, through multiple children. It was a crazy dream, though. Something that would never happen between us. So I licked my lips and asked him a stupid question. "What's on the agenda for today?" He grinned, obviously realizing that I was uncomfortable with his intense scrutiny. He rolled over to his back and then did an ab curl that made my mouth go dry. "I don't know," he admitted. "I was supposed to be on shift at the clinic, but I have a physician's assistant covering me for the day. So, unless you have to be somewhere, I don't have much of anything planned other than chilling here and watching the water level." I nodded my head. "Maybe you should flip on the news," I murmured, leaning back into the headboard to get more comfortable. He did, grabbing a remote from the bedside table at the same time he got to his feet. "I watched a little bit this morning when I woke up at dawn," he admitted, which I think in turn woke Tallulah. I picked her up and she went right back to sleep, though. "We do that a lot," I told him, watching as he pointed the remote at the TV and changed it to a local news station. "Do what?" he asked, turning his beautiful gaze back on me. I licked my lips. "Take morning naps," I said. "We doze a lot before I have to go to school, so it's not surprising that she'd do it with you." "I think she likes you." "She won't do it for anyone else but you?" he asked. I shook my head. "Nope," I confirmed. "My mom and dad tried because she gets up so early, but she doesn't let them sleep in. If they wake up and she's up, she's awake for the rest of the morning until it's time to take a nap around lunchtime. Drives my dad crazy." Tommy grinned. "Can't say that breaks my heart," he admitted. "She's a good baby." She was. Despite the difficulties of the multiple illnesses that she'd had throughout her life, she was the best baby I could have ever asked for. She slept through the night from the day she turned 3 weeks old. She ate well, had no problem switching between the breast and bottles. She smiled often, even when she was sick, took her medicines like a champ, and was genuinely a happy kid. Unless she was with Russell, whom she hated and made no effort to hide that fact. She doesn't usually take to people as fast as she did you, I told him, turning my eyes to the TV to see a commercial on it. You should see her with Russell. Tommy disappeared into the bathroom, but I still heard his question easily. What does she do with Russell? I was just about to reply when I heard the distinct sound of him using the restroom with the door open, and I wondered if I was supposed to reply or if I was supposed to wait until he was done. Since I thought it might be a little hard to hear me over the roar of him peeing, which, might I add, was impressive that he had such a good bladder, I waited until he entered the room moments later, drying his hands, to answer. She screams, I told him. She refuses to sit with him, and if I hand her over while she's asleep, she immediately wakes up. There's no bounds to her hatred of him. Tommy frowned. What happened the time he gave her aspirin? I shivered as I remembered that day. It was the day that I had to stay overnight out of town due to school, I murmured. Russell convinced me to allow her to stay with him. I dropped her off with him with tons of milk, her medicines, and I called to check on her once an hour. Tommy's mouth kicked up at the corner. And he didn't like that. I shook my head. Nope. He stopped answering the phone, and since I was in class, I couldn't do a thing about it. So what happened while he was ignoring you? Before answering, I switched Tallulah to the other side, as he continued to watch me, eyes taking in everything. I'm not really sure why the hell he thought giving her a medicine that I didn't even have in my bag was okay, but he claims he didn't realize it would hurt her, even though I specifically said that she wasn't to have anything that wasn't in that bag. I gestured to the bag, the same one I'd been using since she was born, that was sitting next to the TV, and he turned to look at it. Sounds like he did it spitefully. I nodded my head. That's what I think too, I murmured. She wasn't even sick. She was probably just crying, something he claims wasn't happening, but I know him and I know my kid. And he was frustrated, so he gave her something. What happened then? She started vomiting and screaming her head off, which thankfully was enough for him to get his head out of his ass and take her into the ER, I murmured. At the hospital, she became extremely lethargic. By that point, they were able to pinpoint why she was acting the way she was, and they were able to reverse the effects and cleanse her system of the aspirin. But it was enough for me to get a judge to issue a court order stating that she wasn't allowed any more overnights with Russell. Tommy shivered. I could have been bad. Had he not taken her in, she could have... He left the rest unsaid, but I knew exactly what he was talking about. It could have been fatal indeed. Needless to say, now he's all butthurt that I won't let him have Tallulah, even though the only reason he's even pursuing it in the first place is because his new wife wants them to spend time with her. Or maybe she wants her. Hell, I don't know. Tommy sat on the bed next to me and stroked one finger over to Tallulah's cheek. He rubbed it back and forth, causing her to smile. She would have screamed at Russell if he'd interrupted her meal, I murmured. My girl gets hangry. He chuckled, then moved his hand from her cheeks to start playing with her curls. Hangry seems to be commonplace among women, he murmured. I'll have to remember to not interrupt her meal too often. I grinned and turned my eyes back to the TV. That looks terrible, I murmured, as I finally realized what was on the TV. But luckily not as bad as they expected it would be, Tommy agreed, pulling away from Tallulah's hair and moving until his back was to the headboard like mine was. I suppose he was right, but it still looked pretty terrible to me. They opened the spillway, I murmured. Won't that flood the town below it? Yes. One word. Simple, straightforward, direct. Tommy didn't bother mincing words. We both knew that it spelled trouble for that poor city. That's awful, I murmured. It's either open the spillway, or run the risk of the dam breaking. One option is really bad. The other is disastrous. He turned to look at me. Think of it this way. He stood and gestured with his hands. The spillway opening slowly floods the town below it, but they know it's coming and they have time to prepare. The dam breaking just decimates the town below it with no warning. Which one would you rather have? I grimaced. Either option was a bad one, but one was definitely the lesser of two evils. Turns out, I would be facing one of those rock-and-a-hard-place type of choices myself in the very near future, in regards to my relationship with Tommy. And I wasn't going to like the consequences much, either. Chapter 13. Tally. I'm fine. I want you, I miss you, I hate you, you're a dick, come back, bring cake, why are you touching me? Girls on their periods. There are just some things on this earth that you never, ever want to do. Ever. Two things high up on that list are farting on the guy that you have a crush on, and bleeding on his sheets, and all over him during the middle of the night. Today, I did both, though not at the same time. The latter happened when I woke up that morning. Tommy practically wrapped himself around me while we slept, and today had been no different. When I tried to pull away, he'd held on tighter. At first, I didn't notice the slickness between my legs. I chalked it up to the fact that Tommy had a way with his hands, something that he demonstrated for me last night before we'd gone to bed. My mind started to wander to last night, to the beginning of my downfall, causing me to smile. Time for bed, Pumpkin, I said to my little girl. My daughter looked over at me like I was crazy in the head. If you want to go ahead and call your dad, I'll get her ready for bed, Tommy offered. He looked like every woman's wet dream. If I were to describe my perfect man, Tommy would be it. Tall and muscular with dark hair, a chiseled jaw covered in a dark brown beard, and the most beautiful blue eyes, the likes of which I'd never seen on another human being. Tonight he was in faded blue jeans, a black t-shirt that fit him snugly in the chest and shoulders, but was a bit looser around the waist, and his signature vest, better known as his cut. Don't you get hot in that? I asked him, touching the top seam just over his shoulder lightly. Yeah, he grunted, but you get used to it. I doubted I would get used to it, but I was sure it was just something that got better with time, though I did have to admit that it looked as soft as butter, which I found out moments later as I ran the tip of my finger down the back until I got to the top lettering. What's this? I asked, fingering the letters. His eyes never left the TV he was watching. The news. Again. Top Rocker is the organization, Dixie Wardens, he murmured, his eyes transfixed in what he was seeing. The devastation. The Bottom Rocker is our chapter location, Mooresville, Alabama, as you know. I murmured. And what about this patch? I fingered a patch that was just above his heart, on his left shoulder, and pressed my open palm to it. He stiffened and jerked his shoulder by turning away from me. My brows lowered as confusion at the sudden move, and I opened my mouth to ask him why, but he shook his head. Go call your dad. I blinked, then nodded reluctantly. Okay, I murmured. Knowing how to give space when it was needed, I picked up my phone off the table beside the couch and headed outside to the back porch. I bit my lip and punched in my father's number, but my thoughts were all for the man just inside the doors. The man that was even now taking care of my child like she was the most precious piece of spun glass. Hey, baby, my dad answered after 2 rings. What's wrong? I asked, jerking my head to the side. He breathed out a harsh breath. I've got some bad news. That sounded ominous. Okay, I licked my lips. Hit me with it. I don't know how else to say this except to just get it out. he started, hesitating slightly. Your house. It's gone. I blinked. What? I asked. Swept away in a flash flood. Took the dog pens, my truck, and all of the things that weren't either in a building or secured in some way, he murmured. Your mom and I already called the insurance company, but since there are so many other people filing their own flooding claims, they'll likely not get to you for at least another 2 weeks. My stomach sank. I just paid it off, I whispered brokenly. Everything I'd worked so hard for was now gone. Yeah, baby, Dad acknowledged. I'm sorry, honey, but you can stay here with us. All your things are still in boxes that are now in our living room. Other than Tallulah's crib and your clothes, you didn't lose everything. I guess that was right. But I lost my house. I lost all the appliances that I'd just bought and was still paying off on my credit card. And it was likely that I'd lost my job as well, especially after last night. If my parents were affected, then the store that I worked at for my entire working career was likely going to be shut for repairs too. How the hell was I going to pay off my credit card with no job? How was I going to pay for Tallulah's daycare? There was no way that my job at the hospital, a measly 2 shifts that paid me $8 an hour, was going to be enough. Especially since I now had to pay for insurance if I wasn't working at the gas station. Oh, God, what a nightmare. Did Mom make it home okay? I asked softly, trying to keep the tremble out of my voice. A guy on a boat brought her home. Dad's voice clearly conveyed what he thought about that. She was fine, I told him, rolling my eyes at the porch roof. Did she complain at all once she got home? According to my father, Mom was a delicate flower, but she really wasn't. He believed she deserved to be pampered, though, and he wanted her to quit her job with a ferociousness that was quite comical in the right setting. Now, with my house being swept away from flooding, it wasn't even remotely funny. Was anyone able to get my car? I asked hopefully. Dad had told me he'd called a tow truck this morning, and I'd assumed that was what his call while I was in the shower had been about. It wasn't, and I wished it had been. Yeah, baby, he confirmed. It's dented, but luckily it was high enough off the ground that when it was wedged against the trees, no water was able to get in it, other than the rainwater that came in through the open window. Once the water recedes, they'll be bringing it back home. I breathed out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Dad hummed in understanding. It'll be okay. I knew it would. It didn't help the hurt I was feeling right now, though. Night, Daddy, I whispered. Love you to the state line and back. Dad chuckled as he said, Love you to the state line and back, too. When we'd made our way to Texas after the forest fire that had taken my brother's life, apparently my commentary about the sheer size of Texas had been enough to start a new trend that not just me, but my brother and sister had also adopted. You could spend an entire day driving in Texas and never leave the state. And it was an observation I'd made, which had slowly morphed over time into a catchphrase in our family to add emphasis onto something. I had started it by saying, I love you to the state line and back, to my mother, and then my sister had started to use it too. It caught on, which led all of us using it now. After pushing the phone into my pocket, I turned to survey Tommy's front door. I was nervous. It was bedtime, and Tallulah, my buffer and excuse for not getting close to Tommy all day, would be in bed and no longer available to be used as an excuse. But with nothing else to do, and no more reasons to stay out here, I twisted the knob and headed back inside. I found Tommy sitting on the couch, elbows on his knees and face in his hand, as he studied the floor. He was still upset about the patch. I wished I knew what to say to get the happy vibe back that we'd had earlier, but I didn't know what to say or do to make it better. I have it there so I don't forget, he murmured. I can't ever forget. I swallowed and walked further into the room, taking a seat on the couch directly next to Tommy. The moment I sat, I found myself wrapped up in a hug so tight that it took my breath away. "Forget what?" I asked breathlessly. His closeness made me forget my promise not to do this with him again. The second the bare skin of his arms met my palms, I dropped my mouth to his for a quick kiss without even realizing that I'd done it. The moment my lips lifted from his eyes snapped open, pain laced throughout. "The patch is a memorial patch," he murmured lightly. "The president of our MC, Stone, was killed in the line of duty not long ago." The food I'd just eaten started to churn in my belly. Was that the police officer that was killed by that gang member?" He nodded. "Yes," he confirmed. "That one." I smoothed Tommy's hair back by running both sets of fingers through it. "He was a good man," I murmured. "Did you know that he took me to the hospital the day that I went into labor with Tallulah?" His mouth quirked. "You were the chick that had the kid in his car, weren't you?" I bit my lip. "I was," I confirmed. "He saw my vagina, along with the rest of the general population of Mooresville." He started to chuckle. "I didn't see your vagina," he pointed out, "and I worked there. You're just lucky I was at lunch that day, or your vagina would have been branded into my brain." I slapped my hand over his mouth before he could finish. "There are certain things a man should never say to a woman, and that's one of them," I told him, pushing on his face a little harder before letting him free. His eyes sparkled in mirth, and I would take teasing from him any time if it kept him from having that haunted, broken look in his eyes. It was clearly apparent that the death of his club's president had hurt him, affected him on a monumental level that he would likely never fully get over. "I was there," he said, startling me. "What?" I asked, not sure I heard him correctly. "I was there." I blinked. "You were there the day he was shot?" I asked, hoping that I was wrong about what he was trying to say. I wasn't, of course. I was always right. And it was as much of a curse as it was a gift. "Yeah," he confirmed. "I was there. Tried to save him." He shook his head. "He was shot. The bullet went straight through his aorta. He bled out in a matter of seconds." I closed my eyes and leaned forward until my forehead was leaning against his. His fingers tightened on my ass, and I found myself picked up and being moved to the bedroom. "Tommy." "Shh," he whispered. "Just one more time." I leaned back so I could stare into those bluer-than-blue eyes, and melted. "Okay," I whispered. "One more time." The moment my back hit the bed, I spread my thighs wide, causing his mouth to kick up at the corner in a small grin. "You want me?" I stared at him. "I've wanted you for weeks." His smile was brilliant as he reached a hand over his head, catching the collar of his t-shirt between two fingers and pulling it over his head. Why did men look so sexy taking their shirts off? Trying to be just as sexy as he was, I did an ab curl that was more of a muffin mush as I tried to execute the same move he'd just done. I failed spectacularly. I got my head caught on the collar of the shirt and promptly choked myself. When I tried to grab the hem of my shirt to ease it over my head, I somehow got my hair added to the mix. "It helps if you hunch your shoulders some." Tommy's laughing, muffled voice came from somewhere above me. But since I was still stuck in my t-shirt, how the hell did this even happen? I couldn't confirm that. His hands went to the shirt and he pulled my arm out, causing the rest of me to pop free as well. His smiling face was the first thing I saw, and I kind of liked that my quirkiness was the thing that put it there. I didn't like seeing this man look as sad as he did just a few moments before. "I need to work on that before I do it again, trying to be all sexy," I informed him. "Can we just pretend like that didn't happen?" He grinned down at me. During the time I was tangled up in my shirt, he'd lost his pants. The only thing shielding the object of my current desire from my gaze was a thin piece of fabric, his boxer briefs. "I think you need to buy more of those," I told him, indicating his boxers with a tilt of my head. He didn't look down like I expected him to. He just planted both fists on either side of my hips. "Under Armour apparently likes to make underwear that shows off the goods," he mumbled. "I have a pair of shorts that do much the same. They push everything up and out. It's kind of like a push-up bra for my cock and balls." My mouth dropped open, and it took me a few moments before what he said made sense. Then I threw my head back and started laughing. "Ah," I giggled, "that's the best analogy I've ever heard." But when I opened my eyes and tilted my head back to his, it was to find him only inches away from my face. "I like it when you laugh," he murmured. "I like looking at your throat as the muscles work. It makes me want to bite right here." He lifted his finger to drag it along the cord of my neck. "And lick it." "What's stopping you?" I challenged the large man who was looking at me like I was a piece of meat, and he hadn't had anything to eat in days. His eyes snapped down to mine, and his lips tipped up. "Nothing." Then he pressed one large, rough palm to the middle of my chest, his fingers spanning nearly from armpit to armpit, and pushed. I fell backwards, my arms going up high over my head, and my breasts bouncing with the movement. His eyes took it all in for long seconds before he grinned and started to prowl up the bed between my splayed thighs. Once he was over me completely, he dropped only his head to my neck and started to nip. Small, teasing flicks of his tongue darting out and firing up my blood. But I became complacent, thinking I knew what I was going to get from him, and he took me by surprise by biting down on the cord of my neck. I jolted, and my hands convulsed, my nails digging deep into the skin of his thighs. The bite wasn't strong enough to break skin, but it was enough to leave small indentations where he'd nipped me and cause rays of pleasure to shoot straight through me to where it mattered most. I gasped, my hips involuntarily hitching up to push into him, but I got nowhere. The way he was hovering over my body on his hands and knees made it impossible for me to grind my pussy against his cock like I wanted. "Tommy," I growled, then froze at the volume I'd used. He read the panic. "She's back in the room across the hall." He answered my unspoken question. "For now. When we're done, when I'm done with you, I'll bring her back in here." My mouth went dry as he lifted up my knees and pushed my thighs impossibly wider. "I'm going to make this one that will hold us for a fucking while," he informed me none too gently. "When you graduate, you're still going to be feeling me." My breathing was now coming in pants. "I don't want to call this quits, but I also don't want you to lose anything by staying with me when you're so close to being finished," he informed me. "But the day you graduate, just remember that you're mine. Mine to touch." He lifted one hand and ran it down the outside of my thigh, circling around my knee before moving it back up to the top of his boxer briefs that I was wearing. "Mine to kiss." He dropped his mouth to mine, taking it with such an intensity that my whole body nearly burst into flames. "Mine to fuck." His finger slipped past the waistband of my bottoms, not stopping until his finger filled me completely. I inhaled deeply, stealing the breath straight from his lungs. "That okay with you?" he asked. I nodded, moaning into his mouth. "Yes," I breathed. "Fuck, yes." I would wait for him forever. The next couple of months would blow, but I could handle it. So could he. We were adults. We were human beings with willpower. This would be so easy. I want to fuck you every way imaginable, he rasped. I want to fuck you here, he growled. I want to fuck you on my bike, in my new house, on the hood of my truck, in the hospital linen closet, anywhere that you'll let me. His wet finger came out of my entrance to circle around the bud at the apex of my thighs, and I came, just like that easily. I came right apart, giving him everything I had to give and more. I swam up from my orgasm to him, pulling the underwear down my thighs. The moment my legs were free of the constraint, I rolled up and flipped over onto my hands and knees. "Fuck me hard," I ordered him. He growled something unintelligible as he smoothed one rough palm over my ass cheek, letting his fingers tease the crack of my ass as he did. I felt the bed move and I turned so my shoulder was pressed down against the mattress, but my head was to the side, allowing me to watch as he reached into the night table and produced the condoms I'd picked up off the floor this morning. Ripping one off, he tore it open with quick, jerky movements and lined the latex up with the tip of his cock. He watched me as I watched him, and I quivered in anticipation. "While we're waiting for you to graduate, you will get tested and so will I. When we find out that we're clean, you'll get on birth control, and I'll be fucking you without this," he said matter of fact. "I can't wait to see what you feel like surrounding my bare cock." Then he lined himself up with my entrance. "You're sure about hard?" I nodded, still watching him as best as I could. He nodded once and then slammed inside. It took everything I had not to scream. He was big, I already knew this, but from this angle, he felt even bigger. His hard, powerful thrusts were pushing me across the bed, and it wasn't long before my head hung over the side. Soon, I didn't even have the bed to hold on to, and I just had to take everything he had to give. And that's when I came. Hard, long, and loud. "You awake?" my bedmate rumbled. My eyes opened, and I rolled over, staring up at the ceiling. "Yeah," I confirmed. "Have you—" That's when I realized that things were a little too wet down there. Dread began to sweep through me as I slowly sat up in the bed, my eyes going to the spot where I'd been lying not even a minute before. The minute I saw the blood, I wanted to cry. It was everywhere, on my legs, on his leg, on the bed, on the sheets. Jesus, what a nightmare! "Oh, God!" Tommy followed my gaze, and he closed his eyes before turning his head to study me as I scrambled out of the bed. He looked at me, laughter dancing in his eyes while I tried to decide whether crying was appropriate in this situation. Would that make it worse or better? "This is the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life," I informed him as I tore out of the room and headed for the shower. I turned the shower on and jumped in without waiting for it to warm up, completely and utterly mortified. But that wasn't the end of my mortification. No, never. If one thing went bad, 10 things went bad. So there I was, staring at the red-tinted water going down the drain, when Tommy joined me in the shower. I stiffened, turning to look at him with wide, cow-like eyes. "Your daughter's still sleeping," he informed me, as if I hadn't just stained his sheets with my monthly curse. "And I'll bet if we hurry, we'll have 10 minutes or so before she wakes." No, I bet we had more like 8, if not 5. It was like she had a sixth sense when it came to knowing if I was awake or not. Tallulah had been sleeping through the night since she was 3 weeks old, and I'd counted myself lucky because that meant when I went back to work, she'd sleep in while I got up early to study. Or so I'd thought. It never worked out that way. For instance, if I were to wake up early to work out in the living room, she woke up, without fail. Didn't matter what I was doing or how quiet I was. If I was awake, she was awake, period. Today, though, she'd have to wait. I had to get cleaned off quickly so I could go strip the sheets and start a load of laundry while he was cleaning off in the shower. Then I had to pick Tallulah up and get out of here before he got out. I'd never, ever be able to face him again, and here he was standing at my back, acting like I'd not just committed a dating faux pas. "Hand me the soap," he ordered, pointing at the corner of the tub where I'd placed it the night before. See, here's where karma kicks in. Had I put it back in the soap dish holder on the wall, I wouldn't have had to bend over at all. Because had I not had to bend over, I wouldn't have farted. It was the cutest sounding fart I'd ever let out in my life, but still, it was a fart. My asshole clenched and I froze under the water, wondering what in the hell I'd done to deserve this lot in life. Surely I hadn't done anything too bad. I'd kicked my brother in the nuts on purpose when I was in high school, and I'd stolen my mom's car 2 months later out of spitefulness, though she hadn't noticed. I'd felt bad and come home all within 15 minutes, and then had the gall to admit what I'd done to her. She'd looked at me like I was crazy and had told me to go clean the kitchen. And to this day, I still felt bad for the fork I'd thrown in the trash because I couldn't get it clean. So yeah, I was going on the fact that I'd thrown one of my mom's expensive forks into the trash for the reasoning behind why exactly my life sucked. Maybe I could just drown myself in here. A strong, muscled chest moved up close to my back, and I stiffened even more. Here I was, bleeding and goddamned gassy, and the man wanted to hug me? Why? "How are you so calm?" I demanded as I looked at him with water pouring down my face. Aren't most men period-phobic? Fart-phobic? Not that I'd bring that one up. I could totally act like it didn't happen. He looked at me with laughter in his eyes. "Yeah, some are." He shrugged. "I'm a fucking doctor and a grown-ass man. I understand the logistics behind periods and gas." Oh, God. He just said gas. I was going to die quietly right here in his arms. "I don't want to talk about this anymore. Get off me." He refused. "I already put the clothes in the washer, and your daughter's about to wake up any minute," he informed me. "I'm about to drop you off at your mom's, and I won't be able to speak to you for 2.5 goddamn months the way that I really want to. So how about you forget about being embarrassed over bodily functions that you have no control over and that the majority of the population experiences on a daily basis, and hug me the fuck back?" I looked at him, staring into those blue eyes that had the power to melt my heart, and nodded. Then I wrapped my arms around him, burying my face into his neck, and breathed easy again, no longer in quite the panic that I'd been in when I'd woken up a few minutes before. Though you could bet your ass that I wouldn't be bending down in front of him again for the foreseeable future.
Chapter 14. Tommy. Your boobs really bring out my eyes. Tommy's secret thoughts. I'll take y'all home. She looked at me incredulously. You can't, she denied me. If the water happened to be low enough for you to get through it on your bike, there's still the little dilemma of Tallulah not having her car seat. And even though I did it the other day, I won't be doing it again. Not when we have to drive another 10 minutes down the road with dumbasses trying to get out and about today for the first time in 4 days. I grinned at her. I have a car that has a car seat in it because I pick my niece up from daycare at least once a week. She blinked. You have a car? She said car like it was a dirty word, and I had to squelch the urge to laugh so she wouldn't think I was laughing at her instead of with her. Yeah, I confirmed. She twitched. I could tell she was embarrassed. Hell, I was embarrassed for her, but what had happened this morning wasn't the end of the world. 50% of the goddamn population had periods, and 100% of the world's population farted. It was a bodily function, and one that you couldn't control. So no, I wasn't upset, grossed out, or mad. I was, however, pissed off that I was having to give her up, even if it was just temporarily. I fucking hated responsibilities. I hated that she wasn't going to be here after 2 days of having her in my bed, giving me things that I wanted more than anything when I got home from work. I wouldn't even have the smell of her on my sheets since I'd had to wash them. I'd almost say that was on purpose, since she was still trying to pull away, if I hadn't seen her face and the way that her mortification had swept over it. Taking her by the hand, I urged her out of the house. I'd already loaded Tallulah's diaper bag and her medicines while Tally had been feeding Tallulah, so all I had left to do was drop down and sweep Tallulah into my arms, which I did moments later while still holding on to Tally's hand. "Ready?" I looked at Tally. She took one last look around, like it was the last time she'd ever be in this place, which was likely true since I would be moving into my own place within a week, and nodded her head with very little enthusiasm. "Yep," she confirmed. "Show me to this mysterious car." I grinned and pulled her with me, taking her down the steps and around to the garage door, which was already open and waiting for us. She froze the moment we rounded the side of the house. "This is not a car," she informed me. "This is a freaking beast." I looked at my black 1967 Chevy Impala, the one that left the garage only on rare occasions, and grinned. "I got this girl when I was 16, I told her as I pulled her forward. "When I turned 21, I got my first bike, and I haven't driven her much since." "That's blasphemy," she informed me. "It's cruel and unusual punishment to put a car like this on the back burner." I led her to the passenger side and opened the door for her to take a seat. She took a look at the white leather interior, and I could tell she wanted to snort. "I guess you don't have your niece much?" I shook my head. "No. Why?" She reached for Tallulah, and I handed her over, watching her as she twisted in her seat and lifted Tallulah up and over the bench before placing her in the car seat. "I'm glad she still rear faces," Tally said as she clipped Tallulah into place. I didn't hear much of what she said because my eyes were on the way her ass looked in those jeans. She was shimmying and shaking, so it took me a while to realize that during this time I should have been walking to my own door and getting in. Instead, I was still standing there like a dolt and staring at where her cute ass used to be. "What's wrong?" she asked, then horror crossed over her face. "Oh, God, is there more?" I blinked, then shook my head. "More of what?" I questioned in confusion. "Blood." She said the word like it was some dirty secret, and I had to bite my tongue to keep the laugh from exploding from my body. "No," I told her the truth. "I was staring at your ass and wondering if you'd have a problem with me stopping by to fuck you during the middle of the night when nobody could see us a few times over the next couple months." Her face colored. "I don't think that's such a good idea," she murmured. "We could get caught. We could get into a lot of trouble, and then I'd not graduate. You'd have to quit your job due to your inappropriate behavior." I placed my hand over her mouth. "Chill," I ordered. "If you didn't want to, all you had to say was no." She pursed her lips. "Whatever." I grinned and shut her door, rounding the hood of the Impala and pulling open the door before I dropped down into my seat. "Why aren't you wearing your club vest cut thingy?" she asked as soon as my ass hit the seat. "It's in my saddlebags," I murmured. "When I come back and swap my car out for my bike, I'll put it on." "Why not now?" she continued to push. "Because when we're in cages, that's cars and biker speak, we don't wear them. Don't know why. Just don't," I informed her. "Do your women wear the property of vests like I've seen in some TV shows?" I shook my head. "A few do. Most don't," I said. "Just depends on what the club does. Ours doesn't. We've done it in the past, asking our old ladies to wear the property patches, but it fell to the wayside when Stone became president. His old lady wore one for a short time, but then people started to get bent out of shape with the cops in this county, and she stopped wearing it one day." She murmured. "I wonder why that was." I shrugged. "Don't know." And I probably never would know. May, Stone's old lady, had gone downhill since Stone had died, and I didn't think she'd ever be the same. She was a shell of the woman that I used to know. My heart hurt every single time I saw her. I didn't bother sharing any of this with Tally either. May was a proud woman, and she wouldn't want anyone feeling sorry for her or Stone. Stone died doing what he loved, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. He died happy, in love, and content with his life. What more could you ask for? Starting the car up on that thought, I groaned when I saw Tally squirm in her seat. "Really?" She had to do this now, with her kid in my car and me taking her home to her father? Knowing I was about to see the judge in this city was daunting enough. I didn't need to add a boner for his daughter to the list of things that he would hate about me. He already had plenty to hate me for, and Tally didn't even know it yet. The moment that the judge realized just who she'd been staying with the last 2 days, he'd freak the fuck out. And I was counting on the fact that Tally was really into me and already emotionally attached to keep him from clouding her judgment. We drove in silence all the way to her home. Well, partial silence. Tallulah had no problem letting us know how very much she was enjoying the hell out of the ride the entire way. We pulled into the driveway to Tally's parents' house, and she was still laughing, chatting, and carrying on about something only she knew. "Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?" Tally asked once we turned onto her road. "And how do you know where my father lives?" I bit my lip, knowing where this was going. "A long, long time ago, my family used to own the land that you live on," I murmured. "Your father bought it from the bank after my parents lost it." A heavy silence filled the air after that. She cleared her throat. "I didn't know that," she murmured. "What happened?" I made the final turn into her driveway, my old driveway, and stopped in front of the house, my old house. "When I was 14, my mom overstretched my father's and her resources, and she couldn't get herself turned back around," I started to explain. "They started to spiral downhill until there was nothing else they could do but let the house and the land go back to the bank." "I think I can see where this is going," she murmured. I grinned, but there was nothing nice in it. "Yeah," I murmured. "We were evicted the summer that I graduated from high school." She breathed deeply. "Did you know me?" I shook my head. "No," I admitted. "But if I had, she would have been mine the moment she turned 18. I'd been full of piss and vinegar for years, and it had taken me turning 21 to finally see the error of my ways. But by that time, I'd already done everything that I could to piss off the one and only person I now had to impress. Judge Slater. "That's good." "Oh." She reached for the handle of the car and got out, heading for her father, who'd just rounded the corner. I twisted in my seat and unstrapped Tallulah from her restraints, and then lifted her into my arms before facing the music. And the music wasn't good music either. The moment that the judge's eyes met mine, his scowl went thunderous. "What the hell are you doing on my land?" he growled. "Give her to me." I handed him Tallulah, expecting the move the moment that he started stalking toward me. "Sir?" I murmured. The judge glared hard at me, and I realized that it was going to take a very long time to win this man over, if I even could at all. Glancing at Tally, I nodded at her and headed for my car, knowing when I wasn't welcome. "Have a good one, Tally." Tally looked confused as she stared at me leaving, and the moment I turned my car around and I could see her in my rear view, I realized that it would take quite a bit of convincing to get her back on my side. Shit.
Tally. "You will not have anything to do with that man, ever again," my father ordered me. I blinked. "What?" I asked. "Dad, I'm nearly 21 years old. Surely you don't think you can still tell me what to do?" Dad's eyes were so shrewd and calculating that I knew what was going to come out of his mouth before he even said it. "You live on my land, and since your house is gone, you'll be living underneath my roof. I sure as fuck can tell you who you can and can't see," he informed me. I gritted my teeth. "Tommy is a—" I started to say. But he interrupted me with a raise of his hand. "Stop," he demanded. "I don't care what that man is. I know what I know, and what I know is that he's no good. And now that I know he's your teacher at the college, I'd be delighted to inform them of the criminal they have on their hands." I growled. "Give me her and leave me alone." Dad handed Tallulah to me, not one to hold my daughter against me. At least he had that going for him right now. That was one of his better virtues, allowing me to raise my child without his interference, even though I could tell many times throughout my so far short stint in motherhood that he wanted to intervene. He let me make my own mistakes, but apparently he wouldn't let me make the Tommy mistake. Too bad I'd already made it. And it was glorious. Now I just needed to find out what exactly he did to piss off my father, one of the most easy-going men I knew.
Chapter 15. Tommy. I would eat healthy, but tacos. Every woman's secret thoughts. I'd let her have her space. I also was fairly sure that I wasn't going to be able to continue to allow her that space, but I'd give it the good old college try. Today had been a lesson in restraint, literally and figuratively. It had all started out fairly simple. I was in the simulation lab with our students when I asked for a volunteer. "Who wants to volunteer to try out these restraints?" I asked the class. I looked at everyone, even Tally, and waited for someone to raise their hand. Nobody did. So I grinned and said, "Now, I don't want everyone to step all over each other to get to the bed," I teased them. "Come on now. Someone has to do it. Don't make me choose for you." Still nobody rose their hands, and I sighed. "All right," I said. "When's your birthday?" I asked the girl who was at the front of the class. The little stuck-up bitch who tried to kiss my and every other teacher's ass in the entire building in hopes of getting a better grade. "June 12th, she answered instantly. "And you?" I asked the next girl. "August 1st. "Who here has a birthday after August 1st? The only person to raise her hand was Tally, causing me to grin. "All righty then," I grinned. "You're up." Tally's eyes flashed, and I had to resist the urge to grin at her like a lunatic. It was apparent, as she walked to the front of the room, that she didn't want to be doing this, especially not with me. It had been a full 2 weeks since we'd held a conversation, one that didn't have something to do with school during class with each other, and I was beginning to wonder if it was intentional. Her mother had somehow gotten her shifts changed so that she was on when Dr. Wilde was there, and since there were only 2 doctors who worked the small ER at any given time, that meant that I never saw her, even if I had wanted to be there. I knew it was a possibility, but luckily there was nothing that the judge and his wife could do about the class I was teaching. If there had been, they'd have already done it. But I knew they did try. And clearly, since Tally was sitting in my class, well, now walking towards me while practically dragging her feet, it was apparent they hadn't accomplished what they'd set out to accomplish, which was to keep her as far away from me as they could possibly make happen. "Where do you want me?" she asked. I gritted my teeth and refrained from saying, "On your knees." Her husky voice had my cock hardening behind the zipper of my jeans, and I moved to where the fake hospital bed was between me and the rest of the room. They didn't need any more Dr. Bones ammunition to use against me. "On the bed," I cleared my suddenly dry throat, "with your arms out at your sides. Or to the headboard, whichever works for you." I bit the inside of my lip, trying really hard not to say what I really wanted to say, which wouldn't get me anywhere good. Tally followed instructions while the rest of the room snickered, and I glared at 2 of the most obnoxious offenders. "Would you like to volunteer, Hadley and Elba?" I asked the 2 with a growl. Hadley and Elba clammed up, of course, not wanting to bring their show on the road. "Sorry," Elba apologized. Hadley, of course, didn't. I didn't see what Tally saw in that girl, and I wondered if she was aware of the jealousy that raged through Hadley any time Tally answered a question correctly. Tally cleared her throat, and I turned my gaze back to her. "This is something you're going to do only when you have a doctor's order," I told the class. "You can't put restraints on a patient without one, understand?" "What if they're harming themselves?" someone broke in. I answered at the same time as I reached for the restraints. "There is always a doctor on staff," I informed the kiss-ass, "and if not, you call them. In the interim, you do what you need to do, doing everything in your power to not hurt them or yourself in the process." Tally tested the restraint I got on her left hand, and then started to struggle when I moved to her other one. "Hey," she snapped, pulling at her hand. I stopped, raising my brow at her. "What?" I asked. "That hurt." I blinked. Then she grinned, and I rolled my eyes just as a chuckle rose from my lips. "When the patient struggles like this, it's best to have another nurse with you," I informed the class. "What if she starts to kick?" someone from the back asked. I finished securing her other hand and then looked up at the class. "You secure their legs too, but only if you have a doctor's order," the class droned. I grinned. Good. Don't let that come back and bite you in the ass. Someone, Hadley, of course, snorted and murmured something snippy under her breath, but I chose to ignore it instead of bringing the girl any more attention. She thrived on it, and I knew that before she even stepped a foot into my class. Any questions? I asked, leaning into the bed. Tally lifted her leg, drawing my attention to her for a fleeting second before I returned it to little Miss Kissass, who had just asked something stupid. I'd just started to explain the benefits of listening to your patient's cues when Tally's hand brushed my cock. I jolted, stiffening slightly, and continued speaking only with a short pause in my explanation, thinking that it had been an accident. But when it happened again, I narrowed my eyes at the class. All right, I said abruptly. Break time. Be back in 15 minutes. The class dispersed, the solid door closing behind them all so quickly that I nearly laughed. Nearly. All because of the woman who thought it was okay to touch a man's dick when he wanted nothing more than to toss her beautiful ass over one of the desks in front of him and have his filthy way with her. What, I murmured as I leaned into the bed, was that? She looked at me all innocently. What was what? She batted her eyelashes at me. I growled and kicked the wheel lock on the bed, pushing it forward and locking it so quickly that she had no idea what I was doing before I did it. The moment the bed was in front of the door, I locked the wheels and slammed my mouth onto hers. She fought for all of 3 seconds before she gave in to the kiss, her mouth taking mine just as hungrily as mine took hers. I ripped my mouth away from hers with a snarl, causing her to gasp in surprise. Jesus Christ, I growled. Do you know how hard I am right now? She brushed her hand against my cock again, and I swallowed another curse before slamming my mouth back down onto hers. Did your daddy turn you against me? I growled against her lips. He tried, she said, but he didn't accomplish his goal. And what goal would that be? I asked, pulling back just enough that I could see into her beautiful eyes. To keep me away from you, she confessed. But as you can see, you're still here, and so am I. I blinked. He tried to pull you out or have me fired, I asked, knowing for a fact that it was one of the two. When one didn't work, he tried the other, she admitted. When that didn't work, he tried to make me feel bad. She hesitated. And I'm still trying to figure out what the hell you did to deserve that kind of reaction out of my normally laid-back dad. I shook my head, knowing she wanted me to explain why her father hated me so much. But that wasn't something I wanted to tell her. Not until she was completely mine and never leaving me, that was. No comment, I murmured. She lifted her lip in a silent snarl. I'll figure it out one way or the other, she threatened. I didn't take the bait. I knew what she was trying to do, and I wasn't going to fall for that pretty face. Nor was I going to give in. Not on this. My record was sealed for a reason. So I'd been a stupid kid. So I'd been an even stupider young adult. That wasn't going to come out until the last possible second, if ever. And she couldn't get it out of me, no matter what she said, tried, or did. At least not yet, anyway. You could try, I murmured as I used 2 fingers to stroke her pussy over her scrubs. You want to know why you won't be doing that? I asked her carefully. She glared. Why not? I grinned and covered her mouth with my hand. Because you like me, I informed her. You want my cock in your pussy. You want my ass in your bed. You want to be wrapped up in my arms when you've had a hard day. I moved closer until we were only millimeters apart. You fucking want me as much as I want you, and that's why you're not going to play silly high school games. She hissed at me, and I had to admit that was pretty cute, but now I was pissed. She lifted her hips, urging me with her body since I had my hand over her mouth and wouldn't let her get her words out. What do you want? I teased her. She glared. Knowing what she wanted, I slipped my hand under the hem of her top until I came to the stretchy waistband of her scrubs. You want my cock, I muttered. Well, you can't have it, but you can have my fingers. She arched into my hand as I slipped it not just past the waistband of her pants, but into her panties as well, and honed in on my target. She growled into my hand and dug her heels into the bed, effectively urging me on. I sank 1 finger deep inside of her, moaning as I felt the first sign of her need for me. You're fucking soaked, I told her, and that's all for me. It's the man that your father fucking hates. I knew I didn't need to keep bringing it up. It would only keep and hold her attention, but I couldn't help it. The last 2 weeks had been utter shit, all because her father had deemed me a menace to society over 10 years ago. She bit down on my lip, and I jerked back just in time to see her eyes roll back into her head. She came with only 2 fingers in a matter of seconds. Either I was magic, which I wasn't, or she was thinking about it long before I'd actually gone there. And only one solution was logical. I didn't even get much chance to examine the feelings when the door started to open. Lucky for me, the bed was in the way, wheels still locked, or they would have seen me pulling my fingers out of Tally's pants. Red flushed up those pretty cheeks, and she started to yank at her restraints. Grinning, I sucked my fingers clean, and she glared. "Not cool," she grumbled, as she yanked at her restraints once again. I used one hand to get her loose while I finished licking my fingers clean. "Get to your seat," I ordered. She hissed at me. "Jerk!" Grinning like an asshole, I pulled the bed from the door, put it back into place, and took a seat at my desk. "How is taking your tests in the library going?" I asked, referring to the new testing environment I'd arranged for her, for not just my class, but all of her classes. Relief crossed over her face. "Amazing," she admitted, "and having an extra 40 minutes wasn't too shabby either." I chuckled and picked up my water that was on the edge of my desk. "I'll bet. Though it pissed Hadley off," she murmured. "She's mad that I get extra time." I resisted the urge to say, "Fuck Hadley," and good thing, too, because lo and behold, it was the woman under discussion who was the first one through the door scant seconds later. "Tally!" Hadley called. Tally looked up at Hadley and then grinned at something I couldn't hear. I looked up and watched the 2 women converse, wondering again what Tally saw in that girl. Even I could tell from all the way across the room that Hadley was looking down on her. Deciding that I needed to speak to Tally about her, I got up and continued with class. All the while, my fingers smelled of Tally.
Chapter 16. Tally. You need to turn down your psycho before I turn mine up. Trust me, no one will like it if I turn mine up. Tally's secret thoughts. "You want to go out tonight?" Hadley asked. I shook my head as I bit my lip, my pen working furiously over the page of my NCLEX study guide. "Can't," I said. "I have to run a few errands, and I have Tallulah tonight." Hadley grumbled something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like bullshit. "What?" I asked, looking up at her. I was surprised to find a look of derision on her face. "What?" I asked again. "It's fucking ridiculous that all you do is study and stay at home," she said stubbornly. I blinked. "Hadley," I murmured. "I have a child and I'm 5 weeks away from graduating," I informed her. "What would you like me to do? Fuck it all up because you want me to go to some party?" "It's coffee, Tally, fucking coffee. It's not a party," she snapped. I looked at my friend, wondering where the sweet, kind, and considerate Hadley had gone. The person here now in my friend's place was someone completely different. Over the last 6 weeks, it had turned into pure torture to be around her. She was acting very different, and every time I told her I couldn't go with her somewhere, she got all offended and hurt. It wasn't my fault I was a single mother, though I guess it technically was. I did have the sex that resulted in the pregnancy, and it's not like it was even good sex at that. "Ladies," that deep, smooth, sexy voice broke into my thoughts. Speaking of sex. "Dr. Tommy," I said, hoping I sounded professional instead of all breathy and excited that he was talking to me. I hadn't had much chance to talk to him over the last few weeks. The man had, however, starred in my dreams, day and nighttime alike. He was all I could think about, and everything I still couldn't have. It had been pure hell, and I hated the fact that I couldn't talk to him like I wanted to if we had not been student and teacher. We'd already crossed over that line, but it didn't mean that we could continue to do so. The temptation was definitely there, though. Even if I hadn't seen him, I still thought about him, constantly. I'd kept myself super busy, picking my regular shifts back up at the convenience store, this time in one of Mama Morin's other stores. This one was in a seedier part of town and was located just off the interstate. The other store had been a total loss, and everything inside had been ruined due to the sudden intrusion of floodwater into the store. I wasn't 100% positive that Mama Morin hadn't just found a job for me to do out of the kindness of her heart. It didn't matter, though. I was grateful. I had bills to pay, and I needed this job to pay them. "How's the house repair coming?" Dr. Tommy butted in. I blinked, wondering how he knew about my house repair. I said, "It's coming along okay, but it's going to be difficult to fix. That is, if it was even fixable at all. My father and a few of his buddies had been out surveying the flooding when they'd come across my tiny house. It had been in the center of a field right in the heart of the flood zone. While they did find it, it was another week before the water receded enough and they could get to it. The first step into my home had been heartbreaking. Everything that I'd worked so hard for was ruined. The blankets that I'd sewn for Tallulah were mildewed. All of her baby items that I'd wanted to save as keepsakes were broken and waterlogged. That wasn't it, though. No. My father said that even though the house had been up out of the water due to the trailer it had been built on, the entire floor needed to be replaced, including the subfloor and the framing that the floor was built on. My insurance company would only cover partial repairs due to the fact that I didn't have flood insurance, and apparently I was extremely lucky to get even that much. None of this boded well for me. I'd be living with my parents for the next year to be able to afford to pay for the repairs. Needless to say, it was a touchy subject that I wasn't in the mood to talk about. If anyone besides Tommy had asked me about it, I would have immediately shut them down. But I was so in love with Tommy that I would talk to him about practically anything, even my dreaded house situation and the shit that swirled around it. I met a contractor who does quality work and is willing to let me pay him in installments. He looked at me carefully, his eyes taken in the bags under my eyes and the hollow look of my cheeks. "Are you okay?" Hadley growled in frustration. "I'll catch up to you in a few," Hadley grunted as she walked away. Tommy didn't even lift his eyes from mine as Hadley flounced away, and I found myself grateful. It was hard for any man not to watch Hadley walk away. She was beautiful and had a perfect body, one that anyone, man or woman, could appreciate. Tommy, loyal man that he was, only had eyes for me. "I'm okay," I told him, and I was, mostly. I was pining for a man I shouldn't want. My daughter was sick again, but I was handling okay. "Dr. Wilde told me you had to take Tallulah to the ER yesterday," Tommy continued. "Is she all right?" Did he know everything? "She had some sort of reaction to her medication," I murmured. "We went to the doctor on Monday because she started wheezing, and they gave her a med that she's never had before. We gave it to her later that day, and hives immediately started to appear all over her body." Tommy winced. "You'll have to be very careful with anything in that class of medications from now on," he murmured. "I heard that her father showed." I sighed. He had shown up. Why, I didn't know, but he did. He'd left work and everything, surprising the ever-loving shit out of me. Though I had a feeling that it had a lot to do with the woman he'd brought with him. The woman who wanted my kid for herself. I could see the gleam in her eye as she acted all concerned over Tallulah and her well-being. The reality was that she didn't want me in the picture at all. The only reason she wanted Tallulah was because she wanted Russell's full attention and didn't like it when he had to divert it away from her when we were dealing with something related to our daughter. I would have told her it wasn't going to work, but she was being completely ridiculous about everything. She'd even offered to take Tallulah home with her and keep her overnight while I caught up on my sleep. I'd laughed right in her face. There was no way in hell that I was going to let my daughter go home with them after she just had an allergic reaction to a medication she was taking for another serious medical condition. She was crazy for thinking it, let alone asking it. You heard, I guessed. His eyes gleamed. Yep, I groaned. She's a fucking nut job, I told him, looking around to see that we were alone. Were we the last ones in the building? How had that happened? I looked at my watch and winced. Tallulah was with my mom, and I had to go relieve her in an hour and a half. Not to mention, I still had to run to the grocery store and then to the shop to exchange the rental for my car. My car that was officially done. $1,500 and a few favors later. Not that I was worried that the man would ever cash those favors in. I realized within moments of meeting the man, who Tommy had recommended to me, that he was a member of the same club as Tommy. Tommy chuckled. Dr. Wilde told me that she offered to pay for Tallulah's medical bills, and you told the woman to shove her money where the sun doesn't shine. His eyes were full of mirth, and I had to squelch the urge to laugh. Again. I wasn't necessarily an antagonistic person, but when it came to Tallulah and Sheena, I was protective and territorial, as any new mother in this situation would be. Her acting as if she were the one who had Tallulah's best interests at heart were beginning to really chap my ass. I pushed that kid out of my vagina. I walked the floor with her for hours a night when she was fussy and not feeling well. I was the one who was there with her during her first asthma attack. So no. She didn't have any rights when it came to Tallulah and decisions about her care or well-being. And if I had anything to say about it, she would never have that right. Not ever. I leaned back in my chair, letting my pencil drop onto the couch beside me, and stared at him. What are you doing? He worked his jaw, his hand coming up to allow his fingers to scratch his beard. He looked so freaking sexy, even doing innocuous things like touching his majestic beard. It really was majestic, and longer than I remembered. Was he growing it out? I wonder what it would feel like rubbing against the inside of my thighs. That look won't get you anywhere right now, he murmured. I bit my lip. I didn't have anything to say to that. I really shouldn't be thinking about it. Really. I shouldn't be thinking about how his cock filled me up. I shouldn't be thinking about the erection I could now see straining his pants. I shouldn't be wishing I could take it out and swallow it. Stop, he snapped. I'd bitten my lip, but my eyes remained on his cock. And the next thing I knew, there was a 230-pound man on top of me, pinning me to the couch. I gasped, taken aback at the suddenness. He used my gasp against me, slamming his mouth to mine as he thrust his tongue into my mouth. I moaned. He tasted like chocolate. I'd seen him eating M&Ms in class when I'd passed his classroom door on the way to my own. I'd also been insanely jealous of that candy. I wanted to melt in his mouth. I wanted to be the thing that he enjoyed the taste of. He thrust his leg in between my thighs, and I parted them without hesitation before wrapping my arms around his shoulders and pulling him even closer to me. I forgot what I was doing. I forgot where I was. I forgot everything, focusing only on the feel of his body on mine, the taste of his mouth, the smell of his skin. The pencil jabbing into my thigh, yeah, even that wasn't enough to stop me from lifting my hips and grinding myself into him. His erection pressed between the seam of my sex, and I had to bite my lip to keep myself from moaning. We were in the most secluded part of the entire school, hidden in the dark corner where I usually took my naps. Nobody ever came over this way. Not teachers, not students, not staff. There wasn't much lighting, and the only thing that was good about this space was that it was dark and quiet. The only reason I came over here was because I had my own little battery-powered clip-on book light that I usually brought with me, enabling me to see as I studied. It was a cool little contraption to have, but it apparently couldn't withstand being knocked off a table, which is what happened when Tommy suddenly moved over me, jostling the table in the process and knocking my book and the light onto the floor. The lamp clicked off when it hit the floor under the book, plunging the alcove we were sitting in into darkness. With it being dark outside, paired with the building being practically empty, there really wasn't much one could see. And Tommy took advantage of that. One second I was on my back with him grinding his hips into me, and the next I was twisted, turned, and placed straight onto his cock. Or I would have been had my pants and his pants been gone. But he didn't waste time in fooling around with that either. I felt him working at the ties of his pants, and I decided to take mercy on him and do the same with mine. The moment I felt him push his pants down and allow his erection to push free of its confines, I pushed mine down as well. "You get on birth control," he rasped. I nodded, biting my lip. The shot was my best and worst enemy at this point. Yes, I was now 99% protected against pregnancy, but I'd gained 6 pounds since being on it. His beard rasped against the soft skin of my neck, bringing me out of the contemplation of my birth control, and I nearly orgasmed on the spot. "What about your tests?" I nodded again. I'd done everything just like he'd asked. "Good," he growled, lining his cock up to my entrance. "Because I did too." Then he pushed up. At the same time, he pulled me down by my hips. I was filled to capacity instantly. One single glide of his cock was all he took. I was so wet for him that it didn't take anything more. My pussy was stretched to capacity, and I could feel the sweet burn of my sensitive skin straining to accommodate him. Did I ask him to stop, though? Hell no. I urged him on by clenching my muscles onto his rigid length, at the same time ordering him to hurry up. "Hurry," I ordered. "Fucking hurry." His mouth came down on my neck, and his teeth bit into the sensitive skin, and I lost my ability to think clearly. One second I was urging him on, and the next, I was coming. His hands moved to my ass to better angle me for his use, and that only served to... "Why is it always so dark on this side of the building?" I heard someone ask, breaking into my sex haze. "Someone should ask management to put in some more lighting." "I thought Dr. Tommy had already asked someone to do that," a man replied. "Normally they do anything that man wants." My teachers, 2 of them. Motherfucker. Did the fact that there were 2 teachers on the other side of the couch, probably only 10 feet away, stop the man inside of me from continuing his thrusts? No. Of course it didn't. In fact, I thought the fact that we might get caught was making him harder. I got my confirmation on that thought a few moments later when he breathed in my ear. "Does it turn you on knowing that I'm fucking you with someone standing 5 feet away?" He breathed into my ear. 5 feet? "No," I said as quietly as I dared. But my nipples didn't get with the game, and neither did my betraying vagina. It had sold me out for a ride on the Tommy train. I was slicker than ever, and knowing that someone was right there, that we could be caught at any moment, was enough to make me come again. This time I turned my head, buried my teeth into the skin of his arm, my pussy locking down on his cock so hard that I thought I might break his poor penis. But he didn't seem to notice the potential penis pulverizing. He was too busy coming, filling me up so full that I feared we might very well leak all over the couch. What the hell was I supposed to do now? And Jesus, why was he still moving? If he didn't stop, I'd come again. My toes started to curl, and I gasped, finally releasing my hold on his skin. I was coming again. He stopped in the middle, and I bucked without conscious thought, urging him to keep going. He growled almost subsonically. I could feel it against my back, but I couldn't hear it, though that was likely due to the fact that my senses were focused solely on my vagina instead of self-preservation. By the time we came to a stop, both of our hearts pounding a mile a minute. It was to see the two teachers exiting the front door of the college, the door shutting behind them with a loud boom. I became aware of the awkward position moments after the door shut, and I sat up, ready to stand up, when he stopped me with his hands on my hips. "Won't want to move just yet," he suggested, reaching for something. My jacket. "No!" I cursed, snatching the jacket away. "You can't use that. It's my only jacket." He started to chuckle, making my body jump. "It's not going to permanently ruin the jacket, woman," he grumbled. "It's going to temporarily make it dirty. You'll wash it when you get home, and it'll be as good as new." "I can't wash a jizz jacket with my daughter's clothes," I hissed. He snatched the jacket out of my hand and placed it between my thighs, and then pushed me up, covering my entrance before he could leak out of me. It all happened so fast that I never had the chance to refuse. I stood there, staring at the wall in front of me, and wondered if it'd be crossing a line if I tossed the jizz jacket at his face. "I'll wash it," he mumbled, taking in the look that was written all over my face. "And I'll bring it back to you in the morning." "I'm working in the morning," I mumbled, wiping myself up as best as I could with the small part of my jacket that didn't have any zippers connected to it. "And I'll need my jacket." "I know," he informed me. "I'm working too." "I thought Dr. Wilde was working tomorrow," I hesitated. "He was, but now he's not. I offered to switch a few shifts with him to allow him to take his wife out. He's on the verge of retirement, and he and his wife want some more time together, so he's not all that hip on working as much as he used to." I bit my lip. If I told him that I'd purposely switched my shifts to Dr. Wilde, he'd be pissed. But it wasn't the only way that I knew how to stay away from him. If I didn't stay away, things like sex in public places happened. He read the next look on my face, and his eyes narrowed. "What?" he said. "Is that look for? What did you do?" I bit my lip harder. He growled. "You asked for those shifts, didn't you? You asked your mother to have you switch to Dr. Wilde's shifts. All this time I thought it was your parents' doing, but it was yours." I nodded, worried now about the look in his eyes. "Why?" "Because you were on other shifts," I said. "Why else would I want to switch?" I knew the instant that he said it that he'd taken it the wrong way. "You don't want to be with me?" he guessed. I nodded. I didn't. At least not yet. I wanted to graduate first. "Fucking A, but I'm a dumbass," he said, eyes hard. "Should have fucking known." With that, he left me where I stood, leaving me staring after him with my pants around my ankles. And I watched him leave. I thought surely I'd get him to turn around, get him to understand the repercussions of our relationship if we were caught. But he didn't turn around. He didn't speak to me the next day, and not the day after that either. Even when I tried to explain my side of things. I realized on day 4 of his refusal to talk to me exactly what pride meant to a man like Tommy.
Chapter 17. Tommy. Thank you, McDonald's, for not making hot dogs. I don't think I could eat a McWiener with a straight face. Text from Truth to Tommy. I pulled into the gas station to get gas around 10:20 at night, 5 nights after walking out on tally, my mind as well as my morale in the gutter. I'd had a shit day. I'd lost not 1, not 2, but 3 fucking patients, and I was so far from okay that I could literally not see the light at the end of the tunnel. "You coming by the clubhouse?" Sean asked. I looked over at the man, my brother and fellow club brother, and nodded. "Yep," I confirmed. I needed something to get my mind off of my shit day, and I could think of 2 things that would make this day better. Seeing Tally, which I knew wouldn't happen since she was so dead set on there not being an us, or drinking my bad day away. So knowing Tally was working and that she was avoiding me on top of that, I was settling for door number 2. What I didn't expect, however, was to see her working at the gas station. The last time I'd spoken to her in length, she'd been working at the one that I avoided at all costs now. This one was my gas station, the one close to my house, the one that I bought coffee at every single morning and gas at whenever I needed it. I stared at her while I filled up my gas tank, wondering if I should go in there and try to convince her. I'd just decided not to when she turned around and her eyes locked on mine. My body stilled as I stared into those eyes. She looked so freaking lost that it tore at my heartstrings. But I wasn't the one who told us we couldn't be together. She was. She was the one keeping us apart. True, we shouldn't be together while she was in school. That didn't mean that during her time off we couldn't see each other, couldn't be fucking friends. But no, she'd viciously shut that pathway down before it could even start, and I'd decided to let her have her way. For now. In the meantime, it was too hard to have a life with her in it and not have her in it. Mounting my bike, I reached for my helmet when she decided to come out of the store. With nobody else in the parking lot, I assumed the store was empty and waited for her to come. My heart raced and my hands started to sweat. I didn't let on that her closeness was affecting me in ways that I wasn't quite willing to admit. Instead, I stared with the most impassive look I could paste on my face. "Tommy," she whispered, "are you... How are you doing?" I looked at her, then answered, "I'm okay." She bit her lip, the move making my cock harden painfully behind the zipper of my pants. Taking a chance that she was in a good mood, I leaned forward and placed both elbows on the gas tank. "You want to come to a club party with me?" I asked her. She shook her head. "No," she denied me. "I told you that we couldn't do this." I gritted my teeth. Under any other circumstances, I would have handled it better. However, I'd lost 3 patients today, and my mind was no longer firing with all cylinders. So instead of saying what I should have said and tamping down my anger, I unleashed it on her. "It'll only be a few people, men I'd trust with my life," I informed her, hoping that her refusal to come stemmed from her fear of people learning that we were together. She was shaking her head violently. "It only takes one person to blab to the wrong person, and that's the end." I clenched my fists and leaned back and placed one foot on the peg of the bike. "Guess that's it then," I murmured. "Just don't expect me to wait around forever for you. I was going to say that nobody but my club and a few other people will be there. People who wouldn't say a goddamned word about either one of us. But I guess I was wrong about you. If you can't handle that, then I guess I can't handle you, because I trust them with my life." With that, I left, knowing as soon as I accelerated out of the parking lot that I should have turned around and apologized. She didn't deserve to have my anger hurled at her. She hadn't done anything wrong. She was trying to protect her education and both of our careers. I didn't turn around, though. I headed straight to the clubhouse, and the moment I got through the door, I got myself a beer. Then I got another. And suddenly nothing seemed as bad as it had only a moment before.
Tally. "Thank you, Hadley," I murmured into my phone as I pulled into a parking spot beside a small SUV with beads hanging from the rearview mirror. "I'll talk to you tomorrow." "You tell me everything," she ordered, "or I swear I'll throw you to the wolves." I grinned, knowing she was joking. However, I could hear the hint of honesty in her tone. She was tired of me keeping secrets, and I couldn't say I blamed her. I'd changed since I'd met Tommy, and she didn't understand why. She wouldn't understand until I told her. And I wouldn't be telling her,
because despite her assurance that she wouldn't tell a soul, I knew the type of person that Hadley was. She couldn't hold a secret to save her life, and I wasn't telling her a secret that could ruin mine. Motherfucker. I shouldn't be here. I don't know why I was here, other than that look on Tommy's face had been one that broke my heart into a million tiny pieces. I wasn't talking about the words he'd hurled at me before he left. I knew he didn't mean them. I could tell as soon as he'd pulled in that something was bothering him. I should have known that I shouldn't have pushed it. Did I, though? No. Why? Because that wasn't me. I pushed even when I shouldn't. Which was why Tallulah had come early, in a freaking cop car. "Can I help you?" A deep, scary voice broke into my inner dialogue. I jumped and turned to find a man sitting on the front porch steps of the clubhouse, an address in which I'd had to beg Hadley, who only knew the address because she'd been to a party there and had told me all about it, to give me, knowing for a fact that it would elicit questions on her part. I mumbled. "I'm looking for Tommy." "Tommy's not here." I blinked, then frowned. "He invited me here and then he's not going to show up?" I asked. It had been a statement more than a question, but the man answered it anyway. "When did he tell you to come?" Just as I was about to reply, the sound of a Harley pulling up had me turning to survey the area behind me. Tommy got off his bike, an open beer in one hand and a six-pack in the other, and stared at me with anger shining clearly through his eyes. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "You invited me." Tommy walked away, dismissing me, but I followed him. He didn't hold the door for me. He didn't introduce me to anyone. And the icing on the cake was when a woman, who was clearly in need of some more material to attach to her hoochie short skirt, threw herself at my man and wrapped her skanky arms around his neck. "You came!" she cried, laying a smacking kiss on top of Tommy's head. I cleared my throat. "Would you like to introduce us, Tommy?" I asked sweetly. Tommy set the woman down on her feet and turned to me, leaving his arm around her shoulders. "No." The woman slapped his chest. She was beautiful. Long brown hair, light blue eyes, tall with long legs as far as the eye could see, that were topped with that teeny-tiny skirt that seriously tested the boundaries of obscene, yet she was able to pull off without looking like a hoe. Her shirt was a neon green that hurt my eyes to look directly, and I wanted to hate her. I really did. She was that beautiful. "My name is Ellen Tamir Kanivov." She smiled brightly. "Tommy's sister." Relief poured through me. I sat stunned for all of 2 seconds, then offered my hand to her. "Tally, I'm Tommy's girlfriend." Ellen looked at her brother. Then a huge smile broke out over her face. "Look at you, brother, getting a girl under Mom's nose." Tommy's eyes were absolutely glacial. "How about you just get your little stinky nose out of my business?" I nearly choked. "Stinky nose?" I teased him. "That's pretty harsh, don't you think?" He shot me a glare. "I wasn't talking to you," he countered. "Now you may leave." "No can do," I apologized. "I have a babysitter until the morning, and it's spring break. I deserve a day to unwind." "What changed your mind?" he asked suspiciously. I grinned. "That little pouty lip you have going on right now." I touched the pouty lip under question. He ripped his face away from my fingers and glared. "Go away." Ellen started to laugh uproariously. "Let's go inside. I think you'll like the ladies." "What ladies?" I asked as she pulled me in her wake. "Well, I'm pretty new myself," she told me. "I arrived only last month, much to my brother's annoyance." "Why would he be annoyed that his sister is back from wherever she went?" I asked in confusion as she led me into the house. The minute my feet crossed over the threshold,
My feet came to a stuttered stop. "Oh, wow," I breathed. "This is really nice. I didn't expect that from the outside." She grinned at me. "This is the entrance, as you can tell." She pulled my hand and led me around, showing me everything in a blur of activity. The clubhouse, as Ellen called it, was a hidden gem. On the outside, it didn't look like all that much. On the inside, though, it was a beautiful palace. Rich, warm colors coated the walls, and beautiful hardwood planks the color of cherry dawned the floors. The entrance led into a giant great room with ceilings that were at least 25 feet high. The gabled ceiling led into a wall of windows that overlooked the rolling hills of the estate beyond. And then there was the kitchen. That bad boy was beyond amazing, and it was something that I aspired to be able to afford one day. It had state-of-the-art appliances, black countertops with flecks of blue interspersed throughout, and the sink. That sink was my dream sink. A stainless steel farm sink that was so deep I could probably fit inside of it. It was freaking awesome. "Wow," I breathed. "Isn't it amazing?" Ellen asked. "I about fell over when I saw this. This is a freaking dream come true to a designer." "You're a designer?" I asked, turning to survey the woman who had the potential to become a great friend. "Yep." She nodded her head. "I used to work in Chicago, but—" She stopped when she saw her brother coming. "I'll tell you some other time when Mr. Grumpy Pants isn't here to listen in on what I have to say." I sensed a story, but I wouldn't be pushing it. I had my own overprotective brother to deal with, one who was constantly on my case lately, one who thought, ever since I got pregnant out of wedlock, that it was his job to keep me in line. "I have one of those," I told her conspiringly. "He's on his way home as we speak. He feels that he can be of some help now that we had the flood. He's actually a disaster specialist and usually works out of California and the surrounding areas where forest fires are prevalent. His team is usually one that deals with situations in other states since he prefers the West Coast." She blinked, then grinned. "That's pretty amazing, actually. Has your brother met Tommy yet?" "No," I shook my head. "And it probably won't be for a while. I have a feeling that the two of them will go together like oil and fire." "What's your brother's name?" she asked, not realizing what kind of reaction that would pull out of me. Any time someone asked about my family, it was hard. They always inevitably ended up hitting on the hard topics, even though they never intended for it to happen. "His name is Brett," I murmured softly. "Is he the oldest?" she questioned. I swallowed. "He is now." "Yes," I cleared my throat. "Are you older or younger?" I needed to change the subject. Otherwise, I might just cry in front of all these badasses. Badasses who are currently staring at me like I was a bug. One that was likely to bug the shit out of them, or sting them, neither of which I intended to do. "Younger," she grinned. "By a couple years. I'm the big 31 and don't plan on ever aging past it." I snorted. "My mother says that," I told her with a laugh. "She hasn't aged beyond 35 for 15 years now." Ellen's laugh sounded like tinkling bells. Her laugh didn't just catch my attention, but also the attention of a man across the room, one I'd seen while working my shifts at the hospital. He was the paramedic that worked for the county, and he was beautiful. Rough-looking, but beautiful nonetheless. He reminded me of my brother, actually. A permanent scowl on his face, tattoos, beard, angry eyes. I'd bet the cake that was sitting in my SUV that they'd be the best of friends if they were to meet. Not that Tommy didn't also seem like he'd fit right in with my brother, but my brother would hate him on principle. Nobody was good enough for me, and he made no attempt to hide that fact from anyone else.
My sister, Morgan, and I were sweet, innocent girls who would be virgins forever. As far as he was concerned, I'd had my child by way of immaculate conception. Apparently, I was the modern-day Mother Mary. "And who do we have here?" a man boomed. I blinked, and then turned to find the police chief staring at me. I licked my suddenly dry lips. "I'm Tally Slater." The man's grin was enough to make me quake in my boots. I had the unusual desire to confess my sins, just blurt every single one of them out. I stole a pizza slice in the 5th grade from a kid that coughed on my lunch. At the age of 16, I took a joyride in my mom's car and threatened to run away. When I was 8 months pregnant, I accidentally stole a package of pacifiers and was too tired to return them. They're still in a box at home, waiting for the day that I can return them without feeling like a complete and total dumbass. Oh, and I am having sexual relations with my teacher. What did you just say? That voice. It was one that sent shivers up and down my spine at the same time. I murmured, licking my lips. I didn't mean to say any of that out loud. "It's not every day that I have a woman confess all her sins," the man in front of me chuckled. "But it's nice to know that you won't have a problem telling the truth. My boy there deserves a woman who won't fuck him over." My brows rose. "Have you had a woman fuck you over before?" I asked him, my head tilting slightly to the side to take in Tommy's eyes. They looked bluer today. I don't know if it was because his face was more scruffy than normal, or if it was because he had dark circles underneath his eyes. He still looked delicious, though, regardless of his messy hair, unkempt beard, and his obvious exhaustion. Especially since he was in jeans and a t-shirt instead of the hospital scrubs I normally saw him in. "Don't you have work tomorrow?" I asked him, eyeing the beer that he popped open. He grunted. Was that supposed to be a yes? I pushed. He sent a glare in my direction. "What are you, my mother?" he challenged. I gritted my teeth. "No," I denied. "I'm your girlfriend who is concerned about your well-being. I was just wondering if I should drive you home."
Every good journey deserves a moment of rest. Please enjoy this carefully selected music to soothe your spirit. And remember, this audiobook is completely free for you.
I'm guessing that we're done. What a shame. But if we think about it carefully, I'm good on my own. Don't feel alone. At least that's what I'm telling myself every night. Pillows are cold, silence is gold. Kind of start to get used to it now. Give me a couple more days. I'm beginning to feel like I'm better without you. No tears I cried are in vain. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Give me a couple more days. I'm beginning to feel like I'm better without you. No tears I cried are in vain. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Just needed some time to grow. They say flowers don't bloom overnight. And now that you are gone, finally know it was never you who made me shine.
not. "I'm staying here," he grunted, returning his eyes to the men that were watching us like we were the main event. "What the fuck are y'all looking at?" His snapped words only had grins popping up on the men's faces. "All right, darling," the big man in front interrupted. "My name is Big Papa. This is Ghost." He pointed at the man who spoke to me when I'd first gotten here. "You know Tommy. That's Sunshine." He pointed at the angry man who couldn't take his eyes off of Ellen. "Then you have Truth and the new guy over there making dinner." New guy was obviously new to the club, seeing as his was the cleanest-looking leather cut in the room. He was at the stove stirring a pot of what smelled like chili with a badly scarred hand. Truth I had met when he and Tommy rescued me, and Tallulah after my forerunner was swept off the road in rising floodwaters. Considering I was terrified and in a little bit of shock then, I hadn't taken the time to really appreciate him. He was gorgeous, tall with longer black hair that brushed the nape of his neck, and beautiful green eyes that were piercing in their clarity. He was also carrying a sword? I murmured. "Hi." Truth grinned. "I won't bite," he winked. Tommy growled and pulled me roughly into the curve of his arm, tucking me securely against his side. "Go the fuck away, Truth," Tommy snapped. Truth held up his hands. "Guess you've been through the beer barn already tonight. How many did you have on the way home?" Truth questioned. Tommy glared. "I've had a quarter of a beer on my way here, so sue me. My shit day is burned into my soul." Truth nodded once, his eyes going distant, and I took advantage of that moment of silence and started to pull Tommy toward the door. "How about we take this outside?" I asked him, pulling him along in my wake. Though I wasn't fooling myself. Had he not wanted to come, I would have still been standing back there in the middle of all those men. The man was as immovable as a freaking tree due to his mass. "Where are you planning on taking me?" he asked. I was heading in the direction of the back porch when I saw it occupied by about 10 ladies, all of whom were scantily clad. "Who are they?" I asked as I diverted off course and headed into the direction of the front of the house, right back past the men who were still staring at us, not talking. "Those are sluts and hoes," he murmured, taking another drink. "Isn't that what they looked like?" One of the men snorted, but it was Aaron that started to growl. "My woman is neither a slut or a whore," Aaron growled. "He wasn't talking about me," said a woman with silvery blonde hair cut in a cute, chin-length bob as she waltzed in from a different direction. "I was in your bedroom trying to sort through your mountain of laundry. Why, if you have a washer and dryer at home, do you leave all your dirty clothes here? I can't wash them here because I don't know about them." I snorted a laugh and caught the woman's eyes. "Those are my friends, Tommy." She gave a mock glare. "My name is Imogen." She offered me her hand. "And you are?" "This is Tommy Tom's new woman, Tally," the scarred man said. "Come here, baby." The woman ignored his demand and wrapped her arms around me in a surprisingly strong hug. "The woman whose car I worked on," she snapped her fingers. "I'm sorry I missed you picking up your car. I'm so glad I'm not alone here anymore," she whispered into my ear. "It's like these men have an overabundance of testosterone and it's driving me crazy, which is why I bring my own friends, so I'm not so outnumbered. Now we can be the best of friends." I grinned. "That sounds like a deal." She winked and backed away. "Now, Aaron," she teased as she walked over to her husband, her full hips swaying as she moved. "When will dinner be done? I'm starving." His eyes lit. "That sounds like a personal problem to me." She slapped him hard on the chest, making him jump back and start laughing. "Not nice." She pointed an accusing finger at him. Tommy's arm went around my hips, and he finished leading us outside. The moment the door closed behind him, he stared at me for all of 2 seconds before his mouth was on mine. "So this is what you've been doing instead of hanging out with me over the last few months," Hadley gasped. I tore away from Tommy's hold, staring in shock at my best friend. "What are you doing here?" I gasped, my hand going to my heart. I couldn't tell whether my heart was racing due to the man that was still holding on to me, or the fact that she'd scared the absolute shit out of me. "I wanted to see why you would need directions to this place, and I now know why you do." I grimaced. "It's not what you think," I tried. "It's exactly what I think," she shot back. I shook my head. "No," I cleared my throat. "This is nothing." I pointed between Tommy and me, and felt the moment he started to pull away. 1 second, we were as close as we could get, and the next I'd opened my mouth, ruining it just as fast as I'd gotten it back. "I guess that's my answer, isn't it?" Tommy asked. And then he walked away, making sure to lock the door behind him so I couldn't get back in. I sighed, knowing that there would be no talking to him tonight. I'd have to apologize. And tonight wasn't a good night for him to listen. Not after the night he'd had. "Thanks a lot," I murmured to Hadley. "How did you even get here?" I looked around for her car and didn't see it. "I had Elba drop me off," she smirked. I wanted to smack her. "Didn't Elba have to work tonight?" I asked as I walked to my car. "Yes," Hadley said as she walked around to the passenger side of my car. Why she thought I'd automatically give her a ride after the shitty friend impersonation was infuriating, but I'd never leave her here by herself. "So how was she able to drop you off here?" I wondered as I got into the SUV and immediately started it up. My eyes stayed on the window, and my heart leapt when I saw it open. But it was only to see Sean come out with a very irritated Ellen at his heels. "Uh-oh," Hadley started to giggle. "They look like they're about to fuck." I shot Hadley a look. "Language," I murmured. I hated when she cursed around Tallulah, who, might I add, was at a very impressionable age and would soon start parroting whatever we said. So even when Tallulah wasn't around, I tried to keep it consistent with Hadley. The more I told her, the more she realized how annoying it truly was. Or at least that was my hope. Likely, she only did it because it annoyed me. What she didn't know, though, was that I was beyond the mood where I could deal with her shit. I was at the point now that I was about to kick her out of the car and make her walk her ass home. Lucky for her that she stayed quiet. I could see the wheels turning in her head, and I knew that whatever came out of her knowing this little tidbit about Tommy and me wouldn't be a good thing. In fact, it was going to be damn bad. The worst part was that I had no clue just how bad it would get, nor how badly it would hurt when Tommy refused to talk to me.
Chapter 18. Tommy. When someone asks you what you like most about your job, answering with, "Sometimes people bring birthday cake for employees on their birthdays," is not a good answer. Words of wisdom. I was able to stay mad at her for all of 2 days. And really, I couldn't count the first day as being able to stay mad at her because I'd spent the first 3/4 of it hungover as hell and trying not to move or think. Apparently, at 33, getting drunk off your ass wasn't the best way to get over a bad day. I'd proven that fact over the last 2 days, and even now, 2 days later, I was still just as ragged and worn down as I'd been before this episode started. Note to self, spending all day in bed trying not to throw up after binge drinking the night before is not nearly as restful as it sounds. The first hour that I worked with her, we circled each other like opponents about to start fighting. The second hour, she tried to get me to start an IV for her on a child, and I gave her a look that would wither a lesser man's heart. She just took my glare and continued to stare at me until I got up and did it. Why I did it, I didn't know. It might have been the pout that she gave me right before I accepted, though. However, I would neither confirm nor deny that the pout was effective. I couldn't very well give her the ammunition that would work on me every single time. What's that look for? It was now hour 3, and I was sitting at the table in the break room contemplating ordering a pizza. I'm hungry, I replied tiredly. I'm trying to decide if expending the energy to order a pizza, something I'd need to move in order to do, is actually worth the effort to not be hungry anymore, and I'm not sure which one is better at this point. Don't you have another 9 more hours? Tally asked as she went to the fridge in the small break room and pulled out a brown paper bag that looked like it came from the local barbecue joint, Piggy's. My belly growled loudly as she popped the lid off of what I assumed was their famous sloppy joes, and she looked at me over her shoulder. Want some? She asked. I'm willing to share. I swallowed and then shook my head. No, I was still mad at her. No, I grunted, then completely ruined any and all credibility when my stomach growled so loudly that there was no way she could miss it. She sighed and turned to stare at me. Are you going to stay mad at me forever? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest once she put her food in the microwave. And I was right. It was Piggy's, and it was also their world-famous sloppy joes. I wanted them badly, but I was a proud man. I wasn't giving in to her on this one. No, she'd have to crawl back to me and grovel to convince me that she was truly sorry for what she did, making me feel like I was nothing at all to her. In answer to her question, I got up and walked out the door. I was sitting in my normal seat at the nurse's station when she walked out of the break room, stopping behind me just long enough to place 3 sloppy joes down in front of me before heading back to her own seat, 2 down from mine. I would like to say at this juncture in time that I had enough willpower to throw the damn sandwiches in the trash, but I didn't like to lie. I ate those bitches, every last one of them. But I didn't say thank you. That was how I convinced myself that I wasn't a complete sellout. Hour 5, I found myself with nothing to do but twiddle my thumbs. I'd seen Tally make her way around the corner towards the bathroom. However, I realized at the first hint of raised voices that something was wrong. Tally. What? I turned at the shriek I heard in a voice that I would know anywhere and watched as some woman I'd never seen before tried to calm her down. The man at the woman's side, however, I knew. Russell, her ex-boyfriend and baby daddy. My feet started moving me in their direction before I was even conscious that I'd made the decision. This is not happening, Tally seethed. You're not going to do this, and no, I do not care that you went to all this trouble to do this. It's a normal thing, the woman insisted. This used to be done all the time back in the medieval— Don't, Tally hissed, taking a threatening step in the brown-haired woman's direction. I don't care what you think or why you think it. I don't care whether you want to see her. I know that he— she pointed at Russell, who'd hooked an arm around the woman and started to pull her back— doesn't want her. The only reason he's pursuing this is because you have created in your mind some fucked-up reason for suddenly wanting to play a role in my daughter's life. You, not him. You are behind all of this. She crossed her arms over her chest. So let me tell you something, she growled. I don't need your help. I don't need his help. I don't need anybody's help. I got there just in time to hear the woman's whispered reply. We'll fucking move and file this in a different court so that your daddy and his cronies won't screw us over like they did last time. She poked Tally in the chest with one long manicured finger. What do you think about that? I think that you can go fuck yourself, Tally replied smoothly. Now please leave. I'm at work, and this wasn't the place to have this discussion. I tried to do it at your parents' house, but they said that you were at work, she sneered. Why, if you're at work, can't we have Lula— Don't call her that god-awful name. The woman huffed, and Russell showed that he actually had some brains behind that pretty package. Let's go, Russell ordered, taking a hold of the woman's arm and pulling lightly. This isn't getting us anywhere. The woman harumphed. Fine, the woman sniffed, but this isn't over, bitch. Tally moved forward to reach for the woman's hair, but I caught her before she could get even a footstep into her advance. Tally, I murmured quietly so the oglers couldn't overhear what I was saying. There's a time and place, and this isn't it. She huffed. You were doing really well until she called her Lula, I murmured. Wow, you really don't like it. What is it about that name? Is it synonymous for Antichrist or something? Tally's lip curled in distaste, then she practically wilted in my arms. It's not really that bad of a name, Tally admitted softly. The only reason I hate it is because that woman uses it. And who exactly is that woman? Sheena Morton. I blinked. I can't tell if you're joking or not. Tally's mouth kicked up into a grin. I am most certainly not. That woman may be a joke, but her name's not. I let go of her once I realized that she was calm enough to answer coherently. What did she want? I asked, glaring at a boy who came up, offering Tally a pen. She took the pen and nodded at the boy, who was more like 19, so not really a boy, and shoved the pen in her pocket before answering. She wanted to breastfeed my child. I blinked, then blinked some more until a furrow appeared on my brow. What? I grunted, completely stunned that someone would offer that for another woman's child. You're kidding me, right? No, she growled in frustration. I'm not. I didn't even know what to say to her. There was nothing I even could say that would make this situation better. She can't feed your kid without your consent while she has her, I finally decided on. That's just... I can't even believe they would suggest something so outrageous. Then he says they used to have wet nurses in the old days. What's so different about this? I'm pretty sure he's contacting his attorney tomorrow. He can try to bring this to court, I said, but he'll be laughed right out of it. No judge is going to tell a father that it's okay for his new wife to breastfeed his kid against the mother's wishes, especially if she's not having milk production or delivery issues, I told her. It's nice that he's trying to think of ways to be more involved in the life of his kid, and let me assure you, it could be worse. But this is completely ridiculous. I mean, offering your new wife's tits up to breastfeed so your kid can stay overnight with you? That's just weird. That's what I started telling her the moment she brought up the asinine idea. She snapped her fingers together. What's with that look on your face? I froze, trying to figure out what was on my face for her to demand an explanation. What look? I raised a brow. She sighed and started walking away from me, and I had a decision. Either I stayed mad at her and continued on with my miserable day, or I talked to her and tell her that her words sucked ass and hurt. Stop, I ordered, calling out to her. She stopped and looked at me over her shoulder. What? I walked over to the down room and unlocked it, urging her in with a sweep of my hand. She looked at me skeptically, but nonetheless followed me into the room and turned once she was all the way inside. Yes? I locked the door securely behind me, and then turned so I could see all of her before starting. I don't care if you want to keep this a secret, I told her honestly. You have a couple of weeks left, and I completely understand that you would want to keep something like this a secret until you've graduated. But the guys in my club, they're trustworthy, I promised her. They're all overprotective big brothers who would have my back no matter what I did. Murder included. Her eyes sharpened. Murder isn't a good thing to have your back on, she informed me, a lazy smile taking over her face. Murder is sometimes necessary. Under special circumstances, I teased her, my heart feeling light for the first time in a couple of days. Although it can be messy and gross, it isn't quite as gross as your ex's woman offering to breastfeed your child. She locked her lips. I'm fucking over them. I could believe it. They'd done enough to her to make her wary of talking to them, all of which I wasn't even privy to completely yet, but I would be someday. Someday soon, maybe when I stopped acting like an ass and started appreciating Tally. Though it should be noted that I did appreciate her ass. You still mad at me? She asked softly. I shook my head. No, I wasn't. I understood, even though I didn't like it. I want you to promise me that when we're at my club or out of town with some of my fellow members, you won't freak out and push me away. She nodded her head in promise. I was sorry I said it almost as fast as it came out of my mouth, she admitted. The only reason I left was because Hadley was there, and you definitely don't want her there. She's nosy, and she doesn't care who she offends in the process of finding out whatever information it is that she wants. I hesitated to say what I had to say next. I don't think she's all that great of a friend, I admitted. The way she watches you sometimes is enough to make my hackles rise. Her mouth twitched. Your hackles are always raised, she countered. You're just better at keeping it secret. Before I could refute her words, there was a sharp knock at the door. Miss Slater, a word? Tally stiffened and I wanted to groan. Jesus Christ. What was Lucia doing here? Lucia, better known as Nurse Crotchet, who was one of Tally's teachers, as well as the head of the nursing department, wasn't the nicest of people. And I could see a million ways she could turn this around on Tally, even though nothing had gotten out of hand as of yet. Knowing she had nothing to worry about, I opened the door and found myself face to face with the old bat. "Yes?" I asked. "I hear that Tally's in here," Nurse Crotchet accused, face pinched. "She is," I confirmed, "but she's currently in a very bad state." Lucia's face turned stony. "Well, let me see her." That was about the time my little actress turned on the waterworks, letting tears stream down her face in unending torrents. The moment Lucia saw her, the old bat softened. "What's wrong?" she asked in concern, looking over at me accusingly. "My ex-boyfriend and father of my child is harassing me," Tally wailed. I rolled my eyes and left the room, unable to deal with the fake show. I knew that it wasn't all a complete lie, though the majority of the tears were likely only being produced to get her teacher on her side. Something I had a feeling she accomplished as I made my way back into the nurse's station to busy myself with signing discharge papers and writing out a few prescriptions. "Can I speak with you?" Lucia asked a few minutes into my work. I barely contained the urge to sigh. "Yeah," I grunted, turning to face her. Lucia was a pretty woman once, I was sure. Now she just looked run down and tired, and she could really use a makeover. Though it was hard to look good when you worked 70 hours a week. "You being in the same closed room as a student, that's not a good idea." I knew that. Yes, I know. She was very worked up, though, and I wasn't sure what to do. Not a total lie, I knew, but a partial one that would satisfy her. "I had an anonymous tip today that you were being inappropriate with another student," she finally got around to saying. "That's why I was here. To investigate." My back stiffened and I stared at her, making her take a step away. "I would never cross that moral line," I told her bluntly. Lies. I was totally lying my ass off. "I know, Thomas." She patted my hand, making me feel like complete shit for lying to her instead of telling her the truth. But I would never be admitting the truth about this, especially with Tally's career on the line. Even if this were to end completely between us, I would never wish her ill, nor would I ever jeopardize her means of putting food in her little girl's mouth. "Do you have any leads on who this student was?" Because I knew it was a fucking student, and I suspected I knew exactly which student, even if I didn't want it to be true. Because the truth would likely break Tally's heart. "No," she shook her head, "but I have the security guard going through the camera feed that filtered around that time." My heart stuttered in my chest. "Cameras?" I asked casually. She nodded. "Got them last month on a trial basis due to a few things missing from the simulation lab." She nodded her head, leaning against the counter of the nurse's station. "They're in the main hall, right at the entrance into the college, in the teachers' offices, 2 of the classrooms, and inside and outside the simulation lab." Thank God. Nowhere near where I'd fucked my student. Son of a bitch, this wasn't a good thing. How had I not known about the fucking cameras? Why wasn't the staff informed of these cameras? "They were. At the staff meeting, you always managed to miss." I snorted, then started to chuckle. "It's the same night as church," I told her innocently. "It's every other Tuesday," she murmured. "Church is on Wednesday and Sunday." I grinned. I wasn't talking about religion. She rolled her eyes. "Go to work, Dr. Tommy." I did, and the entire time I worried about how I was going to tell Tally that her best friend was a bitch without hurting her. Which had to be the reason I was in such a foul mood when she stopped me in the parking lot. It had been 12 total hours with her on shift with me, and I knew I couldn't hold the anger in any longer. Not when she was in need of a friend and didn't even know it. She'd been sending me smiles ever since Lucia had left, as well as secret touches when nobody was looking. When she stopped me in the parking lot by placing her hand on my tattooed forearm, I pulled away, trying to hold strong. "What do you want?" I growled, trying to yank my hand back from her. I'd been so lost in thought as I made my way outside that she'd startled me into reacting before I'd had a chance to control my features. It wasn't the hurt look that flitted across her face that made me stop and backpedal. It was the anger as she glared at me. "I have 2 more weeks, Thomas Tomakanov," she snapped. "You can wait until I feel comfortable to have this type of relationship with you. Until then, we're going to be friends when we're not completely alone, and together when we are. If that means being in front of your club, that's fine. I'm not comfortable being open about us in front of Hadley, and you can't be mad at me for that. You said yourself that you didn't find her trustworthy. I couldn't argue with that. She was right. Fucking damn it. Fine. She rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers at me. My parents are heading out of town today for the weekend. I'd like it very much if you came to stay with me, or vice versa. My older sister is coming into town along with my parents for Ellen's birthday, I murmured. I can't stay tomorrow afternoon, but you're welcome to come with me. She blinked, then nodded. I think I'd like that, she admitted softly. My lips twitched. You'll come to my place? She whispered. Around 8? Yeah, I grunted. I'll be there. Do I need to bring anything? She smiled then, brilliant and blinding. No, she shook her head. Just an empty stomach. My traitorous belly decided to start growling again, causing her to giggle. See you in a few, hungry. I growled and took a step forward, causing her to jump and run, giving me a nice view of her ass as she ran toward her car. Her SUV that had new tires and what looked like a new paint job, though it was hard to tell in the near darkness. Bye, she called as she dropped inside. I watched her go, not moving a muscle until I could no longer see her taillights. And only then did I head to my bike and toward my new, empty house. On the way, I entertained the thought of having a woman who was over 10 years younger than me making my house a home, complete with a small pair of feet toddling around, filling it with giggles and happiness. Chapter 19. Tommy. If she starts removing her earrings while maintaining eye contact, you're either in for the fuck of your life or you better run. Either way, you're screwed. Fact of life. I arrived at Judge Slater's house, a.k.a. my old house, 2 hours later. This was a very bad idea. I knew that. But did it stop me from coming? From walking up to Judge Slater's door, even though he'd once had a restraining order against me? Hell no. Knowing he wasn't here was a good reason for that, though. Knocking on the door and thinking about how odd it was to see this side of the door, I waited for long minutes, while screaming sounded from inside before letting myself in. Tally? I called over the din of a very upset baby. Tally called out something, and I followed the noise, ignoring the ache in my chest at seeing this house so different than it once was, and headed straight for the back bedrooms. I passed what used to be Ellen's room, and then Sonia's, finally arriving at my old one. It was now pink. Very pink. What's up? I asked around the lump in my throat, my eyes automatically going to Tally, where she was holding Tallulah against her chest, looking haggard and beautiful. Oh, God, she moaned. Thank God you're here. Then she gave Tallulah to me, and I automatically took her, bringing her into my chest and blinked as she left the room. And didn't come back. Tallulah stopped screaming the moment she was in my arms, her eyes still pouring tears as she stared at me. What's wrong, Pumpkinhead? I asked her, wiping a few of her tears from her big blue eyes away with the pad of my thumb. She'd grown exponentially since the last time I'd seen her. She was definitely a much heftier weight than she'd been the last time I'd held her like this. She's not feeling well, Tally said as she pointed at the floor. So that was what the smell was. You have an upset tummy, Pumpkinhead, I whispered roughly. The thought of this little girl being sick was enough to bring me to my knees. She's apparently been sick all day, but my mother never called me to tell me. Tally dropped down to her knees next to a puddle of throw-up and cleaned it like she'd done it dozens of times before. Though I assume that's because she wants me to graduate. I snorted and took Tallulah out of the bedroom I assumed to be Tally's and was now a little mixture of them both, and straight to the bathroom, where I stripped her and placed her on the counter next to the sink. My mom always used to say that the sink in this bathroom was made for washing babies, and it had seen many a babies in its lifetime. It was a stainless steel farm sink, about half the size of what you would see in a kitchen. It was just as deep, though, and I'd always wondered why my mom and dad had put it in here. It was more suited for a laundry room than a bathroom, but as I turned the water on and made sure the water was on the lukewarm side of hot, I realized exactly why she'd done it. To put babies in. Exactly what she'd said hundreds of times. It was something that I never quite understood the significance of until I placed Tallulah in it a short 2 minutes later. "Bath?" I asked the small girl, dunking her hand under the water, causing her to smile slightly. She looked sick. Her skin was pallid and her eyes had deep bruises underneath her lids. Her hair was even a mess of curls. "Isn't this sink awesome?" Tally asked from behind me. Yes, it was very awesome. I cleared my throat. "Yep." She placed her hand on my shoulder. "Is something wrong?" "Only my heart breaking." "No." I handed Tallulah a loofah, which she dunked under the water and immediately brought up to splash water everywhere. "A long, long time ago, there was a bad boy." She looked at me like I was crazy. "A long time ago," she teased. "You're not now." I pinched her ass. "Hush, and let me tell a story about the boy I used to be." She pantomimed, zipping her lips shut and then throwing away the key over her shoulder. "I'm zipped," she informed me. I gave her a pointed look, and she started to giggle. "I'm done, I promise," she assured me. I gave her a look that clearly said that I didn't believe her. The boy was too smart for his own good and decided to do something stupid when he realized that his parents lost their house. Tally's head tilted to the side, and then her eyes filled with understanding. "You've already told me this." I nodded. "But what you don't know, and what I didn't want you to know, is that I made your father's life a living hell." Her eyes widened, and then understanding dawned, and the compassion went out in her eyes. "I never put two and two together," she moaned. "It was you," she hissed and stood back, pointing a soapy finger at me in accusation. I nodded. The tone of her voice, as well as the way she was crossing her arms over her chest, let me know real quick that she knew exactly who I was to her father, exactly what it was I'd done to him, exactly how much I'd hurt her by admitting that one single fact. "You made my dad's life a living hell," she accused. I nodded, not defending myself. "It was bad, I'll admit." "Bad?" she asked incredulously, snatching a towel down off the rack from behind her and walking toward Tallulah in quick, angry strides. I waited to see what she was going to do, and she didn't disappoint. The moment that she turned around, she threw the towel in my face. "My dad didn't want to get a restraining order against you," she said through gritted teeth. "From what little information I was able to gather when I was younger and over the years, you were a complete asshole." I caught the towel and stuffed it under my arm, waiting to see what she'd throw next, which happened to be a rubber duck in the shape of some ugly snowman aimed at my face. I caught that, too, and got a face full of soapy water for my trouble. "Tally, I invited you into his house." I sighed. "I was an asshole," I told her. "I'm not that same kid anymore." "You weren't a kid, though, were you?" she accused. "You were an adult." "I was 16 when I went to college, 17 when I found out my parents lost the house," I started explaining. "Did you get with me to stick it to him?" The question stunned me so much that I stared at her in disbelief. "I didn't. No!" I barked. "I would never do that to you. Not to you, and definitely not to her. I would never bring a child into a situation like that, and I'm not that same person anymore. I swear on my life, I've turned my ass around, bought my parents a house to make up for doing shitty stuff when I was younger. I was an asshole. I know I was." "Why?" she asked curiously. Questions were good. It meant she was listening to what I had to say instead of just dismissing me altogether. I was bullied, starting in junior high and all through high school. I was that kid who everyone had a turn at, making sure he had a completely miserable school experience. I was that kid that you read about in the news who kills themselves, except I channeled those feelings into harming others instead of self-harm. She blinked in surprise. I got awesome grades, all A's. I had a 3.997 grade point average. Then, to make matters worse, I made the varsity swim team my last year of high school, and it was the guy who was biggest asshole of them all who I beat out for first spot at swim meets. She blinked. "I can't quite picture you as a swimmer. You're too muscular." I grinned, my mouth twitching into some semblance of a smile. Then I got out of high school and left to start college. One weekend I tried to come home, only to find my home, the house I grew up in, was no longer our house. "Why didn't your parents tell you what was happening?" she breathed. Tallulah chose that moment to projectile vomit across the room. Luckily, we were still in the bathroom and she was facing away from the door, so it mostly hit the bathtub. Otherwise, someone would have had to figure out how the hell to get puke chunks out of shaggy carpet. "What did she eat today?" I asked, stopping my explanation. "Nothing," Tally said instantly. "Mom said that she tried to get her to have a few bottles, then tried to get her to eat her favorite baby food, peaches, but she refused everything." "Got any Pedialyte?" I asked, leaving the bathroom to head to the kitchen. Tally followed behind me at a slower pace, stopping beside the large butcher-block-topped island, which was new, I might add, and watched me move around the kitchen. "No, not any Pedialyte." I opened the fridge and saw some prune juice, which she most certainly shouldn't have at this juncture, some orange juice, and what I assumed was some tea and some Gatorade. Pulling out the Gatorade, I lifted my eyebrows at her in question. She pointed to a cabinet, and I moved to it, pulling the doors open and reaching for a bottle, all the while I continued explaining. "As for why my mom didn't tell me, she didn't know how to tell me," I explained. "Mom and Dad are proud people, and since I was such a mama's boy, and Mom was so embarrassed that it had come to this, she didn't know how to tell me, I guess, so they just didn't." "That's terrible," Tally whispered. "Terrible, yes," I agreed, "but that didn't give me the right to be a complete asshole." Her mouth kicked up in a small smile. "I was such an asshole back then that if you had looked up the definition in the dictionary, my 16-year-old graduation picture would be there right beside it." I poured the yellow Gatorade into the bottle and screwed the lid on, handing it to her as I continued. "I got back into town and came straight here. I walked up to the front door, slid my key in, and nothing. It didn't work. I couldn't get in, and when I knocked on the door, loudly because I was pissed off, your dad answered. I hate to admit it, but I was a complete and utter dickhead to him." Her mouth twitched. "Dad doesn't like to be bothered." I gave her a wan smile. "Yeah, I figured that out." She took the bottle I handed her and then thought better of it. "I have to go clean up that throw-up before it starts to permanently attach itself to the shower wall." She handed Tallulah over and waited for me to get her situated before she handed me the bottle. Before I could even give the bottle to Tallulah, Tally was gone, and seconds later, I could hear the shower going. "Your mama's so pretty," I told the baby in my arms. Tallulah didn't even toss me a smile, which made my heart hurt. Placing the bottle to her lips, I hooked my foot around the bar stool that was pushed under the overhang of the counter and pulled it to me, taking a seat once I had it in place. Tallulah started to slowly take her bottle, and she was about halfway done when her eyes started to flutter closed. I leaned the bottle against my chest and reached my free hand up to rub along her head, running my fingers along her messy hair. "She looks so small in your arms."
Tally. "She looks so small in your arms," I said to the man who was making my ovaries quiver. Tommy's head snapped up, and he grinned, making my heart melt. I was still pissed. Actually, I was beyond pissed. This man that was standing in front of me was the reason that my father had freaked out over so many incidents throughout the years. I thought my father's irrational anger at Tommy when he dropped me off the day after all the flooding had been because Tommy was older, tattooed, and in a motorcycle club. But apparently, it hadn't been just about that. No, it had been about a heck of a lot more than that. Stuff that I had no way to control my father's reaction to. I couldn't even ask my father to try. He had tried. I knew my father. He wouldn't have gotten a restraining order against Tommy had he not done something bad, repeatedly. But seeing him standing there, his tattooed arm gently cradling Tallulah's sleeping body, her hand and cheek pressed up against the leather cut that Tommy never left the house without, I knew that I couldn't let my father push Tommy away. Seeing him with Tallulah tonight, I knew that I was in love with him despite his admissions. He'd walked right into the bedroom, ignored the puke that was not only all over Tallulah,
but me and the floor as well, and had taken her from me. Slipped her right into his arms like she didn't stink to high heaven. He's insinuated himself into my life and hers and didn't appear to have any qualms about doing so. Then he dropped a bombshell on me, slayed me, making me think that it was all a big lie for a few long, tense moments. But when he'd started to explain, and as I started to recall some of the memories from that time, I remembered my dad saying something about a troubled kid. And in later years, I knew for a fact that Dad thought that the kid, who he got the restraining order against, had just been a troubled young man that needed some time to cool off. What I hadn't remembered was hearing anything about us taking that kid's family home, and I wasn't sure if my father even knew that part. I know that if he had taken the time to understand why the kid had been acting the way that he was, he would have done things differently. Like not getting a restraining order against a kid who was pissed about his family's house being foreclosed on by the bank, and someone else buying it all without his knowledge. Tallulah started to rock her head back and forth in her sleep, and then reared back just long enough to flip her head to the other side. Her face, I started to snicker. Tommy looked down to see the imprint of one of his patches on her cheek, and he started to shrug out of it. "No," I stopped him. "Leave it on. She likes it." And she did. She loved his cut. She loved running her hand over the patches, loved chewing on the snaps, something that I'd thought he would have a coronary over the first time he held her in his arms, and she went right for them. However, he did nothing but hold her and watch her, just like he was doing now. So, you've been through the stomach bug and an asthma attack. What do you think? I took a seat on the couch, and he followed me, taking the seat directly beside me. "Are you ready to run yet?" He snorted. "No," he disagreed, taking a seat beside me. "My niece is about 6 months older, but weight-wise, these two are like night and day. Tallulah is so small. She makes me feel like I'm going to break her. She was 5.5 pounds at birth and has always been on the lower end of the scales. She's something like 9th percentile in her weight and 5th in her height," I murmured, reaching forward to grab the TV remote off the coffee table. Flipping it on to a movie that I'd seen hundreds of times, I tried to control the butterflies in my belly at having Tommy in my home, knowing that it was once his. "Does the place look different?" I asked him suddenly. He knew exactly what I was talking about. "Yes and no," he murmured. "Furniture is different. Some of the paint is different, but the majority of it isn't. Looks like it did when it was still my parents' house." My heart started to throb. What else happened? I turned slightly on the couch so I could see him more clearly. "My parents finally realized what had happened," he sighed. "I kept coming home, kept going back, kept threatening the judge, your father, with harm." He groaned and let his head fall back on the couch. "I want to punch myself for all the stupid shit I did and nearly ruining my life in the process. I'm just lucky that your father never pressed charges against me, that he only resorted to getting a restraining order instead of sending my stupid ass to jail." I remember some of what had happened. The toilet paper that had been in our trees every weekend for weeks, the broken plastic forks in the ground that were nearly impossible to get up, the spray paint incident. "I tried to apologize," he murmured, eyes staring at the ceiling. "Sent letters after I got my shit together. I couldn't very well visit him when I could get arrested for being within 500 feet of him." "That's why you stopped so far down the driveway that day you dropped me off? Because you couldn't get that close to him?" "Right," he murmured. "Well, the restraining order expired years ago, but I've kept my distance to respect him." "What would happen if my father were to come into the ER? How does that work if you're there working?" I questioned. "When the restraining order was still active? Not a clue," he admitted. When I saw him in a store, I left. That's what I was always told to do. Something I follow even now. What made you stop being that asshole you keep speaking of? I finally worked up the courage to ask. He smiled. Stone. My head tilted to the side. The officer who was killed, I clarified. The president of your MC. He grinned and nodded. Your father made Stone enforce the law, and Stone caught me being a dumbass. His smile widened. He helped me pull my head out of my ass and forced me to pretty much be his bitch. His smile was wide and blinding as the memory played out in his head. Worked my ass off for that man. Got my shit together, finished school, prospected, got my patch. Then I went into the Marines. The happiness on his face as he talked about Stone was bittersweet and hurt my heart. I hated that he was no longer here, especially when it was clear what an impact he'd had on Tommy, if the way he was talking about him was anything to go by. I'll talk to my dad. He placed his free hand that wasn't holding Tallulah to his chest on my exposed thigh. Don't. It was a short, sharp demand that had me jumping in surprise. Why not? I stiffened. Because once we can make this official, I'll talk to your dad. It has to be me who fixes this. And I'll get there with him, Tally. I promise. I could see the sincerity in his eyes and knew he would do whatever it took. This big, bad, tattooed biker who belonged to a motorcycle club was going to grovel to my father. The thing is, I wasn't sure I wanted him to.
Chapter 20. Tommy. Coffee. Because fuck waking up, fuck mornings, fuck going to work, fuck dealing with people. Tommy's secret thoughts. The phone rang, startling me from my sleep. I turned, started to snatch the phone up and realized it wasn't my phone, but Tally's. We'd been asleep maybe 3 hours because after our deep discussion on the couch, Tallulah had started to throw up again, and I'd decided that she needed to have a few tests run. First, I wanted to make sure she wasn't dehydrated, and second, I wanted to make sure there wasn't something more serious wrong. We'd taken her to my clinic where I checked her ears and then swabbed for the flu and strep before deciding that what she had was a simple stomach bug. I started her on some IV fluids, which, by the way, was the worst feeling ever, starting an IV on a little baby who just wanted you to hold her and didn't understand why I was holding her down and forcing something sharp into her skin. She instantly began to bounce back to her normally happy self. Once she was rehydrated by the IV fluids and after some nausea meds that calmed her stomach, she was finally able to sleep. So were we. Needless to say, having the phone ring at 4 o'clock in the morning did not put me into a good mood. In fact, I was right pissed once I saw who it was. Hadley, I murmured as I unplugged the phone and passed it over to Tally, who was up on her elbow in the bed beside me. Her feet were tangled with mine, but her body was rolled and twisted sideways, giving me a nice view of her ass. Thanks, she murmured huskily. Hello? Barely a few seconds into the conversation, Tally tensed. No, I cannot come and get you, Hadley. Tallulah's sick and has been throwing up all night. She's exhausted, and I can't take her out to come pick you up. Tally's tired voice sounded. Have you tried Elba? Hadley screamed something at Tally through the phone, and I distinctly heard the word bitch before I took the phone from her grasp and hung up on her screeching. Turning it on silent and ignoring Hadley's return call, all the while under the watchful eye of Tally. Nothing to say? I asked her carefully. She shook her head. It's time, she murmured. I'm tired of hearing how I never put her first. I clenched my teeth. Putting your daughter first isn't selfish, and I don't want you to think that it is. She shrugged. I know. I studied her carefully, then nodded, reaching over to turn out the lamp I hadn't even realized that I flipped on. Good, I grumbled. Now let's get some sleep before we have to go meet my mom and sisters for breakfast. You're going to want your wits about you when you do. She curled her body into mine, and I opened my arms to pull her closer by wrapping them around her lower back. Are they going to like me? She asked worriedly. I rolled and pinned her underneath me. I like you. That's what matters. I informed her. "They'll come around, or I won't be spending any more time with them." She stared at me with such concentration that it caused me to nearly smile. Nearly. I could tell she was wondering the same thing about me. If her parents didn't like me, would she be able to ask them to stop coming around? "I won't ever force you to make that choice," I told her, reading her thoughts before she could voice them. "I promise." Her smile was small, but she didn't disagree or agree. "Good night," she murmured softly. I pressed my lips to her forehead before I rolled back over and laid my head down on my pillow, my eyes closing in contentment. The woman that I was falling hard for was in my arms. What more could I ask for? "See, that's the problem with Tommy," Ellen said. "He would never be a good debater." "Why?" Tally asked. "He's good at arguing with me." Ellen gave Tally an "aren't you so cute" look. Masturbator? Yes, he was the freaking king of masturbation. But a debater? No. Why? Because he starts every argument he's ever had with anybody but you, I'm sure, with, "Now listen here, motherfucker." I snorted, covering my face up with my fist that was still holding my beer. "Jesus fucking Christ, Ellen," I grumbled. "Where the hell do you get this stuff? And how much have you had to drink?" Ellen's face was lit with humor. "I've been drinking since this morning when you brought Tally to meet our mother. I haven't stopped since." "That sounds like him," Sunshine agreed, ignoring Ellen. "Why are you even here?" I asked him curiously. He shrugged. "I was invited." My brows rose. "You were?" "Yes, he was," Ellen broke in. "Now shut up. It's my birthday. You have to do what I say." Tally went to pick up Tallulah when she saw her creeping closer to Adrienne, and my sister's words stopped her. "Don't worry about trying to keep Tallulah away from Adrienne. She's been exposed to the stomach bug all week thanks to her entire freaking daycare dropping like flies with it," Alexandria murmured, breaking into our sister's drunken musings. "That was the same thing that happened at mine, although Tallulah was one of the first ones to get it," she sighed, "and one of the last. I'm so tired of cleaning up puke." I agreed. Though Tallulah hadn't thrown up since I'd given her a dose of anti-nausea meds over 8 hours before. "Girl, don't I know it," she grinned. "So my brother here tells me that you're going to school to become a nurse?" Tally nodded. "Almost there. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel." Alexandria grinned. "I'm going for my bachelor's of nursing right now. I started out as an LVN 12 years ago and then went on to get my associate's in nursing. Now I'm back at it for my BSN," she sighed. "I should have just done it this way in the first place." "That was definitely one of the thoughts I had when deciding what college to go to." Tally nodded her head in commiseration. "I first thought I'd go ahead and get my associates, but I'd already gotten my associates in art by the time I'd graduated high school, thanks to dual credit classes. It made more sense for me to get my BSN. She nodded, and the two of them started babbling about how hard it was to pursue their degrees with kids. My mom chose to use Tally's distraction with my sister to bombard me. "You have a girlfriend?" my mother hissed at me. "When were you going to tell me this?" I sighed and looked over at my mother. My mom was one of those mothers who always had to have her nose stuck into each of her kids' business. Ellen hadn't been able to have a boyfriend when she was younger who my mother hadn't been able to run off. The only reason that my other sister, Alexandria, was even sane at this point was because my mom had me and Ellen to focus on. Luckily, Alex had found her husband, Axton, early on in life. They'd met in high school and both had gone to school before marrying right out of college. Now they were on their 4th child and everyone was happy as damn clams. However, Ellen and I were the primary focus of our mother's matchmaking efforts, and I was happy to finally have someone to introduce to the family that I knew my mother wouldn't try to run away. See, my mother had a soft spot. She was a nurse and had been for 30 years now. She was also a NICU nurse and had spent the majority of her career taking care of sick little babies. And the moment that my mother saw a still sick and tired Tallulah, she was a goner. She'd forever be in my mother's heart, even if the unthinkable happened and Tally were to leave my life. I'd literally have to see Tally at every single Thanksgiving, Christmas, family birthday, and holiday. My mother would never let her or Tallulah go. I knew that the moment I saw my mother take a pitiful-looking Tallulah out of my arms and snuggle her into her own. She was still holding her, 4 hours into the birthday party. "Your father thinks you've had this lovely girl for a long time and that you've just kept her a secret from me. Is that why you refused to go out with that girl I tried to hook you up with last weekend? Yes, it was, I told her honestly, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that from now on. My mom's blue eyes, so much like my own, sparkled with mirth. I won't, she promised, as long as you keep bringing these two around. I rolled my eyes and turned back to the conversation I'd been having with my dad when my sister had interrupted. What were you saying about my motorcycle? I asked him. Dad looked over at me and then back to my project bike. I was saying that you need to take that to your new house. I nodded. I do, I confirmed, just not sure how to get it there. Dad sighed. Would it kill you to ask your old man for help? No, I snorted. Dad, would you mind taking my project bike to my new house? Dad chuckled. You're a shithead, he said. But yes, since you asked so nicely, I sure will take your bike over there. Do you want me to bring the big trailer and take anything else out of my garage? I took the hint and nodded my head. I was going to come and get it eventually, I murmured. It's been cluttering up my garage for 2 years now. I think that if you actually planned on coming to get it, you'd have come over here when you moved into the rental. What's that? I turned to find Tally standing at my side, pointing at my project bike. Something I started fiddling on when I was 16. I cleared my throat. Dad managed to get it out of the old house before, you know. Tally nodded in understanding. I think it's time for me to feed Tallulah. Is there anything you want me to grab you from the house? You don't have to go inside, I murmured. They'll be all right with you doing that out here. She studied my sincerity and then nodded. Okay. Then she went over to my mother and disentangled Tallulah from her arms before settling back into her lawn chair next to my sister, resumed her conversation, and adeptly started feeding Tallulah without a single nipple slip. She's cute, my father chimed in. I punched him in the shoulder. Stop staring at her or you're going to make her feel embarrassed. Feeding your child is nothing to be embarrassed about, he murmured. Drives me insane that society treats mothers that way. I groaned. My mother and father were advocates for anything that came to children. See, my mother was a NICU nurse, but my father was a pediatrician. Where my specialty was in emergency medicine, my father's was in children's medicine. He freaking loved kids, so with my mother already halfway in love with Tally, my father would soon follow. Even though I could tell that he already liked her, since his earlier words had been, "She's hot and too young for you, son." Clapping my father on the back, I moved until I resumed my chair in between Ellen and Tally, being sure to pick up a new can of beer on the way. How many is that for you? Ellen asked, eyes slightly glazed. Number 3, Sean piped in. You're on number 8, though. My sister glared at him. I didn't invite you to keep tabs on my beverage intake, Mr. Tattletale Sunshine. Sean lifted his brows at her. You didn't? He drawled. I'll keep that in mind. Ellen stuck her tongue out at him, and I saw Sean's eyes flare. Why don't you two get a room? I suggested. Ellen's back straightened. I don't need a room. I have no desire to do anything in a bedroom with that man. Why not? Alex asked, clearly reading my sister's discomfort. Because he's vile, and I don't like him. I snorted. Sean's face showed no surprise at my sister's comments, but there was amusement clearly shining in his eyes. Why did you invite him then? Alex pushed. Because he looked all lonely, she murmured. I also invited... Oh, here he is now. I turned to see ghosts stalking towards me. They'd all, of course, come to my parents' house, but this was one of the rare times I'd seen them come knowingly into my mother's presence. Apparently, my mother had no qualms when it came to butting into her adult son's love life. She also extended the same love and concern over love lives of the men in my club as well, which was why they rarely, if ever, came to my family's functions if my mom was going to be there. Not that I blamed them. If I could get away with not coming, I'd do the same too. 3 hours later, I found even more of my club brothers showing up at my parents' house, further surprising me. Who was that? Tally whispered to me as she dropped down into the seat beside me. You know, I don't think I've ever caught his name. That's Ghost. Who is Ghost? She asked. Why does he seem so, I don't know, separate maybe from y'all? I looked back at where Ghost was disappearing out of the yard and shrugged. Ghost is Ghost. He's more of a nomad, no real home. I don't think he's ever settled here. He's living half a life, and I feel like maybe he's in limbo, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. She blinked. That sounds kind of sad. I shrugged. Ghost has a story, and only one person knows that story. Who? She whispered, leaning forward like I was about to tell her a juicy secret. I grinned. Ghost? She growled. Can I talk to him? She questioned. I didn't know why she wanted to talk to him. He was pretty standoffish. However, we could all see the pain in his eyes, the hurt and sadness that he tried to conceal. Ooh, I'd like to get in on that, Imogen, New Guy's old lady, added. I looked over at the two women who were nodding their heads excitedly in agreement. I guess you could try. He's not very talkative. Tally grinned. I'll just give him to Alula. That'll make anyone talk. Then I watched as the two women disappeared around the side of the house to where the party was happening in the backyard. What's... I held up my hand, and Sean halted what he was about to say as he watched me pull my phone out and answer it. Hello, I answered, looking at my watch. It was 7 p.m. on a Saturday. Who on earth would be calling me from the hospital on a Saturday when I wasn't on call? Mr. Tomarkanov? It was Lucia. Yeah? I asked, covering my opposite ear and walking away from Sean and Aaron in a vain attempt to hear her better. The party was loud, and my sister didn't care one bit that her music was spilling into the front yard for all to hear. I'm sorry to say this, but... I lost what she was about to say when 2 police cruisers pulled up. I'm sorry, I interrupted Lucia. I will need to call you back. Hanging up my phone without listening to her reply, I headed down the driveway to the officers that had just exited the police cruiser. You coming for some dinner, Big Papa? I asked, offering him my hand. Big Papa took it, but his eyes weren't right. I need to speak with you privately. My brows rose, and I turned to find Sean and Aaron had followed me down the drive and having spotted the police cruisers. What's going on, BP? Big Papa gestured to the other side of his cruiser, and I followed, unsurprised to find that Aaron and Sean had followed as well. I leaned against the hood as I waited for him to get whatever it was off his chest out in the open. My eyes flicked up the driveway to see Ghost holding Tallulah on his way down the driveway with a worried-looking Tally following close by his side. What's up? I asked. Big Papa's jaw clenched. There's a young woman who is accusing you of rape.
Chapter 21. Tally. My biggest fear is that I'll find a man who I adore with all my heart, and then he'll ask me to go on a diet with him. I love Chipotle. It holds a piece of my heart. What do I tell him if he asks me to choose? I'm sorry, but burritos taste better? Tally's secret thoughts. She's lying, I snapped, my eyes hot as I stared at Big Papa with anger written all over my features. My back was stiff and my hands were clenched at my sides. Imogen was on one side and Ghost was on the other, as we watched Tommy willingly walk away with his hands cuffed in front of him. The other officers who had come to assist, as Aaron had just said, were watching them with matching frowns. They're pissed that Big Papa didn't cuff him like a criminal, Aaron murmured. And I know she's lying. He was with you the day that the alleged rape happened. Did they say who the victim was? Ghost broke in, lifting his arm up a little higher to find a more comfortable position with Tallulah in his arms. I offered to take her from him more than once, but he shook me off. 3 times. Some girl at the school was all I heard. Aaron, a.k.a. the new guy, grumbled. He was looking down at his phone, brows furrowed as he read a message from one of the other cops. Markeep is the one who took the victim's statement. The whole group at my back groaned. That's fucking unlucky, Ghost grumbled. What's unlucky? I whispered fearfully. Is this Markeep a bad cop? Ghost's dark eyes came to mine. She's not a bad cop, but I wouldn't say she's one who I would count on to be on my side either, he said bluntly. She's a serious bitch and has some bone to pick with Mooresville PD. Every time we have to collaborate on something, it ends up going to hell in a handbasket. Wonderful. And she won't tell you who the girl is? I asked nervously. But there was something niggling at the back of my brain. Something was shouting at me to figure it out already. But I couldn't quite grasp the threads. I would, though. Hopefully not too late, however. My phone rang in the pocket of my bag, and I ignored it for the 4th time.
You should probably answer that, one of the men suggested. I'd also noticed that he hadn't answered my question. I looked up to see Sean staring at my purse, and then me, in worry. Why? I asked numbly. It's not making anything better by ignoring the outside world. Just deal with your shit and eventually we'll figure it out. I swallowed thickly and pulled my phone out of my purse, stopping only when I saw who it was that was calling. It's my friend. She'll hold, I murmured. I didn't have the time nor the patience to deal with Hadley's shit at the moment. I knew that she was likely just trying to get attention. That, or wanted to be picked up from some party, which I wasn't able to do right now, and wasn't something I was willing to listen to her bitch to me about again. I still hadn't figured out why she didn't have a driver's license. I mean, she had a damn car. Let's get you home. Aaron took my elbow. You want me to take you to your house or Tommy's house? I bit my lip. Although everything inside of me screamed to go to Tommy's house, to be surrounded by everything that was him, I knew that I should go to mine. That was where all of Tallulah's stuff was, as well as all my stuff, not to mention that Tommy would know exactly where to go when he got out. Mine, I murmured. Aaron gave one nod and offered one elbow to me and one elbow to Imogen. Ladies. I took Aaron's hand and walked stiffly as he led us to my car. Ghost followed at my heels, walking Tallulah to her side of the car and strapping her all the way in without a word. You're good with her, I observed over the hood of my Forerunner. Ghost's eyes caught mine. Thanks. With that, he left, leaving my heart hurting for him as I watched him leave. As I drove home, I thought about Tommy. Thought about how his life would change now that he'd had this bullshit accusation thrown at him. And I knew I had to do something. Anything. I would not let some piece of shit liar ruin my man's career. Even if I had to ruin mine in the process of saving his. Now, to figure out who this piece of shit liar was.
Tommy. I walked out of the police station, my head held high, and went straight to my bike that my brothers had made sure was there. Mr. Tomakanovov, would you like to make a statement to KETP about the rape of a Mooresville college student? I turned my glare to the woman who'd asked that asinine question and growled, no comment. People continued to yell and scream at me, but I got on my bike, shoved on my helmet, and started the bike up with an angry roar. I was still just as angry now as I'd been 28 hours ago when the accusation had first been hurled at me. I rode straight to the hospital 5 miles over the speed limit to make it in time for my shift, riding right past all the reporters and barely resisting the urge to flip all those motherfuckers off as I hit the employee parking lot. I shut off the bike moments later, angrily yanked the helmet off my head and slammed it down so hard on my bike seat that the entire thing shifted slightly in the gravel underneath the tires. The moment Big Papa opened the staff door, he waved me inside. Anything? I asked him. He shook his head. Nothing. The lawyer's your best bet for now. I have a man on it, but the stuff he's found is hidden under a layer of red tape it's taking him some time to decipher. I ground my teeth and stared with jaws clenching and unclenching as I tried to compose myself. Well, that's just fucking unfortunate, I grumbled. They tried to fire me. At which place? Big Papa asked as he gestured for me to follow him. I did, unsurprised to find the rest of the men in the staff break room. Thankfully, it was empty of any other staff besides the club. At the school, I murmured. The hospital can't afford to lose me, yet, though they did try to say if I didn't come in today, they'd find a way to put me on probation. Fuck them, Sean grumbled, bringing a can of Dr. Pepper up to his lips and taking a healthy pull. Aaron snorted. I've questioned Hadley's friends on her whereabouts that night. Elba McGinnis, Jessica Silkerson, and Jana Maddox. They said they'd already given the same statements to the other cop. Apparently, from their knowledge, she was at work. The boss is checking things on his end and is getting back to me. Hadley Dunstan. I shook my head. I knew she was a bitch, but I never thought she'd stoop this low. I was able to pull up some details, Big Papa said. Got one of my boys on her background check. Drugs, depression, psychiatric problems. You name it, and she's fucked up by it. Just perfect, Aaron murmured, leaning back and cracking his knuckles, an evil gleam in his eyes. I'll have some ideas. I might go shake a few trees, see what I can scrounge up. I nodded my head and went to my locker. Once there, I yanked my t-shirt off, the same one I had been wearing for nearly 48 hours now, and traded it out for a scrub top. I followed suit with my pants and nearly had them up over my hips when the staff room door opened and closed. 2 arms wrapped around me from behind, and Tally buried her face between my shoulder blades. "I'm so glad to see you," she whispered fiercely. I turned in her arms and wrapped my arms around her neck, pulling her in tight to my chest and dropping my mouth to the top of her head, inhaling deeply as I did. "Fucking A, you smell good," I murmured desperately. The door to the room opened again, and I looked up just as it closed behind Sean. That was about the time she burst into tears. "It's okay," I murmured softly. "Shh." She hiccuped. "Whatever stupid bitch did this to you is in for a serious ass-kicking." I pulled her face back so I could see her eyes, and my heart clenched at the devastation I read in them. For me. "It'll be okay, baby," I murmured. "She won't stay hidden for long." I wasn't going to tell Tally of her friend's betrayal, not with her exams being right around the corner, and not with the stress of a sick child on her hands. I'd tell her, soon. That was, if she didn't figure it out on her own. But in the meantime, I was going to let her be blissfully unaware of all the problems that were swirling around her. Now let's get to work before the hospital finds a reason to bench me. She rolled her eyes. "I think there's at least 4 nurses and 1 PA who would all go on strike if that were to happen." I found a grin. "That may be true, but the patients would suffer. Not to mention my paycheck." She winked. "Yes, sir, Mr. Teacher, sir," she said as she turned out of my arms and flounced toward the door. I caught up to her before she could open it and pinned her to the heavy wood with my body. "What were you saying, student smartass?" She turned her head and looked at me over her shoulder. "Nothing." She batted her innocent eyes at me. Chapter 22. Tommy. This sandwich was not made with love. Note on Tommy's sandwich the next day. "What's wrong?" I asked Tally the moment I saw her the next day. She looked just as haggard as I felt. I'd been working a double shift, much to the chagrin of the hospital board, and she'd had her final exams. Today was her second to last shift as a nursing extern, and I found myself gleeful. The last 2 months had been hard. Hell, the last 2 days had been the longest of my life. Fighting for my jobs and career had been enough to age me 100 years. I wanted to pull her into my arms, but technically she was still my student, not to mention I was on the way to the proverbial principal's office, a.k.a. the dean's office. She looked beautiful, though. At first, I was determined to keep Tally close, but after everything I'd experienced over the last 2 days, I knew that I couldn't add on to that worry by taking something that I wasn't allowed to have yet. Which inevitably caused both Tally and I to be miserable last night, when the only thing either of us wanted was to spend time with each other after the shit night we'd had the previous 24 hours. There, however, was an end in sight. One that was only a week away. Graduation day for Tally. "Hadley," she grumbled. "I don't know what her problem is. One second she's happy and smiling, and the next I'm sitting there watching her walk away from me with anger written all over her face." I gritted my teeth to bite back the retort that was on the tip of my tongue that came to mind when that lying little bitch was brought up. "What happened this time?" I asked carefully, feeling like shit that I'd kept this hidden from Tally. "This time?" she snorted. "This time I was 2 doors down, taking my exam in the library, and she tried to cheat off of me." I blinked, then blinked again. "She what?" I barked. She nodded in commiseration, then sighed. "I think she's been doing it for a long time," she murmured. "I wouldn't have noticed this time had she not leaned over in a weird way, causing me to look at her." "What was she doing?" I asked, imagining the scene in my head with very little effort on my part. "She managed to convince the therapist that she needed to have an alternate testing location due to something traumatic." She shook her head. "At first, I thought she was just getting more comfortable. But when I looked over, she was staring at my computer and didn't even try to hide it." "What about the aide? What was she doing while Hadley was doing this?" I demanded. "We're in the corner. You can't see Hadley at all, but you can see me." She shook her head. "She's always looked at my papers that we turn in, but I've never thought that she was copying them. I thought she was just checking her answers." I wanted to pull her into my arms. "She must change them enough that they seem original, because I would have caught the cheating had she copied you word for word," I informed her. "She's obviously trying to be inconspicuous about it. If I didn't spot it, then that means she's a freaking master. She shrugged and bent forward. I mentioned it to my med-surg teacher once I was done with my test, and she said she would look into it. I'm just scared that by her looking into it, she'll be implicating me as well. She won't, I promised. And promised her I would. If anyone was going down for cheating, it wouldn't be Tally. Tally was well-liked, and it was more than obvious that she tried and succeeded in everything because she worked hard for it. Something I'd witnessed myself quite a few times over the last few months that she'd been in my life. I know, she murmured, but I've got this niggling feeling in the back of my head. Something's off with her. All these years I thought that she was my friend, but I'm kind of thinking that she's only been using me now. People used other people all the time, and unfortunately Tally wasn't any different. If it wasn't her, it'd just be someone else. She probably attached herself to you because you study your ass off and get better grades than she does. I added my 2 cents, but now it's all making a whole lot more sense. Why? She challenged. I picked up a clipboard and gestured for her to follow me. She did, falling in step beside me. How convenient that she started acting all bitchy right around the time you started taking your tests in an alternate testing location. Understanding dawned. I did start taking the tests in the library right around the time Hadley started acting catty, she murmured. She's asked me multiple times why I don't test with the rest of the class anymore, and I explained to her that you were able to get me into specialized testing. Her face dawned with horror, and she gasped. It was her! I smiled sadly at her as I made my way down the hallway to the meeting with the dean, Tally at my side. That's my guess, yes, I nodded. I need to tell you something. It was time. She needed to know. The stress of exams were gone. Tallulah was better, and I also couldn't hold the guilt in any longer. She needed to know. Hadley was the one to accuse me of rape. She gasped, and I realized rather quickly that she hadn't even contemplated the thought that it could possibly be Hadley. She'd known it was a student, of course, but Hadley hadn't crossed her mind. That I could see instantly. You're joking, she moaned. I shook my head. No. She reached into her pocket for her phone, pulling it out. She placed it to her ear, and I knew instantly what she was doing. She's gone underground, baby, I told her. When you confirmed in a text that you'd seen Hadley and something had happened, Big Papa and Aaron went to the school to question her. She's nowhere to be found. She angrily smashed the pad of her finger against the red phone button on the screen. I can't believe this, she snarled out. I'm going to kill her. I held my hand over her mouth, then dropped a kiss onto her forehead. Trust me, I'll find her. Don't get involved. I could tell she wanted to argue, to rant and rave, but she didn't. She breathed out roughly, then nodded her head. Fine. The anger she had over the accusation against me was enough to make my heart happy, even though I wanted nothing more than to find Hadley and wring her stupid neck. I grinned. That night that you were taken in, she called, and today, before the exam, she kept looking at me like I would blow up at any second. Now at least I know why. Has she tried to reach you? I asked. Since that night? No, she shook her head. Miss Slater, just the woman we were looking for. We were going to ask you to come to this meeting, although it was my understanding that you were in a final exam. I looked up to find Lucia standing there, her arms crossed high over her chest, frowning at the two of us, probably because of how close we were to each other. I looked past her and saw the other 2 fourth-semester teachers, as well as the dean of the campus, in the room beyond her, and I started to get a really bad feeling. What's going on? Tally asked, entering the glass-walled room when Lucia waved her hand for us to pass. We're investigating a few other matters, the dean, Martin Call, started the moment the doors closed behind us. We've been enlightened to an, disturbing situation. My brows rose. Another? Tally snottily replied, back straightening. Or is this the same allegation of Dr. Tamirkanov raping a student, Hadley Dunstan? Which, might I add, is not true? Martin's face pinched. That's not what we're here to discuss today, he snapped. What we're here to discuss is an inappropriate relationship between you and a teacher. He let his gaze shift from me to Tally and back, his eyes doing what his mouth did not, and Tally's mouth dropped open. And what proof do you have of this alleged inappropriate relationship? I gritted through clenched teeth, crossing my arms over my chest. Was this accusation made by the same person who also falsely accused me of rape? Martin's face paled, and I knew I was right, despite him not agreeing nor disagreeing. I'll go ahead and inform you that all classes that Dr. Tamarkanov taught this year are under review, Martin continued, pushing through with his diatribe, and all tests that were taken by you that were administered by him will also be reviewed to ensure that there has been no special treatment considered upon you, given your inappropriate relationship. I could feel the anger rolling off of Tally, and I wanted to hold her hand to calm her down so she could control her reactions. I cannot believe that you're doing this to Dr. Tamarkanov. Tally crossed her arms over her chest. He's a highly respected teacher and hasn't done anything in the classroom that was untoward to anyone, including me. He's been nothing but professional while we were in school and at the hospital. Whomever is making these accusations is mistaken. Dr. Tamarkanov is an excellent teacher whom I've learned a great deal from, and any future nursing students would be lucky to have him. My heart swelled in my chest as I tried not to smile at the things she was saying and the things she wasn't saying. Like how I wasn't very professional when we were outside of this setting, such as when I was fucking her in my bed, or hers. Until we can review all of your tests, your diploma will be held, Lucia started to say. Unless you have any, you can't disqualify her grades in my class, I murmured, breaking into the conversation. She only had one test in my course, and that was re-administered in the library 2 days later by one of the aides, who was there the whole time to supervise. Where, you should know, Miss Dunstan, who I presume is the one making these allegations, was not in attendance, so don't even try to go there, Martin. Lucia's face was pinched with dismay over the whole situation, and I realized that she really was in a bad position. I could tell that she wanted to believe me. We'd known each other for years, even before we started working together, but obviously my youthful reputation still hadn't completely refreshed, despite my efforts to fix it. How do we know that you didn't give her the answers to the tests? One of the other teachers asked. Lucia's the head of the nursing department, I broke in before she could finish, meaning I had nothing to do with her tests. The test that was sent to her was made up by the other campus teachers and given to her in the library according to the new campus bylaws. Lucia's mouth dropped open and her face showed stark relief. Martin, however, wasn't satisfied. What about the quiz grades? He asked. Those can be vouched for by every single nurse that was at the hospital on the days of her shifts, I countered. Any grade she received for that day was given by the nurse she was shadowing that day. Martin clearly wasn't happy to see that this wasn't working like he'd planned for it to. In fact, he was pissed. And it was then that my eyes started to narrow, and I made a mental note to have Aaron stick his nose into a certain school administrator's business. He was going to need to work all of his connections to find out exactly what Hadley had on this stupid piece of shit who was trying to act like he was a professional instead of a man who was desperate to fix a problem he'd gotten himself into. Martin sighed. I, of course, have no physical proof of anything, and if all this checks out, I see no reason why you should be delayed from graduating, Martin finally ground out. However, if I find any evidence of a relationship between the two of you before you're graduated next week, I will be taking action. Meaning we needed to watch our steps, or this could get ugly. What exactly did Hadley have on this man, and was it big enough for him to risk losing his career over? Apparently it had to be, otherwise he wouldn't be grasping at straws to get Tally removed from the course. You may go, Martin snapped at Tally. Tally turned, ready to take her leave, and I stopped her departure by asking her to wait. I'm sorry, I apologized to the other teachers, but I was made aware of a student caught cheating off of another student, and I believe you'll be interested in this information. Cheating in class was a big no-no, and it would immediately get you expelled from the program. Hadley was fucked, and thanks to Lucia informing me of the video cameras in the library, I would now have the proof that was needed to get rid of her. Not necessarily out of the picture completely, but most definitely out of the program, and it would definitely discredit her. Something that wasn't in her favor, since she was already on shaky ground because of her allegations. You know, since I had a rock-solid alibi for the night of my supposed rape of her person. Something I'd found out 30 minutes ago on my way to this useless meeting. Which student? Lucia asked. Are they in the final semester? I grinned. Yes, I confirmed. Ms. Slater just informed me that she caught Hadley Dunstan cheating off of her during her final exam today, and she believes that it's been going on for some time before that. How do we know that this is true? Martin grasped at straws again. I smiled then. Well, according to Lucia, y'all just put in a new security system that covers not just these offices, but also the library. Since when? Martin gasped, turning to look around the room wildly. I made another mental note to have Aaron find the feed to these videos and do a little investigating. If my suspicions were anything to go by, he might find some pretty exciting stuff. Seems Lucia hadn't told the dean about the cameras either. Things were likely about to take a turn for the worse. For him and Hadley, anyway. Fucking awesome. Lucia's smile was a little wild. It's easy enough to corroborate, Martin, Lucia informed the man. With the cameras we installed to catch the person who has been stealing from the labs, we'll know within 30 minutes whether this is true or not. Miss Slater has always been an exemplary student, something that I think we can all agree cannot be said about Miss Dunstan. I believe her claim, and it's easily verifiable. You may go, Miss Slater. Congratulations. Martin started to sputter, but Lucia just waved off his annoyance. We can continue this tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, Miss Dunstan is officially suspended from the program pending an investigation into these new allegations. I walked out on Martin's annoyed sputters. Tally was already at the end of the hall, but she wasn't laughing or smiling. No. She was exactly the opposite. She was my friend. I know, Tally, I know. I wanted to pull her into my arms so fiercely that it astounded me, and I realized right then and there that I was in love with her. I didn't like seeing her hurt. I didn't like seeing tears in her eyes. And I detested that she had to go through all of this today. The fact that I played a small part in the reason behind those tears that were falling down her cheeks slayed me. It'll all be okay, honey, I murmured as I pressed the elevator button. She swiped away her tears. I know, she cleared her throat. See you when I see you. She took off toward the stairs, and I rode the elevator down to the first floor. By the time I got out into the parking lot, she was already pulling out of it. But she had a smile on her face, and that was good enough for me.
Chapter 23. Tally. Raise your hand if you're a little bit of an asshole in the morning. Raise his hand. I walked into the back door of Tommy's place, expecting to find it just as empty as the last time I'd seen it, but I was pleasantly surprised. Whoa, I murmured, hitching Tallulah up higher on my hip. Nice. No, I heard Tommy say. What happened when you arrested her? My brows rose as I walked around the corner of Tommy's kitchen, stopping just inside the entrance to the great room. My eyes automatically were drawn to the large cedar beam that ran the length of the room, and my eyes widened when I saw the fan hanging in the middle of the room. It was a big-ass fan. Literally, that was the brand, and I found myself smiling, something I'd done quite a bit over the last 4 hours since I'd left the dean's office. I'd headed in there with a lead weight in my stomach, had having to turn in my best friend, and had left with a resolve that would dissolve any and all guilt that I felt. I still couldn't believe that stupid girl had thought she could accuse Tommy of rape. Seriously? Tommy? He was the most ethical teacher. Until me, on the whole campus. He had 5 quiz grades, all grades given by nurses that interacted with you during your clinical, and 5 test grades. He didn't tolerate cheating, bullying, or foul language in any of his classes or shifts, though that was kind of hypocritical since I'd heard him drop the F-bomb no less than 4 times in the last 2 minutes. You really shouldn't curse, I murmured. She has delicate ears. Tommy turned, a smile appearing on his face as he did. He wedged the phone between his ear and shoulder and held out his hands for Tallulah, and I watched as my daughter instantly went into his arms, babbling happily once she was against his chest. She lifted one chubby hand and pressed it against his beard, watching him rapturously while he continued his conversation, despite Tallulah's happily screeching in his ear every 5 seconds. And did Hadley explain to you exactly why she falsely accused me once you had her brought in for questioning? Tommy continued. My brows rose as my heart started to race. Hadley was arrested? Good, Tommy grumbled. Make sure you keep an eye on her, though. That girl is a sly one. She has split personalities, too.
She may look like an angel on the outside, but I'm fairly sure she's the goddamned devil when no one is watching." I snorted and turned to survey the yard through the windows while Tommy finished his conversation. Some sort of green mixture was covering the ground, which I assumed was grass seed. There was also what I assumed were sprinkler heads interspersed evenly throughout the yard as well. "All right. Talk to you later, Aaron. Have a good one." Tommy came up to my side, and Tallulah slammed her open palm down onto the glass. "What do you think?" he asked, his eyes taken in his yard, too. "I think it looks good. That weird foamy green shit is grass seed, correct?" He grinned. "Hydromulch, which turns into grass, yes," he confirmed. "I didn't know you were going to come by." She rolled her eyes. "I wanted to see you," I murmured. "And little miss over here was being a cranky toad, so I decided to go for a drive. See where we ended up." He sighed and dropped his arm around my shoulder. "I'm glad your drive led you here. I like being the end of your road," he rumbled. "And she isn't acting that cranky now." Dropping his arm from around my shoulder, he tickled Tallulah's belly and dropped a kiss to her smiling cheek. "No," I agreed. "She sure as heck isn't." He sighed. "I'm guessing you want to know what that phone call was about." I nodded my head patiently. "I do." He took Tallulah to the playpen that I didn't notice when I entered the great room and placed her carefully down in it. Tallulah automatically face-dived into the stuffed animals and immediately commenced chewing on every single one of them. "You know her well," I teased. "Stopped by the store on the way home and got her own shit," he confirmed with a wink. My heart swelled. My little girl well and truly had this man wrapped around her little finger, which made me happy. She hadn't had much of a father figure to love her like she deserved to be loved, and I was grateful that she would have that. "So, tell me what else happened since we parted ways this afternoon," I ordered. "Nothing," I growled, causing him to chuckle. "That's just it. Nothing." He held up a hand when I went to protest. "They arrested Hadley for filing a false police report, and likely will get her for extortion as well." "Extortion? And what did you find out about the dean, Martin?" I continued. He grimaced. "That's the extortion I was talking about," he murmured. "The videos that Aaron was able to locate showed a near knockdown, drag-out fight between Martin and Hadley in the lobby after hours. She threw something at him, photos of some sort that the camera angle couldn't pick up, and Martin immediately acquiesced to her demands." "And what were those demands?" I wasn't sure that I wanted to know, but I was hoping that my ex-best friend wasn't all bad. I was wrong, though, which I found out in the next moment. "She wanted him to expel you for having a relationship with me," he continued. "There was more to it than that, but you don't need to know the details." I studied his face, wary at what he would say, and nodded my head once. Okay. If he said I didn't need to know, then I would trust him on that. And it felt good having someone to trust. It was an amazing feeling, one that I didn't think I'd ever had in Russell. Speaking of Russell, I got a call today from my ex, I murmured, lifting my arm to absently pet his chest. He instantly stiffened at the mention of my ex, who he clearly had a dislike of. "And?" he said shortly. He was backing off. His wife was under the assumption that I was going to force the child support issue, which I assured him I was not, and she said as long as I stay on my side of the tracks, that he wouldn't pursue any extra time with Tallulah. Tommy growled. "I don't understand that," he admitted. "The man has a perfect daughter, and he wants nothing to do with her." He sighed. "I've known her for a short portion of her life, and she's always in my thoughts. I see something at the damn store when I'm there to shop for myself, and I leave with all kinds of shit for her and nothing that I even went there to get." I grinned. "That sounds like something a parent would do," I admitted to him, a laugh filtering out of my voice. He gave me a strange look. "If you offered that up to me," "I'd take it in a heartbeat," he told me softly, lifting his hand up and wrapping it around my head. He pulled me into his chest, and I went willingly. His masculine scent surrounded me as I breathed it in. Someone knocked on the door. I moved out of his arms to allow him to go answer it, and was unsurprised when he opened it and found his club members on the other side, with beer in hand. "Knew she would be here," Big Papa murmured as he pushed his way through. "Brought you a couple of virgins." I waved 2 fingers at him. "I'm 21 now," I told him. "No virgins for this girl." Tommy turned to me, his mouth gaping. "When did you turn 21? I scrunched up my nose. "Yesterday." When he was in jail, went unsaid. "Shit," he growled. "I'll make it up to you." I smiled. I knew he would. And he did, 4 hours later, as he slid deep inside of me. I was already limp noodles by that point, though. 4 orgasms would do that to a woman. "I can't." I shook my head as he pushed into me roughly. "I'm freaking dead." "One more," he growled, squeezing the meat of my ass with both hands. "Pull your knees to your chest." I did, surprised that I was even able to control any of my extremities enough to make that happen. The moment my knees touched my chest, he pulled his hard, thick cock all the way out, and then thrust back inside. "Fuck, you feel so good." "Yes," I breathed, eyes closing. "You feel good, too." He growled and grabbed my feet in both hands, pushing my knees further into the bed and tilting my pelvis in the process. "And your pussy looks so good taking my cock." My eyes slowly opened, and I looked down to where we were joined. "It does," I confirmed, looking at where we were connected. It looked almost painful, how wide I was stretched for him. His cock looked angry as it invaded me with hard, brutal thrusts, and when he pulled back completely to allow the head of his cock to rest at the brink of my entrance, I gasped. He was glistening with my juices, and my pussy fluttered open and closed as it begged silently for him to slide back inside. "Tommy," I gasped. "Please." I couldn't make myself look away from the sight. Not when he placed himself back inside me. Not when he pulled back out. Again and again, over and over until I thought I'd go crazy. And not even 2 minutes later, when he pulled out one final time to come. I bit my lip as I watched his hard cock twitch, hot splashes of cum landing on the lips of my pussy and pubic hair. "Jesus Christ, watching you watch me is one of the sexiest things I've ever seen," he rumbled low in his throat. I agreed. Watching him was one of the sexiest things I'd ever seen, too.
Chapter 24. Tommy. Some things are better left unsaid, which I generally realize after I've said them. Fact of life. "Sir," I held out my hand. Judge Slater took me in, studied every single detail about me, and returned the handshake. "I don't like you, you know," he murmured darkly, dropping my hand. Tulula, who'd been in his other arm, lunged for me, and I instinctively caught her. "I know," I confirmed his dislike. He watched me bring Tulula up against my chest and narrowed his eyes. "I'm sorry, for what it's worth." He sighed and gestured to the seat that I still hadn't taken. Once I sat, he followed suit, and he studied me for a few long moments. "Your parents and I worked closely to find you something that would benefit you, not just get you out of my hair," I snorted. "I hated everyone and everything for a few short years, and I took that out on the wrong person," I admitted. "I should have never gotten that out of control. I could have hurt someone." I cleared my throat. We paused in our discussion to allow the waitress to take our order and didn't pick back up again until she'd delivered our drinks. "I dropped the restraining order a while ago," he told me. "I know that," I told him, "though I half expected you to call the cops on me the moment I stepped foot inside." Judge Slater started to chuckle. It was seeing you with Tallulah that changed my mind. That day in the driveway, he blew out a breath. Never seen her like that, not even with her father. She only likes my wife, me, and Tally. Seeing you holding her, I knew. You knew what? I asked. That you were going to take her from me? I blinked. I won't, I started to say, but he held up a hand. She'll no longer be mine. She'll be yours and mine, and I'm okay with that. I looked down at the baby in my arms, Tallulah's fat, chubby thighs the focus of my attention for a few long seconds while I composed myself. I know I'm not good enough for your daughter. He waited until I returned my attention to him before he said what he had to say next. And it was a damn good thing I was in the middle of a crowded restaurant, or I damn well might have broken down and sobbed like a 15-year-old girl. One day, when Tallulah finds a boy, I hope that you feel the same way I'm feeling right now. I looked at him sharply. And when that day comes, I want you to come back to me and bring me a beer, because you will finally know how it feels to let a piece of your heart walk away with some man that doesn't deserve her. I laughed, bringing the attention of many of the restaurant's patrons our way. So, is that a yes? I asked, knowing he knew what I was getting at. That's a yes, he confirmed. But if you break her heart, I'll find every way possible to ruin you, even if I have to ruin my career to do it. Like father, like daughter. Life was good. I had my job, and now so did Tally. I waited on my bike as she came out of the store where she worked, a big smile on her beautiful face. I did it, she squealed, jumping up and down like Tigger on her way to me. I knew. I'd found out at the same time she did, thanks to her applying at the hospital as well as my clinic. The moment she passed the exam, I was informed, hence the reason I was on my bike in front of her father's house. 2 weeks ago, I'd watched her walk across the stage, pride swelled deep in my chest. Today, she was in my arms, officially a registered nurse with a bachelor's degree. Now what? She asked breathlessly the moment she jumped into my arms. Now we get married, I declared, pushing her back from me so I could get off my bike. Her eyes widened. What? She gasped, her hands going to her mouth. I pulled out the ring as I dropped down to a knee in front of her. I asked your dad's permission, and he said yes. I smiled. She held out her shaking hand, her fingertips barely grazing the top of the ring before she pulled back. When she looked up at me next, her eyes were brimming with tears. It's beautiful. Woo! I turned to find the men of my club at my back. Everyone was there but Aaron, who was busy working to protect our sleepy little town. A sleepy, nosy town, some of which were out on their front porches watching the spectacle. Are you going to say yes? That was said over a bullhorn, and I started to laugh. Okay, so Aaron hadn't missed it after all. He was just in his police cruiser at the end of the street, blocking traffic. Jesus Christ, I laughed, turning my face back to her. Put these boys out of their misery. Answer yes or no already. She opened her mouth to answer, but a deafening crash had everyone looking toward the top of the road where Aaron's cruiser had been sitting only moments before. Now it was tossed carelessly to the side, scrunched in where the other car had hit it when it barreled straight through him without stopping after they'd hit a police officer. The car that had hit Aaron was barreling straight toward a tree, which it hit not a second later with a loud boom. The car hit the tree with such force that the tree shook. It was one of those humongous pines that grew to be a couple 100 feet tall, and the impact had rocked it. Luckily, it didn't fall. What the fuck? Sean growled, taking off down the road at a run. Call 911. My heart started to hammer as I reached for my phone before I remembered I didn't have it. I didn't need it. I could already see half the neighbors on their phones. I dropped Tally's hand and got to my feet, tucking the velvet box into her grasp before I ordered her to go back into the store and lock the doors. Go inside, I ordered. Don't come out until me or one of the boys come for you. Something was wrong. There wasn't that much traffic on this road. Someone wouldn't need to hit a police officer to get in here. If they'd actually wanted in, Aaron would have moved. A police vehicle with its lights on, clearly blocking the road, even if it had been for something like a proposal, was so obvious that there was no way the driver could have missed it, so this couldn't have been an accident. Okay, she murmured, walking backwards toward the store. Hurry, I did, not stopping to see if she made it inside, which was almost my undoing. 4 minutes later, I was waving the ambulance in. "You're going to the hospital," I ordered, "even if it's just to get checked. Don't argue." Aaron lifted his lip into a silent snarl. "Fuck you and fuck off." Grinning, I jogged back to the convenience store, stopping to pick my phone up from my bike's cup holder before I headed to the store's side door, which happened to be closer to my bike. What saved me was that I knew the code to get in. Seeing Tally use it once had seared it into my brain. Had I knocked, I would have announced my arrival, and I wouldn't have gotten there in time. As it was, I pushed the door open just in time to see Hadley's finger tightening on the trigger of a shotgun that was aimed straight at Tally's beautiful face. I didn't think, didn't do anything but react. I tackled her like a linebacker, taking her down to the ground and immediately turning and straddling her back. The gun clunked loudly to the floor, and Tally gasped, lurching forward to grab it from where it had fallen, backing away until she was behind the counter where she could reach the phone. "Are you fucking crazy?" I bellowed at Hadley, pushing the woman harder into the ground. Being a doctor had given me plenty of experience restraining combative patients. I'd never, not once, wanted to beat the hell out of a woman, but apparently there was a first for everything. "Stay still," I snapped, pushing harder to control her frantic movements. She had to be on drugs or something. Her pupils were dilated, and pairing that with the strength of combativeness, there was no way she wasn't. "She's the one who caused the wreck up there," Tally said, just as the front door opened and Sean, Aaron, who obviously wasn't in the ambulance on his way to the hospital to get checked out like I told him to do, Big Papa, Ghost, and Truth walked through the door. "Saw her running, but she disappeared into the woods. I recognized the clothes and that hair, though." They all stopped just inside the door, looking at the crazy lady that I was struggling to keep on the ground, to the gun in Tally's hand, and back again. "Could one of you get your thumb out of your ass and come help me?" I gritted through clenched teeth. Big Papa came, pulling a set of handcuffs out of his pocket as he did. The moment he was within reaching distance, Hadley lunged at him, nearly dislodging me from her back. "You ruined my life!" Hadley shrieked. "I was so close!" I grunted and dropped the top of my body against hers, too. She turned her head and tried to bite me, but Big Papa placed one huge hand on her face and pushed her down to the ground so she couldn't. "Fucking nuts," someone commented. "Is she foaming at the mouth?" I growled and grunted as I continued to hold her down and was thankful to see the paramedics arrive, with a fucking syringe of what I hoped was Narcan, a medication that stops the effects of the drugs that were so obviously in her system, erasing her high and making her human again all in one fell swoop. Luck was on my side, and score one for me, I wasn't bitten. "Did anyone ever hear a yes or a no?" Truth asked as he pushed away from the wall where he was slumped. "Tally, did you say yes?" I got up off my knees, letting the paramedics have her. "Don't let her get those cuffs off," I ordered. "Leave your gurney at the hospital if you have to, and make sure that she has a police escort at all times." Anson, a seasoned medic who knew what he was doing, gave me a salute. 10-4, Doc." I grimaced and walked to the counter, leaning on it with both elbows, and stared at Tally. "You need new friends," I moaned. She snickered. "Well, I guess it's a good thing that I have a fiancé now, and he comes with great friends." I looked over at the boys at my back and nodded my head. "Yeah, you do, and he sure does." "Don't get close to her. Don't feel sorry for her. Don't fall for her bullshit," I ordered Tally, hitching Tallulah up onto my arm. "She's not going to get out of here, and she tried to kill a police officer and you today. She's not going anywhere, even if you do feel like you should drop all the charges against her." "You don't know me that well," she challenged. I opened the door to the interrogation room, where I'd asked Big Papa nicely to put her so Tally could get the answers to her questions. He'd complied, but only reluctantly. Apparently she was still in a very nasty mood. However, Tally didn't care. She wanted to know why her friend did the things she did. What had happened? "Oh," Tally breathed. "Remember what I said," I ordered her lowly. Not low enough, though, because Hadley heard us and lifted her head from where she'd been staring at the metal table in front of her. Her eyes were wild, and the moment they narrowed on the three of us, her face darkened. "I'll be right out here. She's chained to the table at hands and feet, but still, don't get close to her," I repeated again. She rolled her eyes and walked inside, closing the door behind her as she went. I walked down the hallway, my heart in my throat, and went inside the viewing room that held the monitoring equipment that would allow me to listen to their conversation, along with the two-way mirror that would allow me to watch them. The moment we were in the room, I set Tallulah onto a chair in the corner of the room and pulled out my phone, unlocking it and opening up the only somewhat child-friendly app I had on my phone before I gave it to her. Tallulah didn't know how to play Angry Birds yet, but she could touch the pretty birds on the screen, and the moment my phone was in her hands, she squealed in delight, causing the men in the room to turn from their contemplation of the window. "You brought a baby to a police station?" Erin said, looking at me like I was nuts. "She's almost a year old. That's hardly a baby. And what exactly was I supposed to do? Stay at home while she did this?" I asked him, indicating the swelling around one cheekbone and the bruising that was starting to appear along his jaw. I know it's crazy, but there was nothing I could do. It was either bring her or stay at home with her, and we both know that I wasn't staying at home. Erin shrugged, then turned back to the window. "Were you able to get anything from her yet?" I asked, ignoring the sounds coming from the phone. I tried turning the sound off once, and Tallulah had the hissy fit to end all hissy fits. So, to keep her happy while I watched, I left the sound blaring, even though it hindered my ability to hear not only the conversation on the other side of the glass, but also the conversation happening in the room with us. Nobody seemed to mind, though, leaving me to watch the interrogation closely. There was another woman in the room with Tally and Hadley, the police officer who had originally taken Hadley's statement accusing me of rape. She looked pissed off, and I wondered why. "What's wrong with that, officer?" I asked bluntly. "She's mad that she looks stupid in front of 2 entire police departments for pushing Hadley's case so hard," Big Papa murmured, "even when we told her the accusations were false." I hummed. "That's interesting." It wasn't, not really. Everyone knew that the female officer was a serious bitch. She came off as a hard-ass, and she was always trying to prove herself when, in actuality, she really didn't need to prove anything at all. Hopefully one day she'd figure that shit out. "I hate you!" Hadley's words had me turning to see what else she had to say, and her next words had my fists tensing. "I've tried to kill you 13 times this year." I looked over to Big Papa, who nodded and started writing stuff down. "Ms. Dunstan, I'd like to remind you of your rights that have already been explained to you, namely that you have the right to have a lawyer present and that anything you say can and will be used against you," the officer interrupted. I wanted to punch her in the face. "Shut the fuck up and let her talk, officer," I growled. I looked over to see Tallulah at my legs, pulling at my shirt tail. I picked her up and then settled her on my arm before turning back to Tally. Hadley had just finished waving her hand at the officer, and relief poured through me. "The first time I tried to kill you was the first night you left Tallulah with me." Fear shot down my spine. Oh, God, how many times had these 2 people who owned a huge piece of my heart nearly seen their deaths at the hands of this crazy woman? Tally's spine stiffened. "I thought you were my friend. What did I ever do to you?" Hadley studied Tally with soulless eyes. "You stole my life." She blinked. "I might have done that in the end by bringing light to the fact that you were off your rocker, but I surely didn't do it in the beginning." "You had a baby when I didn't," she said simply. "I had to watch you with your child while mine was in the ground." Tally froze. You had a baby?" Tally whispered, taking a step forward. 2 weeks before you." Tally looked confused, and then her eyes widened. "That's why you gained all that weight and then missed the last 3 weeks of class and had to make up the days with me?" she gasped. "I always thought it was because you caught the flu." "It was because I caught the pregnancy," she grunted, "and my baby died while yours lived. Why couldn't it have been your baby?" That's when Hadley started crying. Tally started crying, too. When she took another step forward, Officer Stephanie held up her hand and shook her head. Relief poured through me. This might all be the truth, but even handcuffed, Hadley could still harm Tally if she got too close. Tally nodded that she understood and then took a seat across from her, waiting for her to stop crying. Tallulah brought her hand up to my beard and started to sift her fingers through it, playing quietly, so I let her do it. All the while my eyes stayed on Tally and the woman crying. I couldn't imagine how that felt, but I realized rather quickly that it was likely Hadley was suffering from postpartum depression. Most cases only lasted a few months after childbirth, while the mother's hormone levels slowly returned to normal. But there were some extreme cases where it lasted longer, sometimes years. and to have lost a child on top of that would definitely push an already depressed person over the edge. Hadley's depression clearly was on the very extreme end of the scale, and probably even crossed over into psychotic. The rest of their discussion consisted of more accusations from Hadley of non-existent wrongdoings on Tally's part. Apparently, Tally lorded the fact that she had a child over Hadley's head, purposefully making her life worse. Then Tally had the nerve to get better grades in nursing school, in some convoluted plan that existed only in Hadley's head, where Tally was trying to make Hadley's life more difficult. Each time Tally performed better than Hadley on a test or asked Hadley for help with Tallulah, Hadley would then try to plot her murder, luckily coming to her senses just in time. Luckily. One heart attack-inducing hour later, Tally finally made her way out of the room. She came out into the hallway and immediately started towards me, where I was standing with Tallulah, who was still playing with my beard, yanking, pulling, and smoothing. "That was bad," she admitted, the moment she was close enough. I nodded and pulled her into the room where I'd been. Tally's eyes went to the window and she stiffened. "She gained weight while I was pregnant. I knew she was hiding something, but with everything I had on my plate, I just didn't have time to examine it closer. Whatever was wrong seemed to go away when we returned to school for the second semester. She was the same old Hadley, only a little wilder. God, how could I have missed that? I was an awful friend." I placed Tallulah on the chair next to us, handed her my phone once again, and then turned to Tally. "You need to stop," I ordered her. "You had no control over any of that. The lines of communication were open. You could have just as easily hidden Tallulah in your pregnancy, but you didn't. You chose to let everyone know. She, however, didn't, and that was her choice, her decision. And unless she feels like telling you why she made the choice to keep it a secret, you'll never know. So just stop beating yourself up about it. It isn't help." I looked over when I heard my phone hit the floor. Then my breathing stalled in my chest when I saw Tallulah toddling wobbly away from us. It was the cutest and scariest thing I'd ever seen. "Is she... she's walking?" Tally breathed. "Oh, my God." Tallulah walked over to Big Papa and tugged on his pant leg. Big Papa picked her up, snuggling her against his chest, and continued the conversation he was having with the prosecutor. All the while, Tally and I sat there, stunned. "Oh, my God," Tally repeated. A wide, proud smile overtook my face. Always a ray of sunshine, our girl. Tally's eyes left her child and came back to me. "You mean that?" "Mean what?" I whispered. "That she's your girl." I nodded my head. "I love her. She's mine, just like her mother." Tears instantly formed in Tally's eyes. "That's one of the sweetest things I've ever heard in my life," she admitted. I pulled her into the curve of my arms and dropped a kiss on her hair. "You're one of the best things that's ever happened to me. You and that little girl mean the world to me," I whispered roughly. Tally's arms tightened around me, but no more words needed to be said. We were both feeling them. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like my life was exactly where it needed to be. Epilogue. Tommy. Eyes off my mommy, my daddy is psycho. Toddler t-shirt. Year 1. No, I shook my head emphatically. She's too young to be starting gymnastics. Her asthma could flare up, and where will we be? At work, that's where. This isn't happening. Tally gave me a considering look. She's almost 2. She's not going to be doing anything more strenuous than a toddler's tumbling class, Tommy. It's something that I trust her teacher to take her to, someone I'd like to remind you that you personally went to meet beforehand. If you don't let her go, then she'll be the only little girl in her class sitting there on the sideline, crying while the others are taking the class, and you know how you get when she cries. I growled in frustration. Fine, I snapped, but I'm going to be there for the first few or 4 classes. She held up her hands in acquiescence. I narrowed my eyes, pointed one finger at her, and snatched up my bagel. Let's go, or we're going to be late. She sighed and followed me, picking up Tallulah's lunch from the kitchen counter while I bent down and scooped up Tallulah. Ready, Freddie? I teased my girl. Yes, Daddy. My heart swelled just like it did every single time she called me Daddy. The first time she had called me that, I'd gotten so overwhelmed that I'd had to take a breather outside. It hadn't helped matters that it was her first word, and she said it in the middle of a club function either. "What do you want to do for her second birthday?" Tally asked as she walked with me out the door. "I need to start planning, or we'll be running around like chickens with our heads cut off like we did last year." I snorted. That had been an experience. It had been the first ever party that we'd had with Judge Slater and, according to him, the Band of Rejects, as he had dubbed our club. It had been quite comical to have the judge's snooty friends in the same room with men like Ghost and Truth, who honestly didn't give that first fuck what anyone else thought about them. At least I had a hint of decorum. Those guys, however, did not, and they didn't care one way or the other about it. "I was thinking we'd have another party out here like we did last year." I skirted around the edge of the truck and deposited Tallulah in her car seat. "Be good, baby." "Good, baby," Tallulah chirped. Grinning, I tapped her nose, smothered her with a few kisses, and closed the door on her excited snickers. "I'll see you after work, honey," I murmured. "You sure you're up to going by yourself today?" She nodded her head. "Positive." Knowing that she wouldn't take sympathy from me, I pulled her in for a quick kiss, which morphed into more when she lifted one leg to curl an ankle around my behind. I pressed her into the side of her new Forerunner, grinding my unsurprisingly hard cock into her heat for a few long moments before I tore my mouth from hers. "I have to go to work, unlike you," I told her, "and they still look for reasons to try and fire me." Her mouth turned up in a quick grin. "That's just too bad," she murmured. "I've been trying to get you to stop working at the ER for months now. They don't appreciate you enough there." "I know," I told her, "but they have good insurance, I make good money, and it gives me what I need. Mainly the adrenaline boost I got from working cases that got my blood pumping. If I just worked at the clinic, like she wanted me to, then I wouldn't get that same type of stimulation. It was the same thing, day in and out, and I didn't like that kind of predictability. I needed a bit more spontaneity. "Go to work," she whispered, tugging on my beard lightly with 2 fingers before pushing me away. I looked down at my cock that was tenting the front of my hospital scrub bottoms and growled. "Have a good one." I wouldn't. Not knowing that Tally was going to her former best friend's hearing to ascertain her ability to live on her own as a sane woman, something I honestly didn't think she was capable of doing. Last year, when she'd held that gun on Tally, she'd been on drugs. After being thrown into jail, she'd been forced to get clean. That was when she'd been able to convince her therapist and anyone else who would listen that she was a good but misunderstood person, that it was the drugs that made her make bad choices and decisions. I saw right through it for the lie that it was. It hadn't just been the drugs she'd been on that had influenced her actions like she was trying to make it seem. I knew it with every fiber in my being, and I hired the best lawyer I could find who would represent our interests in Hadley's case. The woman was not well, she exhibited psychotic tendencies, and she needed to be in a criminal facility that specialized in caring for someone like her. I didn't need to spend my life thinking she was around every corner, waiting to point another shotgun at my woman's face. Or worse, Tallulah's. "Go to work," Tally announced on a honk as she backed out of the driveway, and then blew me a kiss. I waved her off, trying to control my breathing from the scare, and started to back out of the carport where I parked next to her. I coughed and sputtered as I drove behind her, but it was something we always did, and I always followed her all the way to our respective places of employment. She worked in a doctor's office, not mine, might I add, 4 days a week, and at my clinic on Fridays. Her hours were short, only 10 to 4, and I loved it. I liked coming home to her. A happy, messy house with food on the table. Sometimes that food would be homemade by one of us, and sometimes it would be from the freezer section. And there were even the times when she ordered pizza or Chinese. No matter what she did, I was happy. Even if she didn't cook and I had to bring dinner home, I was happy. It didn't matter because I had her to enjoy that meal with, and I was happy. Something I didn't realize I was missing until I met Tally. Once she turned off into the parking lot of Tallulah's daycare, I waved and headed to the ER, pulling into my normal spot right outside the staff door before shutting my bike off. The first thing I did once I got inside was announce that I had somewhere to be from 2 to 2:45 and I would not take no for an answer. No matter what. Because Tallulah was not starting that fucking tumbling class without me being there to watch over her. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. 9 hours later, I was a freaking mess, but I was alive. I heard about what happened, Tally said, trying not to grin. It was awful, I heard, from them and not you. Her grin broke free and became a full-blown smile. I don't want to talk about it, I grunted. You don't want to talk about the fact that you signed Tallulah up for every single gymnastics camp, Mommy and me, Daddy and me, and tumbling class that they offer for the unforeseeable future? I stuck my tongue out at her, causing her to dissolve in a fit of giggles. Well, you know how my day went. How about you tell me about yours and why the hell you refused to tell me about what happened today until we got home, I ordered, crowding her against the counter. Tally's smile was wicked as she stared deeply into my eyes. She brought one hand up, running the tip of her fingernail down the ridge of my sternum before saying, "She's going to jail." I closed my eyes, relief pouring through me. Thank fuck. "And that's not all," she continued, moving her hands down so she could thread them underneath my scrub top. My brows rose. "Oh, yeah?" I asked. "What else happened?" "I ran into someone on the way to work, and I didn't want you to hear this from them before I had the chance to tell you myself in person. That's why I refused to talk to you. I didn't want to blurt it out over the phone." I growled and pushed my hips in further, letting her feel the length of me. "Okay," I drawled, lifting my hands up when she pushed my top up. "Where were you when you ran into them?" It came up over my head, and I took it from there, throwing it in the direction of the laundry room. She bit her lip, the way she did when she was trying to find a way to tell me something without me getting mad. "Tally," I growled. "I'm pregnant." I blinked. "I was at the OBGYN when I ran into Imogen and Aaron, who were there for the same reason." I kept blinking. "I didn't mean to." I stared. "I fucked up, really. I was supposed to go in for my birth control shot, but I forgot about the appointment. 3 times. She raised her hands and covered her eyes. "I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful." I placed my hand over her babbling mouth. "Shut up." Her eyes went wide and tears started to fill them. I knew what she thought. She thought I was upset, that I didn't want this baby, that I was mad that she hadn't told me. But she was wrong. I wanted this baby. I wanted as many babies as we could handle, as long as those babies came with her. "When?" I rasped. Next year? About 8.5 more months. I'm only 6 weeks." That's when I smiled. "You're going to have my baby?" She nodded, hope filling her tear-filled eyes. I picked her up around the waist and then carried her to the bedroom, thankful that she'd put Tallulah to bed before she'd told me the news. Likely we'd only have an hour at most before she woke up. She had a cold again. Then again, she always had a cold. But the pediatricians assured us she would grow out of her sickliness. In the meantime, we just had to learn to deal. But I'd do anything for that girl. And her mother. And soon there would be another child added to our little family's mix who I would do anything for as well. "You're happy?" she whispered, as I dropped my mouth down to the bare skin of her belly the moment we hit the bed. I looked up at her. Fucking ecstatic. 16 years later. "Oh, God," I moaned. "Is she done yet?" My girl was on the balance beam, and she was at the most complicated part of her routine. The part where she did the backflip. The part where my breath left me each and every time she did it. Tally inhaled sharply, and my eyes slammed open. The crowd around us stood and started screaming. I could do nothing but stare as my daughter not only stuck that landing, but aced the whole flip. "Thank fucking Christ," I groaned. My other daughter, Maury, smacked me on the shoulder. "Dad, we're at the Olympics. You can't say fucking because it's highly likely that we're on national TV right now." She was right. We were. Tallulah Ophelia Tomakanov, better known as Tot, had a full house in the audience today. Her father, mother, sister, grandparents, uncles, who look really out of place watching these Olympics with their leather tattoos and scowls. Everyone was in attendance to watch her perfect balance beam routine. She received gold in her first ever Olympic event and then went on to earn 3 more, one in floor, one in uneven bars, and one in the vault. And hopefully this is just the start of many more to come for Tot. Watching her dad, however, was the highlight of the event for many fans, as he moved, jived, and practically jumped with each of Tot's moves. And when she did her final backflip and landed perfectly, Dad had a few choice words to say. We'll leave his words up to interpretation, though. However, as a father of 3, one of whom was an Olympian as well, I personally couldn't agree more with his words. Thank Christ indeed, Dr. Tomakanov. The USA is excited for this win, too. Ghost. Present day. I watched, my heart in my throat, as the child walked across the stage at 2nd grade graduation. The child's mother was 7 rows in front of me, watching with a large smile on her face. But there was sadness there, too. A deep-seated, never going to leave her sadness. And I'd put it there. This concludes Fear the Beard by Lynn Vale. Narrated by Kendall Taylor and Mason Lloyd. Copyright 2017 by Lynn Vale. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dixie Wardens Incorporated and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.